looks good.
Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Space sex. Space sex. Space sex. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear looking right. Mormon space wives. Lords of color. Let me have intimacy with you on the planet of Naboo. Magic underwear fits so tight. Magic underwear feels so right. Mormon space wives. Creating new lives. Mormon space wives. Mormon space
Space wives, let's create lives. Mormon space wives. God the Father has a body. It's a very toned body. He looks good. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Space sex. Space sex. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Lords of Cola. I would like to have intimacies with you on the planet of Naboo. Mormon space wives. Magic underwear. Where? Right there. Mormon space wives. Let's create lives. Mormon space wives. God the Father has a body. It's a very toned body. He looks good. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Space sex. Space sex. Magic underwear fitting tight. Magic underwear is feeling right. Mormon space wives. Mormon space wives. Lords of Cola. I would like to have intimacies with you on the planet of Naboo.
Cringecore Wigxanthium mumble rap is the next song, y'all. And all I'm gonna do is pick a corporate product. What's the worst corporate brand that you could think of? And I'm just gonna repeat the brand names, right? Don't John Silver, got that Long John Silver, got that Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, JC Penney corn chips, JC Penney corn chips, Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, Long John Silver, got that Long John Silver, got that Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, JC Penney corn chips, JC Penney corn chips, Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, Long John Silver, got that Long John Silver, got that Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, JC Penney corn chips, JC Penney corn chips, Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, Long John Silver, got that Long John Silver, got that Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway, JC Penney corn chips, JC Penney corn chips, Long John Quiznos, Pringles, Subway. All you do is you repeat stupid corporate. Here we go. Carnival Crew, Carnival Crew, Carnival Crew, Carnival Crew, Planet Fitness, Planet Fitness, McDonald's, 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 Cringecore, Mumble Rap,
Cringecore, 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 Cringecore,
I got that blockbuster, I got that blockbuster, I got that Palantir, I got that Palantir, I got that Will Fargo, I got that Will Fargo, Tylenol, Tylenol, I got no Bisco, I got no Bisco, I got that TJ Maxx, I got that TJ Maxx, I got Balenciaga, I got Balenciaga, I got Balenciaga,
I got Balenciaga.
This is fun. I'm like a rapper now. I'm a rapper now. Damn, I just realized it. You bet it's cringe. It's called Cringecore, dummy. Dude thinks he's on the cutting edge, the cusp of cutting edge, calling me cringe.
Cringecore, 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 Cringecore,
Got the CA, got the TJ Maxx, got that Zap, got that Dap, got that Gap, got that Kraft, got that Long John Silver, got that Disney Plus, got that Taco Supreme, got that Nabisco, got that Tylenol.
They stole some Sumerian technology that allowed them to predict outcomes, and that technology stopped working in 2012. We're going to get into that tomorrow. I find it to be fascinating. I wonder if they saw Charlie Kirk.
Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
But the Dark Ages was a time when black people ruled Europe. So when you go into the real history, you'll see King James was...
That's King James right there. That's James LeBron. That's King LeBron right there.
black. He was not a white guy. You'll see his whole lineage of kings.
Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion.
Who was a homosexual himself, who was in love with his sister Lucretia, who they made the image of Lucretia to be Mary. And that became the Renaissance era.
Lucretia.
So hold on, you telling me Lucretia? That's a black name right there. How you gonna say that the people that was framing the black people were also black? That don't make no sense. Lucretia's a black as hell name. Lucretia. The church even allowed it, you know what I'm saying? The church allowed for straight pimping. But that have been suppressed. Listen to my brother. In the 1500s, it was legal to be a pimp. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Black kings, black bishops, black players, people of the chocolate persuasion. Woo! Back in the saddle. So glad to be back with you guys after an epic 5-week road trip. As you guys know, it began with Angry Tim Pool, and it concluded with Nice Gerald, Crowder's co-host. Now, I want to start by clearing up a little misconception. And if you want to support the stream, you can do so through the super chats done by Streamlabs. So people thought, wait a minute, why is Gerald saying that Jay is saying that foreign entities are dividing the church. So to be clear, the conversation that we had was primarily focused on modern geopolitics by the time we get to that topic. Okay. So Gerald and I are not talking about ecclesiology when this comes up. The subject matter is whether or not there's a push to get, say, Roman Catholics on the side of Muslims, a Chrislam alliance. And of course, we've seen over the last several years, SNEAKO, Tates, a lot of these goobers promoting that very idea. So we were partly talking about that at the same time as in this discussion, we discuss the theological components of Orthodoxy, Catholicism, Islam, and Judaism. So we get into all of that and a little bit of Protestant stuff too, but mostly this discussion is not dealing with with the theology. It's not an ecclesiological debate that we had with Gerald. And we didn't really have a debate. It was more like discussing topics. And there was a few areas where we disagreed. I think Gerald is pretty open about, being evangelical, liking evangelical apologetics. He's probably less critical of Israel than I would be. But he is at least critical of Netanyahu, critical of some of the actions. But the main thrust of this conversation was actually about whether there's a false dialectic. And that's kind of what we're getting at, right? And I was glad to have that conversation with him. We got really deep into the topic of whether or not it's a false dialectic between, well, if you don't like Netanyahu, you must be pro-Hamas, you must be pro-Islam. Or if you don't like Islam, then you got to be pro-Zionist. And it was, I think, a step forward. Could you turn the air on a little bit too, babe? The air? Could you turn the air down a little bit? It's kind of stuffy in here. It was also, I think, a positive move to, get Gerald to say that he acknowledges a false dialectic, right? I mean, not that he's a stupid person, but I think he's been more willing to be critical of Middle Eastern foreign policy than perhaps in the past. I don't know. I'm not, I haven't followed Gerald's positions over years, but I think it's a good conversation. And a lot of people in the comments are being dumb and they think that I'm saying that, oh, look, he agreed with Gerald that there's not one church and the church is divided. No, we were talking about strategies of subversion and how the West could be subverted by the promoting of Islam. And from the vantage point of the power elite, they don't care like what your specific religious minutia debates are, right? They will play up to divide the country, just like, for example, the CIA divides the Orthodox Church in Ukraine or Macedonia. Well, they'll do the same thing. The power elite will do the same thing to say, push a lot of Muslims into Texas to intentionally, cause a demographic change, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what we were talking about. I want to also address, we'll go to a call here in a second, and a shout out to FDA. He's with me today. We'll go to a call here in a second with, who's this guy? Verge. We'll go to you in a second, but apparently our boy Redeemed Coomer, I'm just joking. That's a joke, by the way. Redeemed Zoomer has replied, and I had tons and tons of requests to cover this reply. So FDA, if you would like to join, I think it would be good to walk through what Redeemed Zoomer now says. Oh, here's what I should have argued to Jay Dyer 3 years ago. So we'll play a little bit of this. We'll take some questions and calls in the midst of it. I'm also going to talk a little bit more about Trent Horn. I want to talk about aliens because now we have disclosure and the government again pushing the ridiculous psyop of alien disclosure. Interestingly timed right when Spielberg's movie Disclosure is coming out. Interesting. So I think that this is partly a distraction. I mean, it's not just a... Go ahead.
I had to log out. Is that what it's even called? Log out? Leave the space and then come back in.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's go.
All right, let's
Redeem
go.
Zoomer.
Redeem Zoomer, and then we're going to talk about aliens too, because this is all the rage, and we've been talking over and over and over about the alien psyop, how it's social engineering, how it's just advanced technology, it's black ops, it's not a bunch of
Did
fake,
you watch
it's not a bunch
Lord
of faking aliens. What?
on
What'd
it yesterday?
What'd you say?
Lord Voldemort yesterday talking about it too.
I did. I disagree with a couple of the things that Alex said, because I mean, overall, he was correct about it being, demonic and a manifestation of, weird stuff. And he admits the black ops angle of it too. But I don't know where he got the idea that the Orthodox and Catholic churches have suppressed. I think he's talking about the Book of Enoch, which we don't suppress the Book of Enoch. It's just not in the canon. So I'm not sure where he got that idea.
Also, what's interesting too, this actually came up in I was doing a live stream of my philosophy class, and somehow I can't remember how it started. Aliens came up, and I was like, "Well, yeah, that's the Orthodox position has always been that it's either fake and gray, or demons, or the government." Mess around doing stuff. I did find it interesting that Lord Voldemort was talking about how I hadn't heard this before. That a lot of this stuff is actually created.
Yeah.
By military or these different people.
Yeah, it's a clever cloak, right? You can cloak high technology under the aegis of aliens, and then people think it's ridiculous, or they just kind of brush it off. So that the government actually seeds the alien narrative. And I put up an old academic text from a few years ago that I'd read by Brenda Denzler, and even beyond just covering for advanced military technology, there's also a social engineering aspect to where there were studies done by the Brookings Institute in the 1960s that you could actually change the landscape of the Western religious sphere, perhaps by promoting the alien narrative. And here it is right here. Actual academic text. This is not a conspiracy text. Brenda Denzler is a professor. She studies new religious movements. And so this book is about the connection between religious cults and alien ideas, abductions, etc. And you'll notice it says that in 1960, Brookings Institute, this is one of the premier think tanks, kind of like Rand Corporation or whatever. They were commissioned by NASA to the effect that they put out a paper saying that the discovery of ETs would fundamentally change all religious institutions and traditions. It would be an electrifying discovery. It would have far-reaching consequences, especially in societies that were fundamentalist or had a powerful, where fundamentalism is a powerful social force. Science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke, who co-wrote 2001 and who was he liked to touch the youth's butts, by the way, and friend of Crowley. He felt that the doctrine of the incarnation would be undercut by this. It would be a ticking time bomb. As one psychologist in the UFO community observed, perhaps in some ways the long battle against the UFO cover-up was not about the public's right to know as much as it was the public's right not to know. Not only would the idea of the incarnation be undercut, but the whole of the Christian idea of God would be severely problematized. And this is the actual Brookings Institute document. Christianity would be particularly compromised. The discovery of extraterrestrial life would make it so much so. It would make so much, since it makes so much of the incarnation as a historical event, and of the knowledge of the good news of Jesus Christ. The passion, ascension, and atonement would now be called into question. It would have to. I can barely read this. It would have to maintain the incarnation and crucifixion on other worlds. In other words, that Jesus also died to save the fake Hegelians. It would embark on a vigorous missionary activity throughout the cosmos. This is so stupid. But this would be in vain because you could never reach all the galaxies. Thus, Christianity would be eternally damaged, and you could not reconcile this with divine providence. Now, obviously, a lot of those assertions are stupid, but you can see the thought process of the Brookings Institute in 1960, how to capitalize and use the alien mythos to rewrite and subvert Christianity, presumably to replace it with some new establishment, amenable religious ethos, a religion created for the people, right? This is Plato's whole thing, right? The state
the noble lie, the state creates a religion to kind of keep people in line, and this is just another sort of updated version of that. FDA, do you want to say something?
Well, I was going to say, we all knew about the narrative being created. Well, I'd never heard the theory that the aliens are entities created by the government. I'd never heard that theory before.
Oh, you're saying Alex said that there's hybrids or something? What do you mean?
Yeah, that they're basically engineered human beings. Super.
Then I misunderstood what you were saying. Yeah, that sounds not plausible to me. I don't believe that, but I mean, I could see them I could see them staging an abduction, or basically, putting dead alien bodies, fake alien bodies around and staging it or something like that.
They're actually, I hate to break this to you, but they're actually been engineering. They're super autists, and
so half of our Discord, basically.
Basically, yeah. Are supposedly super intelligent because they're super autistic, and they've biologically they're designer babies, and then they just pawn them off as aliens.
So the aliens are all gay spurgs because they just pro butts. It's just they're all fake and gay, but they're also spurgs. So
interesting enough, the connection between gender dysphoria and Skittles stuff.
I do.
And
autism.
There's a link there.
Yeah. John, did you want to say something before we go to The Verge?
I was just going to say that in the 60s and 70s, there was an effort to kind of merge the Jesus movement with the alien thing. And it even tied in with Chariots of the Gods and all of that type of stuff, because there was, whether it's Von Daniken or Zachariah Sitchin, a lot of evangelicals started, using Von Daniken and Zachariah Sitchin as references in some of their books.
No, Chuck Missler does.
Yeah. So there's this, there is a connection with end times apocalyptic theology and aliens.
Absolutely.
Also, in the 90s, the early 90s into the mid 90s, well, it's probably, that's when I noticed it. They're probably still pushing it. They pushed alien aesthetics in raves. Like, it was all about, and then the Moon Tribe stuff, and like this.
Well, the 90s
and all the alien stuff. But I remember that was a huge theme in the rave scene.
Well, it was all throughout the 90s. The 90s were all about that stupid alien-headed logo, but
there was even a strain too where they said that aliens would actually be the ones that would destroy the Temple Mount.
Yeah, no, John, you're right on. So the Collins brothers, in their book Invoking the Beyond, they have a significant section devoted to what they call immanentizing the eschaton, and they point to a lot of evangelicals hopping on the alien train to tie it into eschatological, sensationalism and immanentizing the eschaton. So that's absolutely right. By the way, everybody should get Invoking the Beyond if you don't have it. It's a great book. And mainly the middle section on the alien psyop is the best I've ever read on the whole alien thing. Verge, what's up, man? What's on your mind? Verve Pipe, what's on your mind? Is it Bittersweet Symphony, dog? What's up? Unmute, dude. It's a bittersweet symphony. Verge, unmute, dude. I can't believe you waited all that time and you're not going to unmute. I guess it's a bittersweet symphony, isn't it? Ecumenical Goitrarian. There we go. I'm going to call myself gay fundamentalist ecumenist. What's up, man?
How you doing, Jeff?
Keeping it real.
Good. So I just had a couple questions because I've been reading the Fathers a lot, and I was just wondering how much you know about the atonement.
I mean, I know the Orthodox position. I know the basic positions. I know the Protestant classical position. I mean, I know the Lutheran idea. What do you mean?
Well, I've just been seeing a lot,
especially in like the classic like Orthodox circles, that it was just primarily the Christus Victor element to the atonement. But I was just, because a lot of what the fathers say, there's like a lot of penality to it. Would you agree?
The language is definitely there. I mean, Paul uses penal language, but the problem is that people are reading into that the classical Reformation assumptions.
What would be the classical Reformation assumptions in that case?
I mean, it could be everything from inherited guilt to spiritual punishment to damnation, purely imputed legal status. It could be any of those things. What do you mean?
Well, I mean, it would be the case that there would be some guilt tied to what would be sin, right? I mean, that would be obvious for when Paul writes in Romans.
Yeah, but it's not obvious that guilt is transmitted to the descendants, nor is it obvious that that guilt is put on Christ.
And also, what was it we said too? Sin is consent to a passion, not a legal state. They kicked me off.
No, it didn't.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Okay, so yeah, so you came here to subvert, and then you're laughing because you thought you got kicked off when you didn't. So you just betrayed what you're actually after.
Well, no, it just said listener. I wasn't finished speaking, so that's why I was just like, it just suddenly kicked me off. My bad. I apologize. I jumped to the conclusion.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
But I mean, for me, I mean, it's what the fathers say. I mean, even when you read John Chrysostom on his homily on the Annunciation,
Nobody's teaching the Protestant doctrine of penal substitutionary atonement. This is retarded. So, do you think, for example, that by the 7th century, do you think John of Damascus would have a good idea about what the atonement is?
Yeah, I mean, he even speaks on the legality of it.
Again, you're equivocating on legality and terminology. I'm talking about exactly what the words mean and whether or not Christ himself became evil, became a curse, and what that exactly means. Do you know what John Damascus says about it?
I believe that Christ bore the sins of the world. Yeah.
Okay, is sin an ontological status?
No one would disagree with that.
Of course they would. Calvinists believe that it could be. What are you talking about? Is it an ontological status?
Yeah, as in it.
Okay, no. See, now you've already rejected. Now you've already rejected the patristic teaching. Sin is not an ontological status. It has no ontological being.
Well, I mean, let me clarify. I mean, no one would disagree that status is a privation, or a sin is a privation.
Oh, okay. So then it's not. Good. So then it's not equated to guilt.
Well, we would be guilty insofar as we are liable.
Okay, but an infant isn't, and Mary has ancestral sin, but she has no guilt.
What do you mean? It's like, yeah, like
you didn't know that?
At the Annunciation, like it would.
Oh, she's not purified at the Annunciation. She's the spotless virgin by grace her whole life. So she has death. She's a daughter of Adam.
The Annunciation is.
You're
mixing that up. That's the angel Gabriel.
Yeah, you don't even know what the Annunciation is. That's when Gabriel announces Jesus' birth. It's not the Annunciation where she's purified. She's always purified. But Mary shows us that there's a difference between guilt and the punishment of guilt.
Yeah, obviously. Like one would be.
How is it obvious when you didn't realize that? Because Mary dies, but she's guiltless.
Right.
So she has the effects.
She would be still subject to death.
So thank you. So that's my point. There's a difference between the guilt and the effects. That's our point.
Right, but there would still be a legality to it because that punishment is due course for man.
Okay, is the punishment? What is the punishment that's due to sin?
Death.
In a physical sense or also spiritual?
It'd be both.
Okay, so you think Jesus underwent spiritual death?
I think he experienced it.
Okay, that's heresy because no church father teaches that. That's the heresy. And you're anti-Trinitarian. How does the divine Son divide or split off of the Trinity?
He wouldn't in this case.
Then you just refuted yourself. You just said that he underwent spiritual death. So you have no idea what you're talking about. Why do you think that you are competent to tell me what the church fathers teach and you can't even work through the basics?
My point would be,
Yeah, you're gone. What's up, man? Faith?
It's exactly like the Protestants too. What do I always say? They always say, let's go to the scripture and read. And what's my response always? Why? You're retarded and you can't read. Like, what is going to the text can help you if you're twisting it to your own destruction?
Well,
we've got the same thing with the sola patristica crowd. Is they think that they have enough virtue and spiritual wisdom and perhaps intellectual points or IQ points to be able to read these texts, and then what do you find out? They don't even know what they're reading.
Yeah, so John Damascus explains here at the end of book 3 exactly what Christ underwent when he died. He underwent no spiritual death or damnation. It is the severing of his human soul from his human body. And he explains it perfectly in line with everything that Chrysostom or anyone else teaches. Nobody in the patristic era teaches that the Son was damned, like classical Reformation teaching says. And he's refuted right here, chapter 28 and 29. It's the last, well, you could say 27 to 29, the last part of On the Orthodox Faith, John Damascus right here. Concerning the Lord's passion, he suffered in the flesh. However, his divinity never suffered because the divinity is impassible. That means that you can't have the Son, who's a divine person, being damned. He can't split off of the Trinity. And to be damned means you're not part of the Trinity. It's so stupid. But these people have no idea what they're talking about, but they're so arrogant. They're the most arrogant people online.
I also think that the punishment, the penalty, the wrath of God is that God's the cause of it, which is crazy because remember I found in St. Gregory of Nyssa a beautiful quote that said, how can life itself ever be the cause of death?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that just refutes their whole thing that, oh, yes, the wrath is causally from God to kind of legally, satisfy divine justice. And it's like, that's insane to say life causes death.
Well, it's also rejected by the Byzantine synods, where you have the idea that God cannot be placated or paid with created things. And a lot of these people end up saying that it's the human nature of Christ that was the payment, because they realize it doesn't make any sense for one person to pay another person off. It's retarded in the Trinity, right? So then they say, oh, well, then it was the human nature. Well, the Byzantine synods point out that what creature could pay God off? It doesn't make any sense. Father, what's up? Father of Ohio State.
Hey, how you doing, man? I just wanted to say I appreciate you talking to that guy, because there's this, I don't know if it's a new thing or if it's a resurgence, but you have these reformers trying to read modern legalistic meanings into terms that were used by the church fathers. And he referenced the homily. In that same homily, he says, we became sinners not as having transgressed with Adam, but because we are of his nature, which fell into corruption. So I just want to come over and say I appreciate that, because I'm sick of these reformers and Western Christians reading Western legalized meanings into terms that didn't mean what they think it meant when they used them. So I just wanted to come up.
Yeah, great point. I appreciate that. And also great to point out that very homily refutes the thing the guy's trying to say. Dr. Henry Rose. I think I know this person. I think I know this professor. Esteemed Professor Dr. Henry Rose is in the chat. Go ahead and unmute.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Esteemed Professor Dr. Rose. How are you?
Yeah, I'm Dr. Henry Rose. I graduated from Atla in Harlem.
Obama.
Yeah, John David Manning was my thesis advisor. My thesis was called Catholic Tradies versus Long-Legged Magdaddies.
Long-Legged Magdaddy.
Being against the Latin Mass because it's not in Pidgin.
Well, that's a great point. Why ought we not have the Latin Mass in Pidgin? Is that what your thesis was?
Yeah. I mean, I'm for real though. Why not?
Well, I don't know if you saw this, Dr. Henry Rose, but I also had a conversation with the Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson. Are you familiar with him?
Oh man, that dude cool, man. I like him.
He told me to ask you. He said, "Have you forgive your mother?"
Man, I forgave my mother a long time ago.
All right, well there we go.
Now, I got a thing about your thing about Israel.
Okay.
So when I was a kid, I got attacked by like 5 black Israelites.
Uh-huh.
And I whooped them.
Okay. Okay.
And then I got attacked by 5 Nation of Islam dudes, and they beat me up.
Shit. Is this the same day? Is this the same day?
Then when they fought each other, I mean, all right, 2 + 2 = 4. Am I right?
Correct. That's correct. That's right.
Okay, so 5 black Israelites whooped 5 Nation of Islam brothers. Then
Okay.
I have 5 less enemies.
I-
For real?
You gotta play them players off against one another. That's what I'm saying. That's that James Bond logic. That's that beta fish logic.
Yeah, so we got to let them black Israelites beat up the Nation of Islam, even though I know that Marine, what was his name, Shapiro,
Mm-hmm.
you talked to,
Mhm.
said you don't even believe in logics and you're some kind of Klansman.
Correct. Mm-hmm. Well, if I was a Klansman, why would I be having my fellow black professors on today? Why would I be talking to Jesse Lee Peterson if I was a Klansman?
Ah, true.
Mm-hmm.
You got a point right there.
Yeah.
You got a point. I'll give it to you. Anyway, I got 3 more words for you, though.
Okay, go for it.
Agrippa's trilemma. Have you heard of
Shit.
this?
Shit. Now he's trying to bring up, he knows my weak points. He knows the weak points. Thank you, Dr. Rose. Shout out
How
to...
about Agrippa's tri-tip lemma? Have you heard of that one?
Mm-mm.
Agrippa's dilemma is your Achilles heel, right?
Yes.
That's kryptonite,
I'm
Jay.
cooked.
Don't ever bring that.
I'm cooked, dog.
Raise up.
But again, shout out to Dr. Professor Reverend Henry Rose, a very esteemed black pastor and activist coming out of the outlaw sphere, the outlaw adjacent world. Shout out to Reverend Manning. Obama and Larry Sinclair had a steamy love affair. All right, let's listen a little bit of this. I want to try to get, let's see if we can probably speed him up. Let's speed this little boy up right here. Playback speed. Let's make it fast. Fast as hell, dude. All right, now, we'll go to calls as well in the midst of this. But if we don't start this right now, we'll never get through it. Let's see what Redeemed Zoomer says is what he should have said all along. Could you get me a coffee with a little bit of honey in it?
Ginger tea.
I've got a little bit of
Drop a ginger tea in the coffee.
I'm a little verklempt because that dude called me out and I started tearing up a little bit.
Hey guys, I'm Redeemed Zoomer. So, as you guys know, I've gotten back into Protestant apologetics after taking a break from it for about a year, and I've made a lot of videos responding to the claims of Roman Catholicism, explaining why I'm not Catholic. But a lot of you guys have been requesting videos on Eastern Orthodoxy as well, so I will be doing that. But first, I thought I should respond to this debate I did 3 years ago with Jay Dyer. This debate was 3 years ago, but a lot of Orthodox click farm accounts keep re-uploading it, so every 6 months I'll get some message saying, hey Zoomer, thoughts on your recent debate with Jay Dyer? And I'll be like, what recent debate? And then I'll be like, oh wait, somebody re-uploaded it. But no,
Orthodox click farms. Interesting. So, and this is a sore spot when the debates get uploaded again because people think that they're new debates. So I want to encourage everyone to continue to upload the debates to make these people annoyed and mad. And be sure to clip and upload the Trent Horn debate because he's still 6-7 years later really mad about it. So here we go.
actual debate was in 2023, and that was before I'd really read any of the Church Fathers. I mean, I'd barely read anything.
Oh, so it's 3 years since this, and he's not read any of the Church Fathers, but now he's read. How much can you even read in 3 years? Not a lot. I mean, you could read some, but now he's ready to go back to the debate game.
Was all the books that I had read before that, and ever since then, I've had a chance to read a lot of the Church Fathers.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's see, what was he? So he claims he's read a whole bunch of what looks like 1st and 2nd century Church Fathers here. And then it looks like a little bit of Athanasius. So let's see.
I've had a chance to read.
Is he saying that he's read all these? We'll have to see.
A lot of the Church Fathers and many other theologians as well. So, as you can imagine, I didn't do very well in this debate. I didn't know who Jay Dyer was, so when my friend Kyle invited me to talk to Jay Dyer, I was like, sure. I looked him up, he's like, he's a comedian. I was like, okay. I didn't realize he was like an expert debater with 20 years of debate experience who went to...
Oh, so he's implying that Kyle tricked him or something. Come on, dude.
Seminary and then became Eastern Orthodox. So I didn't answer a lot of these questions very well. There were a lot of times where just I hadn't really heard those arguments before. I hadn't really had a chance to think of what the Reformed response to them would be. So I have selected some key points throughout this debate, some key things I should have said differently. And I'm honestly grateful for this debate because Jay Dyer helped me realize the importance of an authoritative, visible church. And that helped me realize that it's sinful to schism from the main...
Are you serious, dude? A historical, visible church? I mean, who actually thinks that that's going to still be Calvinism? Where was John Calvin's church in the first 1500 years? Come on, dude. So, I mean, has this actually helped him at all? Or has it just sort of helped him to think that he can come up with a new way to make it work?
Church. Like back then, I was in the PCUSA because I thought it was culturally important to stay in mainline churches because we have heritage and buildings and traditional worship and all that. But now I actually...
No, the PCUSA does not have traditional worship. They have buildings. They have heritage and buildings, he said. I think every church has a building, okay? And like, no, you guys you got to understand, I'm not just living rent-free in his head. I'm living rent-free in all the people that have lost the debate's head. This is what people are noticing about Trent Horn, too. Trent is still mad over a debate 6 years ago. And none of these people, I'm going to tell you guys, here's the actual solution, the way out of all this, is to actually look at the issues and face up to the issues. You're not going to get the peace that you're looking for by crafting a new intellectual argument to try to solve the challenges from 3, 6, 7 years ago. Because the problem, as Father Deacon always notes, is actually spiritual. It's not an intellectual problem. And that's why this keeps bugging these people, is that they think that they're going to create an intellectual solution to these problems.
Understand that it's important to have an authoritative visible church from which voluntary schism is sin. And
Okay, what's the authoritative visible church, Redeemed Zoomer, from which it is sinful to schism? My money is on the fact that he will never actually have an epistemic criteria for identifying who that is and from whence they derive their normative authority.
I wouldn't have realized that if I hadn't been reading the Church Fathers, reading the Scottish Presbyterian Westminster Divines, and if I hadn't been criticized, rightly, by Orthodox, who pointed out that I had no real coherent ecclesiology. That's the thing. Protestants always get nailed by Catholic and Orthodox debaters when they don't have a clear ecclesiology, when they have what I would call a libertarian ecclesiology, where anyone can start their own church for any reason. But let's get right into it. So the first part of our discussion was the famous canon conundrum.
What do you think is going to be his solution? I'm going to bet you that he begs the question. And he's going to try to say, there's got to be some kind of organized structure of elders or presbyters. Okay, who gave the elders or presbyters in the 1600s that authority?
Canon question. So let's go to that. In a sense, we do rely on tradition for our faith, but the tradition itself is not infallible. We rely because it is possible to rely on fallible.
So the Bible relies on what goes into the books, relies on a thing that is itself fallible, this tradition that you're talking about. So the infallible thing relies on a fallible thing.
Okay, here's an analogy. Your priest is fallible, correct?
Yes.
You can still trust your priest to deliver the faith to you, correct?
Yeah, but this is two different questions. Normative authority versus existential authority.
Okay, your reasoning is fallible, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But God still brought you to the church through your reasoning in some sense, correct?
Yeah, but that's a category mistake. So you're confusing two categories. You're confusing the existential with the normative.
So you can see I was confused here. I hadn't really heard the word normative authority before.
Go ahead, FDA.
Well, to be fair, to the Protestants, the reason why they always go there is because
Catholics,
they're protesting Roman Catholicism.
Right. The Catholic arguments are always low tiers. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's always a type of infallibilism, right? That in order to know, you have to have an infallible magisterium. So Roman Catholics are obsessed with the epistemic category. So Protestants are used to referring to that, and then I guess they just think when they like Orthodox or just Roman Catholics with cool vestments and incense, they think it's the same argument. So that's why he's not getting that. There's a different issue between how do I know something and do I need a Cartesian strong theory of knowledge of infallibilism versus the kind of legal and moral and normative category of what binds.
Yeah.
Like how are these ecclesially and legally solved?
Are you breeding cats? Is that a cat breeding farm in the background?
Dude, told you, it's Lord of the Flies out here in my apartment complex. These children are reenacting Lord of the Flies 24/7. They have no parents. I don't know what's going on, but that's children.
Okay, I thought it was like Epstein's cat breeding farm there. What's up, dude? Dat boy, what's on your mind, dog? So somebody said in the chat that Redeem Woomer says Redeem Coomer thinks he would whip my ass now in a debate. Okay, yeah, fine. Let's do another formal debate because he's gonna beat my ass now. Unmute, Dat boy. What's up?
Hey Jay, how's it going?
Yes, sir.
Hey, I've been trying to ask this question to you for a couple weeks now, but it works out because we got Father Deacon on. Maybe he can give some insight as well. But basically, with us going into Pascha here soon, I know there's a lot of young men that are becoming godparents to kids, and I was just curious if you have any godkids of your own, and then any insight you might give to help young men be good godfathers to the kids that they're sponsoring into the church.
I do, but I'll let FDA answer.
Sorry, what was the question about how to...
What are good characteristics of a good godfather in the Orthodox domain?
Mature. Obviously mature in the faith. Leadership skills. If, you see somebody who's... I mean, how do you know somebody's character is in their work, right? When you've seen them, particularly if you had a situation of adversity in which you saw somebody shine, and here's a person that when things don't go well, they're really great. Piety, strengths of character, and maturity in the faith. Those are all good characteristics to have as a godfather.
Also, it helps to actually be the godfather. So to put some sunflower seeds in your cheeks and you talk to them like this and tell them, hey, if you're gonna do, you want to get through this life, maybe I call upon you. You do a thing for me. Maybe I do a thing for you. So you have to literally be the godfather. Also, you want to get them a copy of Albert Mackey's Symbolism in Freemasonry. I'm joking. I did buy this book at the giant Masonic monument in Alexandria, right? So did we tell you guys this? I think we did. We mentioned it maybe when we were on the road. So for those that don't know, there is a giant Masonic monument to George Washington. Have you heard of this man? George Washington, if you're familiar with this guy. Allegedly some sort of founding father person. But of course, we know that all history is actually fake. Giraffes do not exist. They're a Rothschild creation. History does not exist. It is literally all fake and gay. It's all made up. They literally made the history last year. There was like an AI that made it. Just kidding. So here's the Washington Masonic Monument, which we toured. And I think I showed you guys some of the pictures. Why do we do this? Well, I was interested to see what the Masonic ethos of DC actually was, and we had a Masonic historian on site to give you a detailed explanation of the Masonic worldview, right? So they explained the symbolism, the meanings, etc. Now, all Masonry will tell you, as our guide told us. By the way, I'm going to tell you, there's another reason why ultimately. There's a big debate coming up. I'm going to be debating a Freemason. So that's another reason why we're doing this. They will tell you that the purpose of Freemasonry is to, quote, rebuild Solomon's temple. But then the Masons will tell you, however, we don't know what that means. It's some sort of mystical spiritual meaning. Well, I know what it means. And it has to do with the idea of Judaism and the rebuilding of the third temple, because Masonry is essentially Judaism for Gentiles. It is an alternate version of the church, and so it's a kind of naturalized universal religion that ultimately sort of points back to Judaism. That's what Freemasonry is. And hence why its central, quote, mystery is the rebuilding of Solomon's temple. I don't know. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I wonder what that means. Maybe it means rebuilding the temple. So every Masonic lodge is a kind of little temple, right? And what's fascinating is that all throughout this lecture, he's constantly explaining things that it's exactly what the Orthodox Church says, but they apply it to the Masonic temples. He's like, ooh, look at the symbol. He's like, look at the symbolism of the two pillars, and Solomon's temple it's got all this symbolism in it, and it's like, yeah, that's all in the Orthodox Church, dude. Duh, right? But then here's the neat part, and I say neat because this is exactly what we suspected. When you actually ask them to explain the ethos of it, it is tolerance, syncretism, and ecumenism. The guy even said, the Masonic historian said, our whole ethos is we all worship one God, and we should all tolerate one another, and we shouldn't have religious wars. Oh, well, that sounds so good and so nice, right? To not be divisive. Like all the trad cats on Twitter today underneath Gerald's post, Dyer is divisive. Well, Jesus was divisive by that measure. So I'm not comparing myself to Jesus. I'm just saying that divisiveness in itself depends on what you're dividing over. So dividing in itself can be good or bad. This is how low tier people are. They think, oh, he's being divisive. Like Jesus said, I came to divide a household against one another. Do you remember that? So Masonry is predicated. Go ahead. Go ahead, John.
I bring the sword.
Exactly. But Masonry is predicated on the idea that there should be a confluence, a parliament of all the world religions to teach and preach tolerance because, quote, we all worship the, quote, one God. And I asked the guy, I'm like, well, who is the one God? And he says, well, it's whatever your quote monotheism, or not even necessarily monotheism. If you're a Hindu, he says you can be a Muslim or be a Mason and be a Hindu. He says, whatever your deity, your higher power tells you it is. Well, hello, that's everything that we've criticized about Masonry for forever. Jesus says, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father but by me. Masonry says, no, we don't believe that. Okay, well, there you go. Masonry is anti-Christian. That's all you need to know. And Masonry teaches the exact same thing that Lumen Gentium 16 and Nostra Aetate say. We all worship and love the same God, just under a bunch of different forms and symbols and masks. So like the Masks of God, I think that's a Joseph Campbell book. That's Masonry. Joseph Campbell openly teaches Freemasonry. I have multiple books, giant coffee table book full of Masonic stuff. Okay, that's
a lot of the self-help books are Masonic too, like
exactly
Dale Carnegie and Napoleon Hill.
Also, who's the Warren Buffett? His book has a giant Masonic all-seeing eye on it. So even the like Wall Street, trading bros, it's a bunch of Masonic gibberish. So anyway, the other reason that we toured this was that I wanted to be able to say to Chase in the debate, hey, Chase, you think that you can be a Mason and a Christian? Well, I went to your giant temple here. Obviously, I don't think people can tour the 33rd degree temple in DC, but this is the next best thing. And, I saw in on the first floor where the bookstore is, they painted a new giant mural honoring Mecca. So I want to know, how do you honor Mecca if you're supposedly a Christian Freemason, Chase? So, and I also want to ask Chase, is Symbols of Freemasonry by Albert Mackey or Morals and Dogma, I mean, are those representative texts? Would you say that you are fine with those texts representing the Masonic philosophy? So it's going to be really interesting to see an out of, the norm style of debate, because I don't think I've ever debated a Mason on this topic. Lore Lodge in the Tim Gordon debate was supposed to be a Freemason, but that wasn't really our topic. So go ahead.
One more would be that most people like me, you, and FDA might know about our particular Generation X section would know about Norman Vincent Peale, but
Yeah.
Norman Vincent Peale's version of prosperity gospel and all that, downstream is all Freemasonic too.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Chase Haggard says this is a fake Chase. No. It's actually Chase Geyser that is the real Chase. And Chase Haggard is actually the online sock account. So I think you have this backwards, Chase. By the way, I do want to give a shout out to Chase Haggard. We did get to spend some awesome time, basically an entire day with him 2 days ago. Still recovering from having to deal with that, put up with him, but just kidding. But we were able, thankfully, by divine providence, to see so many people on this trip. It just happened to work out. We saw FDA in California. We saw Patrick Henningsen. I haven't seen Patrick in person in about 8 years. It was the last time I saw Patrick was in the UK at AV9. We got to see Ubi Petrus in person again. We did a podcast that just went up with Ubi. If you guys didn't see that, check that out. It just went up yesterday. We saw Rachel and Andrew. I hadn't seen Rachel and Andrew in a few years in person. We saw some other Orthodox friends in Dallas that we hadn't seen in a long time. We got to see Jonathan Pageau. I haven't seen Pageau since 2017, so probably almost a decade. And got to have dinner with him, chatted with him for a long time. Met Deacon Richard Rowland, I think is his name. Super cool guy and really, really nice in person and enthusiastic, exuberant dude in person. Very cool. He's also very tall. It's always funny when you see people in person from the internet. They're almost always either way shorter or way taller than you expect. And of course, I do want to remind everyone that Chase Haggard stresses that Tristan is a short king and that Tristan, quote, exists in the shadow of Chase because Chase is literally taller than Tristan. So we're going to have to eventually find out a way to meet Tristan in person to see if this is actually true or internet propaganda. I don't know yet what the truth is. Now, this goober is back because they're really mad when I go on podcasts. Okay, so if I go on Gerald or Hodge Twins or I don't know, whatever podcast these people happen to peruse, they get mad and they complain and whine and bitch, right? Remember when I was on the Tucker segment, my 10-minute segment on the last Tucker episode on Fox, and Lofton had a meltdown. He went crazy. I can't believe Tucker would have this evil person on his show. I mean, these people are such butthurt whinies. They're so weak, dude. And now Pope Respecter, probably the worst Roman Catholic profile online. I can't think of a person. He's worse, way worse than Trent or any of these people. He's like one of the worst. The guy who still acts like Francis was this beiged trad person. You can't make this up. This is literally what he says. Well, he has now given me an award, and I want to thank Pope Respecter, who, by the way, turned down a public debate. Pope Respecter said for years, Dyer won't debate me because he's scared. We offered him a public formal debate. He would even get paid to do it. And he wouldn't do it because, quote, I can't show my face. Oh, so are you like a fed? Like, what? Like, why can't you show your face? Oh, I'm scared. So you're happy to, like all the other cowards now online like this who hide behind these gay ass profiles. You want to hide behind that, but you can't show your face and actually do a debate when you said for years that I'm a coward because I won't debate you. One reason I didn't want to debate you is that you're literally the worst debater. It's the lowest tier stuff of anybody. It's T-dump level stuff, but for the papacy. I mean, dude, all he does is post like AI photos of the Pope like he's the Godfather. I mean, it's so gay and fake and stupid. And somehow, I mean, basically, Catholics are the new Muslims. They're the new Muslims. They worship the same God, according to Vatican II and most of their apologists. So I'm going to say, yeah, okay, you are all basically Chrislam idiots, and you're all basically now 80 IQ. So he says no one has divided Christianity more than Jay Dyer. So now according to the Roman Catholics, I'm above Martin Luther. I am now above Martin Luther as the greatest agitator disturber of the peace of quote Christendom. Well, actually, it's the papacy that is the first major schismer in the Christendom domain, because the papacy in the 11th century claimed to have outrageous powers in Dictatus Papae, which are then reflected and dogmatized explicitly in Unum Sanctum under Pope Boniface, or is it Urban? Pope Urban in Unum Sanctum. So no, it's the papacy that is the actual schism. So, but I am now greater than Martin Luther, apparently. So thank you guys for the Luther Award.
It was Boniface the...
I meant okay, thank you, Boniface. I have to also apologize to you guys today, because I'm not, we are exhausted from 5 weeks of road trip. So I'm not all mentally fully 100%. I'm still super tired. We drove, I think, 8 hours yesterday to get from Texas to Tennessee. So I'm super tired, but I also want to make this point too. We'll go to another call. So Matt Fradd, of course, has always complained that originally he said, Ubi, Petrus, and J-Dye will never be on my channel because we were so bad. And then eventually, of course, he invited Ubi on. By the way, I don't care about going on Matt Fradd's channel. That's not why I'm saying this. I just want to point out that for years, he made this piety move that he was too pious to actually have on myself or anybody from this, from this sphere, because we're just so morally reprehensible. This is all these people have. It's so fake and gay. It is so weak. And who does Matt Fradd have on? The worst representative of the very thing that he says is inadmissible.
More facts.
Trent Doherty. Yes, the screaming, cussing, I want to fight you, Jay Dyer Skittles man, was just on Matt Fradd's podcast on the Israeli Wire. I wonder how much money did Matt Fradd take from Ben Shapiro. I love you, Ben, so much. Could I lick your yarmulke? Can I lick it? Can I lick your yarmulke? I love you, Ben. And then Ben's like 2 feet shorter than him, and Matt Fradd's like bending over and licking the yarmulke. And so, of course, he's going to have on this creepy, insane Skittles dude, right? Now, and remember, what did he lose his mind over? The fact that Cleve was debating together against him and a bisexual creep from the Piers Morgan show, Danny. And Cleve said, well, how come you're on the same team as this dude? And watch Trent Doherty lose his mind. But this is okay, according to Matt Fradd.
Of theology on display here today, since you have teamed up with a bisexual atheist to defend your theology.
That's a piece of shit. That's a piece of shit move, you fucking piece of shit. Fuck you. I'm just saying. Disgusting. I cannot believe that I'm sitting here and I am seeing somebody who claims to be a Christian treat another human being with such absolute disrespect. You should be absolutely ashamed of yourself.
Look at this. It's just insanity. This guy's literally unhinged, a lunatic, together with the gaytheist dude that I debated on Piers Morgan, losing his mind at Cleve, probably because Trent thought he would touch butts or something. I don't know.
Well, you're coming here to defend theology with an atheist
unchristian
that has his entire and now he's crashed.
And what is Danny's handle on StreamYard? Bisexual atheist. Literally, his handle is bisexual atheist. And they teamed up to debate. I think the debate was Christians and Muslims worshiping the same God again. And Trent Doherty absolutely loses it. Did the same thing to me. But ridiculous Matt Fradd and his op, whatever op he's under, would love to platform these people. I don't care about Matt Fradd's show. It's gay anyway. But look at the double standard and the ridiculous hypocrisy, dude. They'll platform pro-gay dudes, right? But Joe Dyer is such a bad actor. I will never, ever interact with that man. Yeah, this is soy rage. But, I mean, again, makes sense that Matt Fradd would have soy rage on his podcast. And I told you guys for so long he was bad news. I critiqued him endlessly. And how many Roman Catholics, look at Dyer, so he's jealous, he's jealous. I didn't go to Daily Wire, you freaking frauds. Matt Fradd sold out to the Daily Wire. Pints with Maimonides was the joke everyone made. And now he's hosting and platforming just absolute lunatics. Exactly what we said would happen. Now, who is going to apologize to me for this? Do you make your living off of social media? I mean, what do you count as social media? Does everybody who advertises their business, Willard, make their living off of social media? So this is all you Roman Catholics have, especially when you come into the chat and you act ridiculous like this. All you guys have is personal attacks because you've lost the debate. No Roman Catholics anymore. Name one. When was the last intellectual Roman Catholic debate? And by the way, thanks to Trent Doherty for nailing that final nail into the coffin of the end of Roman Catholic apologetics. There has not been, since that I'm aware of, maybe there's some unknown debate. Trent Horn, he's too good. He's too pious to associate with any, quote, ortho bro. Trent Doherty can't debate, lost his mind, had to hide out for a year. Voice of Reason absolutely collapsed. By the way, how come Trent Horn, he's so pious, didn't call out Voice of Reason? Where was the moral calling out? Because he's a freaking moral cop now. Where was that moral calling out for your own Voice of Reason? How many Roman Catholics actually called out Voice of Reason, by the way? Did any of them? So these people are so dishonest, so double standard, so weak, so soy rage, that now all that's left is, well, we got numbers and you guys we don't like you. Personal attacks. And the next stage is doxing, right? So what are the Muslims doing? The Muslims just gave up dawah, and basically in the God logic circles, they just dox people. How long until the Roman Catholics and these lunatics just start going for doxing? That's probably the next step. Yeah, Tim Gordon and Trent Doherty were the last attempts at a papal defense. And, you know, I love Tim quite a bit, but Tim said the other day when we were on with, quite frankly, he says, I'm done debating the papacy. I'm kind of done debating it too, because like, what's next? Trent Horn is like the Catholic version of the Women's Temperance League, if you've heard of this, right? So basically, Protestant evangelical women in the Temperance League wanted to ban alcohol. I'm not saying Trent Horn wants to ban alcohol. I'm just making an analogy. It's called a joke, dummy. He's gonna go after. Forget the PDF crisis in the Roman Catholic hierarchy. Forget Jeffrey Epstein. No, it's the 4-letter word crusade. That's the most pressing issue that Trent Horn has seen fit now to make, how many, 3, 4 videos now on this topic. And of course, it's very arbitrary and inconsistent because he defended Stephen Colbert saying the F word about Sunday school. That's cool. But if you say the F word in any other context, according to Trent, it counts. So Trent is, of course, our moral arbiter. And he's basically the church lady from Saturday Night Live. This is what this Catholic apologetics has become. Dana Carvey as the church lady. But if you're Roman Catholic, you can do pretty much anything. You can like dox people. You can like make cartoons of people's wives being raped. You can literally do anything. You can be voice of reason, trying to get laid all day long with the people he's catechizing, supposedly. But that's all good, dude. Just don't be an ortho bro saying a 4-letter word. And I hope people can figure out that this is all just cloak. It's all a smokescreen because they have surrendered actually debating the issues. Just like Dawa is basically done. I mean, yeah, Daniel Hikikachu is going to do a debate with somebody, God Logic, but Daniel Hikikachu has lost like the last every debate. So what the hell is even that? Anyway, so that's my last words on Trent. And
I just want to point
go ahead.
out,
Yeah.
my buddy Tristan is in the chat.
Tristana? Okay, well, he will have to actually come to the table and answer for his brother alleging that he is a short king that lives in the shadow, quote unquote, of the younger brother.
Jay? Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, dog?
Let me try this back. I think I didn't understand how the microphone works. It's my first time.
I can hear you.
Try back later.
You can't hear me? I mean, I can hear you, dog. Tom Howie, what's up, man? Oh yeah, I totally forgot about Redeem Zoomer. Got totally distracted. Go ahead, man. Tom, unmute.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
Sorry, I thought you were having that other guy speak first there. I don't know where he went.
He couldn't get his mic working. Go ahead.
Yeah. So first off, yeah, I am a Roman Catholic. My first real exposure to Orthodoxy was my roommate I lived with a couple years ago, and I have a lot of respect for the Orthodox faith, Orthodox people. I think it's kind of sad that online debate has devolved to this. Ultimately, I pray we can get to a point where, as Jesus prayed, we can be one as he and the Father are one.
Well, hold on, though. Hold on, because do you think Jesus' prayer wasn't heard? I mean, the very line of argumentation there would suggest that Jesus' prayer failed and that his church isn't one.
I don't know that his request presupposes that there wouldn't be any. I mean, obviously, there's been schisms.
Yeah, but that means that one group leaves the true church.
Sorry, could you say that
The
again?
very definition of schism implies and means that one person left the true church. So that doesn't mean the church is actually divided.
Yeah, I guess I've never thought of it in that way, but at that point,
Well, I mean, you believe as a Roman, you believe that the
Roman Catholic Church is still universal, undivided. Obviously, we're just
How
going
is
to go
it-
back and forth. No, you're the schismatic, I'm the schismatic.
Well, if I can demonstrate that it's divided, then why would that not be a proof that what you just said is not true? I mean, do you think that should we have the death penalty?
In certain circumstances.
Okay, but what's the papal teaching on it since John Paul II?
That basically it's acceptable if that is what it takes to save society from.
No, that's not their teaching. All the successive popes since John Paul II have said that the death penalty is against the gospel and should not be used in the modern era. In fact, Leo just reiterated that and said, if you're for the death penalty, you're not pro-life. So that is false. Now, my point in that is, well,
I don't think that's what the Catechism says, but
the Catechism actually
can have their own opinions on it.
So but even if you think you can have your own opinion on it, then how are you united if you're divided on a very basic moral issue?
I get what you're saying, but ultimately,
do you think there's a lot of
Church only
Catholics?
expects you to.
Well, you said that you're one and undivided. So, I mean, do a lot of Roman Catholics want the Latin Mass?
So do all.
Don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a tu quoque. Do a lot of Roman Catholics want the Latin Mass?
I don't have a percentage, but I would hope so. Yeah.
Okay. So, and the Vatican is actively suppressing that since Francis and Leo.
Sadly, yeah.
Okay, so how are you one and undivided when these very basic issues like liturgy and basic ethics that your church is absolutely split on, and your church has changed its stance? So what does one and undivided actually mean for you guys? Just following the Pope, whatever he says today?
No. infallibility of the Pope doesn't mean that whatever the Pope says offhand is what we need to believe.
Okay, what does Vatican I say the infallibility doctrine is?
I don't know off the top of my head what wording
Okay, so
is.
so you're in a church that you agree with Rome is the rock and Peter's the rock, but the actual definition of that, you've never bothered to go read the 15 pages of what your church says it is? This blows my mind.
I just don't have an eidetic memory. I can't, remember.
Okay,
word
well,
for
did you
word.
ever read it all?
What's that?
Did you ever read it at all, even if you forgot it? So you've read Vatican I.
The entirety of Vatican I, no.
It's only 15 pages. So do you have any idea what Vatican I says loosely about papal infallibility?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, well, how are you going to tell me what papal infallibility is when you don't know what it is? Okay, he left.
I didn't.
Oh, I thought you left. Excuse me. Go ahead. Somebody else popped up. Go ahead, John.
I was going to say one thing that Vatican I says, even if you haven't read the entire 15 pages, is there's a phrase that says the first see is judged by no one. And that is an actual quote. So whatever the first see does cannot be questioned by laity or cardinals or anything within that language. It seems like pretty legal language to me, wouldn't you say, Jay?
Yeah, and it's also like, was it Canon 752, which says that even if you think the teaching is not binding, you still have to submit to it.
That's right. It says you're the heretic, not the Pope. So it's a... Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying this is really interesting stuff. I should probably read through some of this stuff.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your questions, and I'm not trying to be rude to you or mean to you, but this is think of this as training for debate, right? So if you want to be a competent debater, you want to get into these issues, the things that I'm doing to you, think of me like a drill sergeant. I'm not hurting you. I'm actually helping you to understand, well, wait a minute, what's the strongest Orthodox claim? So if you want to defend your Catholic position, you would want to know and hear the steel man of the other position. For those that don't know, the steel man is to give the best, strongest case of the opposition. And because a lot of you guys, Roman Catholic guys out there, they get mad and get so heated and emotional, it's because you're insecure and you're worried that you might be wrong. Well, the gut reaction, most human beings, the way they react to these kinds of things is you want to try to attack the person. You want to erect all of these straw men to cover up for an insecurity that the position might be wrong. So I'm going to encourage you to not do that, and to not be, I'm not saying Tom was being this way, I'm just saying in general, to not be like a woman, to be emotional or to act that way, because it's not actually going to help you guys to be this way. As long as you guys don't steel man and try to understand what arguments we're making, more and more people are going to keep leaving. That's why ultimately this attitude of Trent and people like this just devolving into this sort of, tone policing. How is this? All this is going to do is keep the lowest tier people in your sphere, right? You might get a mass appeal, big numbers, and I guess that works if you're grifting. But if you actually want committed, serious people, you're not going to retain those people, right? What does Canon 752 say here of the present day Catholic canon law? It says, although not an assent of faith, a religious submission of intellect and will must be given to a doctrine which the Supreme Pontiff, the Pope, or the College of Bishops declares about faith and morals. So it doesn't really matter what the position of the death penalty is. If you want to try to get off into this red herring of, well, it's not binding, it's not infallible, does that even matter? You still have to abide by it because it is clearly the papal teaching today. That's his ruling. That's the chief priest's ruling in your sect. And if you disagree with it, then you just got to simply shut your mouth. You don't have to give a religious assent to a thing that you disagree with, perhaps. And this is just saying perhaps, even if we grant that the teaching on the death penalty isn't magisterial, well, you still have to submit to it. So who are any of you Roman Catholics out here claiming that you can reject Francis and Leo and whoever, John Paul II's teaching? You don't, does this canon afford you the right to do that as a laity? And like John says, this is continuing from, I think it's the Sammachian forgery, which says no one judges the first see. Did you know that that's actually a forgery? It's still in Roman Catholic canon law, though. No one judges the first see, even though it's a forgery. And they'll just say, well, the principle. Go ahead.
What good is, I mean, what is it they always harp on? Oh, well, we need the papacy to make things
clear,
dogmatically on faith and morals.
Clear, to make it clear.
To clear when it's not clear at all.
Well, if the papacy's there to make it clear, as like all their pop apologists, car salesmen argue, then how come we don't have clarity on a basic moral issue like the death penalty, even though we all know that basically the entire second millennium of the Roman Catholic Church taught the death penalty? I have the Catechism of Trent right there. The Catechism of Trent teaches the death penalty.
Yeah, and the Thomistic natural law would teach death penalty.
Yeah, it's natural justice.
Canon law?
It's natural justice. Now, the modern papacy has said, again, since Leo, and by the way, I put this on X too. Let me see if I can find. So the John Paul II was the first modern pope to say, we've got to change the teaching on the death penalty. Okay. And he publicly talked about it and changed the Catechism of the Catholic Church to say that it should not be used. I think there used to be a statement like only in extreme circumstances. Now, since that time, you have Francis saying it's against the gospel. That was Francis's terminology. Is against the evangelical teaching to have the death penalty. And then you have Leo restating that the other day, saying it's actually against pro-life. You can't make this up. It's against, you're not pro-life if you're for the death penalty. This blows my mind. Because this is like low-tier pacifism. And by the way, I meant to get into this because when we were on the road, because the Roman Catholics were memeing me the other day. They thought they had an own. Okay, I do want to mention this really quick, and we'll get to some more calls, and we will get back to, I forgot about Redeem Zoomer, so hold on. What was the low tier Roman Catholic thing the other day when they were melting down on Instagram? By the way, if you think Trent's bad, dude, the TikTok and Instagram Catholic meme apologetics, it's the lowest tier stuff, dude. Okay, so here's their meme they put up. This is supposed to be, so the context is Leo says to end the war in Iran, which I know this is going to be hard for a lot of you Roman Catholics to follow along with a basic line of argument, but just try. Okay, you guys are Muslims, I know. Just try following along with a basic argument. Francis's reason is because no one who wages war is just in God's eyes, right? So war in general, at all, is not accepted by God, Francis said. I was not arguing that we should support the war in Iran, you dummies. I have done probably 50 podcasts against the war in Iran. So I agree with Leo, that we should not have a war in Iran. But what's the problem is that Leo and Francis's arguments are that war can never be just. Hello, your church taught just war for 1,000 years. So which one is it? So this dumb meme is responding to me saying, I guess the medieval popes who had standing armies were never heard by God then by that line of argument. These people were too dumb to follow that, thinking that I was saying that we're supposed to support Trump's Zio war, even though I've done 50 freaking podcasts at least against it. I went on huge podcasts twice. No, actually more than that. Kyriaku's podcast. We just did that against it. Fourth Hour of Lord Voldemort for a year against it or so. However many, it's 8 months, 9 months, whatever it's been. Twice on the Hodge Twins against it. They have millions of followers. And I'm sure my own channel, probably 30 live streams against it. I mean, it's so stupid, right? But they don't care about any of that. And they were actually DMing me saying, how you like your 7,000? You enjoying your $7,000? What are you buying with your 7K? Okay. What does Francis say? The death penalty is inadmissible. The Vatican's Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith has made changes to the Catholic Catechism. So even John Paul, who was against it, his little clause about some extreme cases, they don't believe that anymore. And here's Francis right here, Vatican News. Here's Leo a few months ago. The death penalty is not pro-life, conflating murder with killing. Murder is a crime, but not all killing is a crime. I mean, this is like basic legal distinctions, which tells you that they're not dumb. Do you think people at the Vatican don't know the difference between the crime of murder and the idea of killing? When they had a freaking natural justice teaching for centuries about the death penalty? Of course they know this. Everyone knows the Roman Catholic Church has a just war doctrine. Tim Gordon went on, quite frankly, with me the other day and literally just expounded the entire Roman Catholic Thomistic just war doctrine. Okay, they don't believe that anymore. Pope Leo rejects the claim that God justifies wars. Okay, then God didn't justify any papal crusades or individual papal states' wars. I told the people in the comments who were losing their minds, all these 20-year-old Gen Z idiot Catholics going after me, I said, have any of you looked up the papal states' wars? They don't even know what I'm talking about. They don't know what that is. The papal states waged war many times in history. And I think it's always a pretty sure sign of just inability to reason and low IQ, because it's the same with Muslims. When a person can't understand an internal critique, they can't understand that I'm not arguing for the war in Iran, you idiots. I'm pointing out the inconsistency in the Catholic change of doctrine, obviously. I mean, it's right there. We'll go to Henry and then we'll go back to Redeem Zoomer. Henry, unmute. Henry, do you want to unmute? Bro, you've been waiting that whole time and you didn't turn your mic on? Come on now. Ryan, what's up?
Hey, I'm Ryan, though. You said Henry?
I said Ryan after Henry.
I didn't hear you say that. Sorry. It must
It's
have
okay.
been
What's up?
the microphones. Yeah, thanks for having me on. First of all, I got to apologize for the little bro comment. I have to do that. I hate Gen Z speak, and it just came out. I thought you were attacking that classicist guy without knowing that what his supposed
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I remember our interaction now.
And dude, once I realized that you were potentially trying to get him on here,
Yeah.
so to poke holes into his stuff, I completely agree with that. I think there's a lot of controlled op accounts now. Everybody knows that. Anyway, to get to kind of what I want to say, and I first have to, say I have a lot of respect for you because I've been part of the same communities that you've been. Like, I met Mark Passio before. I've had conversations with, people like Derek Rose and John Vibes and just that kind of conspiracy community. I never truly drank their Kool-Aid, not to demean what they stand for, but we all hear the things about maybe still part of the Church of Satan or whatever, all those kind of conspiracies about conspiracies or whatever. Anyway, The point that I'm making in this is that when I saw you convert to Christianity because I remembered you exclusively as an esoterica kind of guy, and I loved, your stuff, and I saw you, convert to Christianity, and I was like, oh, this is awesome. We're going to have a sword wielder, so to speak, right? And
Are you mixing me up with somebody? Because, I mean, I did a lot of like esoteric movie analysis, but I mean, maybe in 2013, 14, I flirted with Neoplatonism, but I was never like I'm not sure what you mean by like an esoterica guy.
It might be a mislabel. I never remember Jay like that. It might be a mislabel. What I'm saying is that you would be familiar with some of these people because
Oh yeah, sure.
into stuff like that.
Well, I don't know Mark Pazio, but I know Richard Grove. We've been friends for a long time, and Richard and Mark are really good friends.
Okay, cool. But again, all this to say is that I saw how you like applied that rigor, that same rigor that you, learned from your master's in English. I got a bachelor's in English. I like how.
Well, let me give you a caveat here, because the atheists will call me a liar and a con man if I don't tell you that technically my master's is ABT or ABD, which is all but thesis or all but dissertation, because I quit in the middle of the dissertation. So my 2 years of master's work is done. However, I did not complete the master's thesis itself, because if I don't say that, they will clip it and call me a con man because I put ABT.
Fair. And I'm not here to do it, gotcha.
I don't care, dude. Go ahead. It didn't do anything. Nobody cared, but go ahead.
Cool. But the point I'm making is that, like, I love how you bring the sword, like, with your English background, with your background in researching esoterica. You can bring the sword.
Yeah, I went to bitch nigga university. I don't know if you saw the debate with
No.
So I debated Black Hebrew Israelite, and he said, "This nigga went to you just bought to the bitch nigga university." And I did get my PhD from there. So my normal university, I did not complete the master's, but I did get my BNU PhD. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's cool. No, that's great. I'm glad that you cleared that up. But you understand my point. Like, I love that, because I'm more of I don't outsource my thinking to any one person, but I do really like Charles Carroll and what he says about a lot of this. Like,
who?
He kind of avoids the nastiness and all the news. So
Charles Carroll, MD.
In all these people.
MDE Charles Carroll?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
He's awesome. So I kind of have retreated from like a lot of the silly people that you were talking about that were ill prepared for debates. I didn't even recognize their names because I've disconnected so much. But the point is that in my own growth, because like I said, I was kind of interested in esoterica. I have an English degree, so I know how easy it is to wipe the floor with people just rhetorically and all that kind of stuff. What I found in myself, like, I have to ask myself, do I desire to put something out in the world to pleasure my own ego, or is it truly for the glory of God alone? And I feel like I hear that sometimes with you. It's almost like you're trying to, pleasure your own ego, and you love being right more than really like trying to save souls. And
how do you know people's motives? Like, how do you?
I don't. I'm just saying that that's the feeling I get, and that's what ever since I've felt this way. I guess a couple years I thought this about you, and I've always just kind of wanted to ask. Now, if you want to get into a debate type thing, I think simply I believe that Christianity is to Judaism what perspicuity is to pilpulism, and I just hear a lot of like pill-pull hair splitting when it comes to like, oh, this father, this book, this priest, this that. I believe in the perspicuity of Scripture. I think it's meant to be easily understood, and the message of salvation can be easily understood.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is just, you seem like a cool guy, but this is just like the standard, just low tier evangelical bullcrap that always comes up. It's just super annoying, and it's very, you agree? Well, it's super effeminate to come on here and be like, you have bad motives, but also Christianity is just simple. Yeah, you did.
I didn't claim you had bad motives. I asked you.
Yes, you did. You said, it seems to me like you are just here for your ego. And I'm like,
I wanted to hear your answer.
Yeah, but don't you understand that, like, when you lead with that, that's like the most passive aggressive, effeminate thing ever. So you probably shouldn't follow me, because I don't think what I do and what I talk about is just not for you.
All right.
So good job. So have fun with your low tier stuff.
I'm gonna actually accept that argument and say, what if I say it this way? For the sake of the argument, there is perspicuous Scripture, which is an own on Protestants, because then
why are they divided?
If it's so clear, how is it they get?
Then why are you divided?
Everything wrong.
Exactly. And why are they so divided?
Yeah, so I'll give it to them. Sure, Scripture is clear. That's that's an L for you, because, which is what I always say when they say, let's go to scripture because it's so clear. If you're retarded and you can't read, the problem's obviously not the text. The problem's you.
I thought I could exactly. I thought I could find maybe the clip where I did graduate from BNU, but I don't know where that clip is. So somebody could find it in my Hebrew Israelite debate. So, but that meant
One thing I want to say is that the dude is wrong, because as I was telling you the other day when we were hanging out, is that when me and you first started talking on the interwebs back 10, 11 years ago, you were a little bit too Christian for me in my agnostic phase. So I don't know what that guy was talking about.
Well, I'm just gonna start saying, okay, I'm evil. You guys have got me. Now what? How does that solve any of the questions that are being raised here?
And by the way, maybe that gentleman needs just some social etiquette classes. Like you said, Jay, don't lead with, don't say something like that. Even if you believe that.
Remember that guy who came on and was like, man, I love stuff you do. I love what you talk about. How are you going to answer to our Heavenly Father when he asks you why you were so unrighteous to the way that you dealt with people? How are you going to answer, Jay? Like, trying to put me on moral trial, dude. That's so gay, man. It's just so freaking gay. And who else in any other domain? Like, do you imagine doing this in any other domain at all, anywhere? Right? It's like only with philosophy or intellectual topics or ethical, social topics. Do people
great skits?
Do people come on? Yeah, I'm gonna imagine going into a courtroom or going into a classroom with your professor and being like, Father Deacon Ananias, I want you to answer for the irreverent jokes that you've made on the internet. And how are you going to answer before God? Imagine your student coming into the professor domain and asking you that.
Imagine that.
I would do it at FDA, actually.
No, actually, I think that was pretty awesome if somebody did.
Well, but it would be funny, but it's like.
But what about a job interview? That would be funny too.
I want you, it would be funny, actually. Yeah, you're going in to like get a job at, yeah, I'm happy to work for Starbucks, but I would like you guys to answer for your corporate greed and your lack of DEI policies. And actually, but that would probably work, right? Starbucks would probably be like, oh yes, actually, we'll make you a manager.
That's great. That's great.
It's,
what was I going to say?
But it's a super passive aggressive, just ridiculous thing to do. Like it would never occur to me to go into a person's chat or to a show or to a live stream or whatever. And like, the first thing I say is like, yeah, like, why do you have such wicked motives? I'm not saying that you do, but I want you to answer for what appears to be wicked motives. But I'm not saying that you have them, but why do you have them?
By the way,
Brian Shapiro pretty much did that.
It's exactly what the leftists only do this. That's their whole ethos.
They do it to me all the time too. Like, I can't believe somebody in the priesthood, I can't believe a deacon would speak this way. It's like, because I'm a man. Like, how about that? Like, we all saw Gran Torino. Now, of course, I'm not saying, as clergy can, use foul language and that's good or something like that. But what did you notice in Gran Torino? Guys roast each other. Like, it's actually a masculine. So all these people complain. I talked to the priests up here about this too. They speak like men. And they've chastised other people who have tried to tone police and be like, well, you're an effeminate or you're a fag.
Well, imagine being in the military and like, think about a drill sergeant, right? Like, imagine being prepared for warfare and you're like, yeah, I just don't appreciate the way that you as a drill sergeant are speaking to me. And I would just like you to take some time and investigate your motives and be like, dude, get out of here. Like,
I hate to tell you, Ryan Darrow and I were talking about this. They actually have that in the military now. You can hold up a card if it's like too aggressive and so now it's all just kind of play acting. But if like it makes anybody feel uncomfortable, like in the military now, you can actually pull up a card and be like, actually, this is offending me.
Well, yeah, there we go. That's why Colonel Douglas McGregor says the military has basically been made fake and gay now. So, and by design. So, Yeah, I mean, look, we just did an interview with extremely prominent former CIA operative John Kiriakou, and I'm not asking you whether you morally accept the CIA, but if you listen to the stories that he tells about the things that he went through and what they have to deal with in other countries, and I'm not pro CIA, I'm like super critical to CIA, but just from his vantage point, involved in those operations and who you have to work with and the extremes of the leftists in Greece, where he was typically having to deal with really extreme leftists. Like, imagine having that sort of ridiculous attitude for a profession like that, right? I'm just trying to get you to think about the real world and how it really works, how brutal it is, how difficult it is, versus this bizarre, it's just a weird soy attitude online of like, yeah, but did you say a 4-letter word? I mean, it's just so weird. It's just bizarre. Let's do a little bit more of Redeemed Zoomer, because we're never going to finish it.
And in my defense, it's a pretty new word. I went on Google Ngram, and it's like you can see...
FDA, apparently normative authority is a new word. So you're playing tricks here with using these new words.
That's so crazy.
I mean, dude, it's like, it's from philosophy. It's from ethics. Like, this is not, there's going to be new words in analytical philosophy because they didn't do analytical philosophy in the ancient world. It's like, he's Googling to see if this is a new word. I think maybe FDA has done a trick on all of us. You're actually conning us with your fancy philosophy words.
Yeah, that's right. It's semantic sorcery. What is philosophy? Listen to my words that I just made up.
Well, you have been on record saying that philosophy is a lot of semantic sorcery. So maybe you're actually doing it with these terms like normative authority.
Yeah, a master sorcerer.
Well, I don't see the word normativity in the Church Fathers. So there you go.
Normative authority is a pretty...
Have this idea. We've come across this before too, with like the word's not there. It's another variation of the word concept.
Right.
It's like, how dare you actually use language and try to, convey ideas.
Yeah, the word, it's the idea that matters, right?
It's absurd.
Well, you couldn't translate the Bible if this was the case, right? Why would you even put the Bible into the vernacular if you couldn't find equivalent concepts that are other languages? It's so silly.
English Bible's all different words.
Exactly.
Because they're English, yeah.
Recent concept, because it has to do with like postmodernism. It's like, what's the difference between...
because normative authority occurs in analytical philosophy about postmodernism. That's a postmodern word. This is so low tier, dude.
Normative authority.
I don't even think it's a postmodern word. Like, he's just saying this because he looked it up on.
Analytic philosophers are definitely not postmoderns.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
He doesn't know.
Central authority, like, this wasn't a category in the times of the Reformers, so you can't really...
Actually, it is a category in the times of the Reformers, and I have a book that Perry Robinson recommended about the question of this type of authority during the times of the Reformers.
Well, hey, books are just another example of made-up words, so
Well, this is a Protestant, I think it's an academic book. Dang it, where did I put it, though? I think I put it on the other shelf. Let me find this book. Go ahead.
Andrew Tate said books are stupid, Jay.
Who did?
Andrew Tate.
Didn't Tim Pool say something similar to? He's like, I don't read books. Okay, I don't get my information from books. Actually,
books are for stupid people.
Let me see if I have this, because this actually would immediately refute what he's talking about. Continue, Father Deacon.
Yeah, it's like idiocracy. Books are for fags.
All right, so hey, I'm on YouTube, so you got to be careful with what terminology FDA, please. But
He meant cigarettes.
So you just heard Redeemed Zoomer. You just heard Redeemed Zoomer say that normative authority was not a category at the time of the Reformers. However, in modern day Protestant academic literature, and thanks to Perry Robinson for this recommendation, they actually write books on the problem of authority in the Continental Reformers. So again, Redeemed Zoomer, man, you got to get with what's actually going on in your own literature before you start trying to do these critique responses.
really blame me for not knowing exactly what normative authority was. I was confused, but I still need to answer that question somehow. The way I would answer that question today is the church, meaning the magisterium of the church, has normative authority to bind you to a decision on
the magisterium of the church. What I mean, I know we speak of the magisterial reformers, and the Roman Catholic Church has an idea of magisterium. But where in his modern Calvinist teaching is there a magisterium of the Calvinist churches? Go ahead, FTA.
Well, it's funny that he's talking to us about this. As far as I know, we don't even use that term.
It's a Western term. I mean, maybe there's like Protestant Calvinist that uses it. I've never heard this used though, but maybe it does exist. But he says it's the magisterium of the church. So is he suddenly a Roman Catholic Calvinist now? Like, what does this mean?
canon. Even though it's not infallible, there can be fallible normative authorities.
Yeah, but that was just to say what I was saying. So because a authority is fallible, it doesn't mean that it's not an authority. And this is Father Deacon's point that, you know, since Descartes, you have this sort of unrealistic expectation in terms of enlightenment epistemology of perhaps we'll ground our knowledge in absolute certitude, infallible, indubitable certitude, right? But most modern philosophers and epistemologists, whether they're Christian or not, they tend to not really expect that level of certitude because it's kind of not possible. So I think it might be better to speak of something like the highest possible human certitude, which I would say is things like divine revelation or things like transcendental categories. Those would be my examples. Other things would be lesser types of certitude, but you would still have good warrant to believe those things, right? So in other words, could I have good warrant to believe that my local Orthodox priest probably has a better idea about what Orthodox theology is than other people? Yes. Does that mean that he's infallible? No. But infallibility is not what's required to have normative authority. Go ahead, FGA.
Well, and it's not even required for knowledge to like know something. Anyways, go ahead.
So let's listen to him.
That'd be my answer. But let's keep going. My point is that God can use fallible means to deliver infallible authority. The church.
So basically, he conceded the point that I was making. It took him 4 minutes to just concede the point that, yeah, you can have normative authority. Okay, thank you. Now he says, but that's not needed for the. But the problem is that for the Protestant Calvinist, the Protestant Bible is the only infallible authority, you see. That's the problem here. So his own Calvinist confessions relegate the text of Scripture to the only infallible authority. That's the point here. So really, he's just struggling with kind of getting a basic distinction that he didn't get in the debate, and he's admitting that. But is he going to be able to address the fact that classical Reformation teaching equates infallibility only to the Protestant canonical texts?
Is fallible. The church is the fallible means by which God distributed the infallible authority of the Scriptures.
There's multiple canons. There's a development, as you admitted, over multiple centuries. How do you know that the 4th, 5th, 6th century decision, which by the way is not the Protestant canon, it includes the Deuterocanon, when Trullo in the 7th...
Now that's not exactly true. The Orthodox today still don't have a uniform canon. Some people use the canon...
So again, he's expecting that the Orthodox have to have the same statement on what the canon is to make it, quote, a canon, as if we're supposed to have the Protestant doctrine of sola scriptura. For the Orthodox position, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of flexibility about the Russian Bibles and what they have in their canon, or, could you say that the Book of Enoch is not canonical but has some true tradition? Same with Proto-Evangelium of James, of course. But that's not a problem for our position when it's loose, a little bit loose and flexible. It is a problem for his position. So now he's going back to saying, you don't have a canon because you have flexibility. No. The fact that there's flexibility does not mean we don't have a canon. It just means it's not your conception of a sola scriptura version of the canon.
Trullo, which includes the Deuterocanon, but some people like St. Philaret of Moscow in the 1600s or Orthodox Dogmatic Theology by Michael Pomazanski actually still use the 66-book Protestant canon.
That is also not true. You can read the Catechism of Philaret itself, and it says, we simply call these other books, which we do use, Deuterocanon. The word Deuterocanon means secondary canon. You can go all the way back to St. Athanasius, and St. Athanasius says, yeah, they're deuterocanonical. They're a secondary canon. That means they don't have as much importance than the other books have. So just like the Gospels have a preeminence in the liturgy, it doesn't mean because the Gospels have a preeminence that we don't follow Paul's epistles, right? Paul's epistles are read, and the other apostles' epistles are read in the readings in the liturgy, but they're not given the preeminence that the Gospels are given. So there's a tier of authority and importance and hierarchy, just like we still read the Torah, we still read the prophets, but the Gospels have preeminence over that. So none of that means, though, that we don't have the Deuterocanon. We do. And even Metropolitan Philaret's Catechism says they're a Deuterocanon, secondary canon. Doesn't mean they're not in the canon. So it's just a basic misunderstanding. And he's just pulling from the standard Protestant and Roman Catholic low tier gotchas against us. But let's look at what Philaret's canon actually, his catechism says. So he left out, as you can see here, what Philaret goes on to say about the deuterocanonical texts. He goes on to say, what about these last books? Athanasius says they are to be appointed, and the fathers to be read to the proselytes preparing for admission into the church. Do any Calvinists read the deuterocanonical texts to prepare their converts for admission into the Catholic Church? No. And he left this out. Why would he leave this out? Because he went from a Protestant or Catholic gotcha as if this was a gotcha, when the rest of the catechism goes on to say they are not canonical in the same way as the other books, but they are still canonical because they're read to the catechumens. We wouldn't catechize people with the books if they weren't part of the canon. So he should have done more homework.
Canon. And the Orthodox say it's like kind of like oikonomia. It's like you could do this, you could do that. So at least Protestants have an agreed upon canon, which the Orthodox don't. But let's keep it.
Yeah, but again, that's just assuming that your argument is correct and that there must be a fixed, absolutely, quote, infallible canon. When we don't make that argument, you do. So he's doing he's basically trying to argue the Protestant position onto the Orthodox conception of the canon, which again is, yeah, but we don't accept what you think canon means and what it must be epistemically. So he should have done a little more research on that, but let's see where he goes next.
Council affirmed the Orthodox canon. How do you know that that's the wrong canon? Because you don't have that canon. You have a different canon.
Are you talking about like the differences between the Protestant and Orthodox canons today?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the problem of different canons is not solved just because you're Orthodox, because the Orthodox and the Catholics and the Ethiopians have different canons from each other. So how do you know the Catholics aren't right?
Well, I have an argument because I believe in the normative authority of the church. And if you don't believe in the normative authority of the church, it's a problem for you, not for me.
Okay, I believe in the normative authority of the church. Back then, I didn't know what that was. I believe the church has the authority to determine the canons, in a sense. I think that...
Which church?
The church community. There are schisms when people can't agree on certain things. But yeah, so back then, I had more of the ecumenist mindset, and I wasn't willing to say my church community, my church communion is...
He just mentioned magisterium a minute ago. So what Catholic or what Calvinist church teaches the idea of a Protestant magisterium?
Authoritative in a unique way. So I would say the communion of mainline Protestantism, which includes 300 million...
The communion of mainline Protestants. So this is what he's gone to now. He said a minute ago he was more ecumenist, and he's saying now the mainline Protestant communion. There's no such thing as the mainline Protestant communion. This is a complete fiction. It doesn't exist. Do you think Anabaptists are in communion with high church Anglicans. This is so low tier and stupid, dude.
Members globally, and most of it's not liberal, as Jay Dyer knows, because he believes large jurisdictions of the Orthodox Church are hijacked. He knows that jurisdictions of the church can be hijacked, and it can still be.
Yeah, but this is a false equivalence, because even if there are liberal jurisdictions of the Orthodox Church, that's still decentralized. You could have a based Greek Orthodox priest, and you could have a liberal Rokor priest. So it has nothing really to do with the jurisdictions, as if jurisdictions are equivalent to Protestant denominations. No, they're not. You can go to an Orthodox church, which will teach you the same doctrine, the same liturgy across the board, regardless of the individual priests. You won't even get correct Christology or Trinitarian theology or ecclesiology amongst the thousands of Protestant sects. This is absolutely an insane equivalence here. Oh, I'm in communion with a magisterium of Protestants? Protestants are not even in communion. This is a completely made-up fiction. I mean, Luther would kill Anabaptists over baptism. So the fact that today's Protestant gibberish world doesn't kill each other, it doesn't make them in communion, because they're not killing each other. And where was the idea that there's a general Protestant communion? Who even came up with this? That's actually an ecumenist idea. I mean, maybe he could go to Anglican branch theory, but he's not an Anglican. And Anglicans now have TRANZ bishops and women bishops. They just elected a woman head of the Church of England. By the way, they already, for those that don't know, hold on. For those that don't know, they already had a woman head of the church, Queen Elizabeth. The Queen was the official head of the church. So they already had a woman church. Go ahead.
It's like shape-shifting theology.
Exactly.
Well, now I'm this because I'm going to use this to make my argument, and now
no, he literally went.
I'm over here now.
He literally went to, quote, seminary. I don't know if he's a Reformed Theological Seminary or Westminster, wherever he went, to try to figure out a way to make it work. It's system building.
The church during that time, because of the ecumenical patriarch Bartholomew and his ecumenism. Jay Dyer's pointed that out, and he knows that that does not invalidate the...
Yeah, this is a false equivalence between ecumenism within the Orthodox Church as an error versus thousands of different Protestant sects that disagree on fundamental teachings like the deity of Christ. By the way, the PCUSA had a statement denying and questioning the deity of Christ even in the 1960s. So this has been a long-time problem in the Protestant world. To equate that to the patriarch being a liberal is a false equivalence.
Orthodox Church. So liberalism within the mainline Protestant communion, especially if it's not the majority, would not invalidate the mainline Protestant communion. So I would...
There is no mainline Protestant communion. That's a completely made-up fiction.
Say the community that decides the scriptures...
By the way, the very idea of communion, that means Eucharistic celebration. It's divorced from the even historic meaning of the word communion. When the post-apostolic fathers talk about, like Ignatius or Irenaeus, they talk about us all partaking of one bread because we're one body. It's talking about Eucharistic communion. How are you going to be in communion with groups that reject the Eucharist? Baptists do not believe in a Eucharist. They do not have an altar. How are you going to be in communion with people that don't have an altar? They reject that idea. Classical Protestantism is premised on rejecting a Eucharistic altar. So what does he mean by communion? He's updated the term to mean all the Protestants out there that have a basic idea of Jesus is Lord or some nonsense like that. That's not what communion means. It's not an intellectual assent to propositions. It's a Eucharistic, ecclesial, episcopal communion. So he doesn't even know that.
Is the true church, which is mainline Protestantism, and we have decided...
The true church is mainline Protestantism. Mainline Protestant. This is so low tier. I can't believe anybody would actually, like, fall for this. There is no such thing as mainline Protestantism that all the Protestant sects share. It doesn't exist. He is inventing a position intellectually to make his system work because he's too prideful to admit that he's wrong.
on a 66-book canon of Scripture, and I assent to the normative authority.
Protestants across the board don't actually agree on a 66-book canon because the Anglican Church has always included the Deuterocanon. So he doesn't even know that.
Of the mainline Protestant Church, my jurisdiction of which is the PSA.
By the way, if he wants to split hairs and say, well, the Anglicans may have included it, but it's not official. It doesn't matter because Luther and Calvin rejected the Deuterocanon because it had doctrines like prayers for the dead or good works necessary for salvation. So even if the Anglicans include it, it's still a problem for him because according to Luther, it teaches heresy. So who's right? Is it okay as an Anglican to have the Deuterocanonical text and Maccabees and prayers for the dead? Or is that heresy and Luther's correct? It shouldn't be canonical. So this is just silly made up nonsense.
PCUSA. I would say,
Did the PCUSA it's like the biggest gay church on the planet. And now it's the Episcopals. So this guy was defending the biggest gay church out there because he's a young guy, he's ignorant, he's zealous, he doesn't know, zeal without knowledge. And now he's matured his position to be, okay, I don't like the PCUSA anymore. So that's all that came out of all this was, okay, I don't like the PCUSA. Now I'm a part of mainline Protestantism. Okay, but the PCUSA is part of mainline Protestantism, as is the Anglican Church, which has trans and Skittles bishops and women bishops. How are you in communion with people that are women bishops? There's no such thing as a woman bishop. How could you be in communion with something that is not a thing? What the hell is even that?
I would say that
his older arguments were actually better, somebody said. Exactly. Maybe, perhaps.
Which includes the Protestant Church today, has the authority to make their best decision on the canon. And maybe it won't be an infallible authority. It's like they can't all be right. But
okay, so now he said, originally he said the canon is fallible. Well, that was the whole point, right? If your only thing that's infallible is the 66 books of the Protestant canon, but it turns out the canon is actually fallible, then it doesn't work to say it's an infallible list. It's a fallible collection of infallible books. That's nonsense.
Oh, hold on. Now you're saying that the Protestants today can participate in deciding the canon, but you've already
because we're the church
admitted that it was a decision based.
So wait a minute. Now Protestants are the church. Didn't we see with this first guy that called in, the Catholic guy? He said Jesus prayed that the church would be one. I guess his prayer failed because nobody in their right mind could admit that the Protestant church is one. So he's made up an even stupider position than trying to be a PCUSA guy in
the past.
Now, if we're talking about like the New Testament canon or the Old Testament canon, like
either one.
The New Testament canon, that delivers the teachings of the apostles. And all the churches agree on that today. The Old Testament canon, there has been debates throughout all churches.
Why? Because all today's groups agree on something. Does that make it true for the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th century?
So let's assume that, yeah, I was trying to appeal to like this undivided early church, but the undivided early church didn't even really agree on the canon then. And it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, but that's to my point. If you're now admitting that the church didn't agree on the canon in the first 5, 6 centuries, then you've admitted the point I made in the argument that the church cannot be governed by sola scriptura, and it wasn't governed by sola scriptura. That was the point.
To say, oh, before the church is divided, it has normative authority to decide the canon, but after it's divided, it doesn't. The church has always had the same normative authority ever since the post-app.
Yeah, the comments are saying he actually sounded like he was ignorant before, but now he sounds delusional. This is an even worse direction. I commented on his video that he should debate you again. Yeah, it's even worse now. And so this is the thing with heresy and prelast is that it blinds you, and pride is what causes you to double, triple, quadruple down, which puts you in even worse positions. 40 Crush says for $10, Jay, you are the third most based black man in history. There was St. Moses the Black, and there was King Caleb of Aksum, and then there's me. Thank you, appreciate that. I'm also now more important than Martin Luther, according to Pope Respecter, because no one has divided the church more than me. RSL, what's up? He says, was that a Glock the other night? It's a Cat 9 Luger. Gorilla Biscuit, what's up? Sending out memberships. Appreciate that. Congratulations on your bucket hat tour. You're almost at 200,000. Yes. This is the pre-200K 200K party. So this is the pre-party for the 200K party, which we will have with Jamie. And we're trying to figure out what the theme should be. We might make it fake Engalians, right? Of course, we've done Nicolas Cage for every single previous party stream. So maybe we'll take a break from Nick Cage, or maybe we should just do Nick Cage again. I don't know. But The themes that seems to be emerging is aliens everywhere. So maybe we'll do aliens for 200K. I don't know. Since they're hypocrite, why would we side with people who blaspheme God and hate Christ? It's utterly ridiculous. Talking about Christians uniting with Islam because they're right-wing and base. It's so stupid. D. Jules, what's up? Escape Oblivion, $5. Thank you. 365 Republic, $20. I love your content. I bought one of your books, the Red Book. I can't wait for it to get here. Guys, also, I forgot, we have been on the road for 5 weeks, and so I've not been able to do book orders, obviously. Book orders are going to resume this week. So if you've not gotten your book after a few weeks, I apologize. I understand it's frustrating, but I do all of that. Jamie and I do all the orders, just me and her. I don't have massive, like I'm not some giant operation where I can hire, slave boomers in the basement to do the book orders. However, I will do that when I get sufficient amounts of power and money. It's not face, $5. I'm finding my way back to God after years of feminism. Woo! You and Andrew actually made me facepalm my way back. Oh, awesome. Well, that's good to hear. I like your name, Snotface. Appreciate that. Gainerzilla, $50. Woo! He's winning the super chats. Y'all, if you want to support the super chats, you can do so through Streamlabs right there. And by the way, I will share them with FDA because he's a gracious professor of word salad and trickery and sorcery. Or as Jamie Kennedy would say, sorcery. Why are you like a professor of sorcery? With your word salads. Can I get a little Thousand Island with that word salad? Gainerzilla said, for those that are damned, does their will stay fixed in opposition to God in the eschaton? Yeah, I think they're kind of like the angels. When the angels fell at the very beginning, they had an instance by which they were tested, and they immediately fixed their will because they will outside of time. And so in the eschaton, the people that are damned will be like the fallen angels in that they will fix their willing outside of time. If sin allows gnomic will to be in opposition to God, why doesn't their will reconcile to God? Because they will be willing out of time, like the angels. Whereas in this life, we have a chance to repent because we will in time. But the angels were not willing in time. But great question. Waiver board, $5. Jay, I just became a catechumen this week. Thank you for all that you do, promoting the truth of Christ. You helped me to learn more. And thank you for all your laughs. Thank you. I hope you like the weird laugh the best. V. Scott, $5. If you say Agrippa's trilemma 3 times fast, it will actually defeat Jay's KGB sorcery. Keep that kryptonite in your back pocket, all of you debate inquirers. Exactly. Kryptonite. If I go crazy, then would you still call me Superman? I'm thinking of butt rock. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Maybe the 200K party will be a butt rock extravaganza. I just heard the news today. 200K with arms wide open under the moonlight. Welcome to this place. I'll show you every gay with arms wide open. Christ offers a key, $2. Redeemed Zimmer thinks he can whip you now. Bring it on, dude. Let's do it. Because this is even worse than his last position. I'm now convinced he's actually in a worse position. If I go crazy, then would you still call me Superman? I don't like any butt rock songs, although Creed is fun to sing and make fun of, except for, as you guys know, I have 2 butt rock songs. Is it 3 Doors Down? Desperate for changing, starving for truth. Closer to where I started, chasing after you, falling even more in love with you. I like that one. And Train's Ordinary, right? Getting some Tobey Maguire action over here. Feeling like Spider-Man, baby. Ill Kitsch, $5. Redeem Zoomer actually sounds delusional now. It's a bad direction. Yeah, we read that. Excuse me. Amber says for $20, for your bitch inward university tuition, here's $20. Thank you for this live stream after these long travels. Happy Easter. Happy Pascha to y'all, too. I like to say Pascha because it trips out the Protestants who say, Easter's pagan. Be like, no, it's Pascha, dude. What? What the hell is that? Do you support Israel? Patrick Hayes, $40. Do the Matt Dillahunty song. You know what, dog? Since you sent me $40, I'll do a little bit of it. With arms wide open, Matt Dillamonkey, you climbed up in that tree. What you doing up there? Why you scared? Why you running from every debate? Ran from Andrew, and from me. MLKE, what? Matt Dillamonkey. Yeah, here we go. Y'all ready for this?
You climbed up in that tree. What you doing up there? Why you scared? Why you running from every debate? You ran from Andrew and from me. Matt Dillamonkey, you like they female monkeys with their bananas between their trees, hanging down upside down from that's a smile.
By the way, how come Trent Horn didn't pick something actually funny to call attention to? Like, he's gonna choose me being mean, and he chose like one of the. Well, I mean, he actually Bishop Bishop Tilda Swinton, I thought was funny to troll that fake ass bishop with. But what about Matt Dillamonkey song? That's a good one too. I'm super mean with that, dude.
Matt Dillamonkey, what you doing to me? Dillamonkey, Dillamonkey. You doing to me?
All right. So there you go. We had a request from Patrick, $40 for the Matt Dillamonkey song. He got it, baby. In the fifth, $2. Congratulations on your bucket hat tour, 200,000. Yes, thank you guys. This is the pre-200K stream. In the filth says Tanner G, $5. Welcome back, Jay. My priest recommended the book Root of Christian Mysticism by Oliver Clement. Have you read it? No, but I'm familiar with Oliver Clement. He's a well-known Orthodox academic. Many books, many texts. I think I have a couple of texts that he's done. I don't have that book, though, so I couldn't speak to it. FDA, have you read Roots of Christian Mysticism? Okay. He's busy crafting his sorcery and alchemy because he's...
So I was busy crafting my
sorcery.
What was the question?
Is Olivier Clement's book Roots of Christian Mysticism any good? Have you read that?
No, I have not read that.
Okay. So unfortunately, Tanner, none of us have read it. Patrick says for $10, Fake and Gray. I think he's talking about aliens or Galians. I don't know. But yes, Fake and Gray. Escape Oblivion, $5. Thank you so much. $3.65. No, we did that. Andrew, $5. Jay, do you think it's worth arguing with Protestants on X? It just depends, man. Maybe. It depends on who the Protestant is, what they're arguing. If they're really hard-headed and insane, it's probably not worth it.
Hey, by the way, I think it's worth pointing out. I'm going to try to, clip this or something and put it on social media. But remember what Plato says.
What do you say?
About when somebody should be introduced to debate and argumentation, dialectics. 30 years old. And then it says not everybody's of the Constitution to learn debate.
Yep.
So you have to let me, seeing the only one that can infallibly bind every single person.
Yes, I heard that you think that you're an infallibly binding clergy member now.
Well, that's what I thought semantic sorcery was about. Watch me semantically bind you into.
Well, when I was on with Jamie Kennedy, he goes, "It's all sorcery, sorcery." So this is what you're doing.
Really good in the Republic, Book 7, where he talks about every care should be taken once they do turn 30 to introduce them, because younger people. What does he say? This is really good.
They're just not ready for it.
No, he says they'll think it's a game. And
exactly.
They themselves who engage in refutation by refuting other people take delight like puppies and verbally tugging and pulling apart anyone who comes near them. And so when they themselves have refuted many, and many been refuted by many themselves, they descend rapidly and inexorably to the state where they believe nothing they believed before. And a consequence, they themselves and philosophy in general are held low regard by everybody. Low regard by everyone else. But someone older would not want to be involved in such madness. He will imitate the one who willing to engage in dialectic and consider the truth rather than one who plays with it for fun and just argues against people. So I think we should implement this. Like, I think, you know how you have to get like driver's license at, 18? We should have debate licenses where the state, you have to go in.
I know, yeah. I want the re-education camps too, so.
Yeah, amen. And then you have to go through like gun safety training, but it's like logic safety.
Right. Now Alex Soren, shout out to Alex in the audience. Alex looks a little young. I think we're gonna have to put him in a re-education camp because I'm not sure he's 40, but maybe we could give him a fake ID if he is 40.
Alex, we got a guy that knows a guy.
I got a guy. This is why I was talking about Godfathers earlier. People are saying, what's the role of an Orthodox Godfather? Maybe I get you a little bit of a fake ID, and then maybe I call upon you when I need something one day. That's a Godfather.
But do you see what I'm saying, though? I mean, here you got Redeemed Zoomer. I mean, how old is he? 14?
Yeah, right. He's at Westminster's elementary seminary.
And why does he have, look at his bow tie, like, isn't it the ones from the cartoons where he presses the button and it spins around?
Well, I don't know why, but Calvinists like these stupid bow ties. I don't know my God. It's weird too, because when I was debating Brian Shapiro, I was like, dude, you got the vibe of a Calvinist, but you're Jewish. Oh wait, Calvinists and Jews are pretty close, aren't they? Interesting.
And why does he kind of look like Pee Wee Herman?
The funniest joke I heard, and I wish I'd have said it, when Brian Shapiro had that stupid Peaky Blinder hat on, people in the chat were calling him Peaky Grinder. That was the funniest joke. I was like actually crying laughing when I heard that one, but I wish I'd used it. By the way, I'm watching Peaky Grinders now, so Peaky Blinders. Now people are going to clip that and be like, oh, we got him watching, he's watching the gay stuff. I'm watching Peaky Blinders now, so I get the joke now because they were the 1919 English gangsters who were Irish that wore those stupid hats, and they would dress all dapper, and they were called the Peaky Blinders. Oh yeah, one of them Peaky Blinders. And then Brian Shapiro being called Peaky Grinder, dude, that was so funny. Anyway, Peaky Grinder. Do y'all know what a Peaky Blinder is? So these hats, right? They were called Peaky hats, which British people always have these goofy names for stuff.
Pee-pee grinder.
Pee-pee grinder. So see these hats, or these are the P.E. Granda. And yeah, that was a really funny joke. I was actually jealous that I didn't come up with that joke. H. Brozzy, what's up? You want to unmute?
Hey, what's up, Jay?
Yo.
Hey, yeah, it'll be real quick because I actually have to go play with my nephews and my boys. Yeah, so do you have a date for the conference? If like
I'm married, dude. I'm married, dude. I ain't going on no date.
Do you need a date?
Who I'm gonna ask to prom? I'm gonna ask Brian Shapiro to go to prom with me. I'm being dumb. Go ahead. A date for what?
For the conference. Well, if there, I'm assuming there's gonna be one later this year.
Oh, you mean the Orthodox conference?
Yeah.
I think Neil said something like October, November.
Oh yeah, that works out. Because I've already used 1 week of vacation. I have.
Oh, dude, that'd be great for you to come. I'd love to see you. I'd love to get you to come down there. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So that's why I'm saving my 3rd week because I wanted to use it for the summer, but I was like, nah, I could use that to go down to Florida and finally get to meet you, Father Deacon, whoever else if the Turbo was there, that'd be cool too.
Yeah, it'd be great. And I think Neil wants to get Pajot to come too. So if we got Pajot, that would probably be combined aura. We could probably get 500 people easy, maybe more. So
hey, you know what's funny? I'm actually kind of pissed off that I didn't make the joke. So I don't know if you know this, but Andrew is basically like the only one, and maybe Rachel has said it like once or twice. People used to say that Andrew is mean Pajot and Pajot was nice Pajot because they kind of look alike. They don't look that much alike. To
I
me
don't think they
anymore,
look
but
alike.
They kind of do look alike.
They don't look alike to me. But maybe black people, when they see white people, they think we all look alike, which is racist.
That's probably true.
But
all right, yeah, that's it, man. Y'all have a good rest.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I'm still gonna listen, but I gotta
Yeah, that's cool. Appreciate it. I hope you could come. And we all just do what Neil says. Neil has suddenly become everyone's Orthodox handler. Just out of nowhere, he just popped up, and he's like everybody's handler, and Neil's running everything. And so you want to know who the secret king, CIA handler for all of Orthodoxy actually is? It's now Neil. So shout out to Neil.
Yeah, he's running Montanica.
He's running everything, dude. Neil is the.
He's running it. I don't even know how that happened.
Well, if you watch Peaky Blinders, and this is common kind of mafia thing, right? Cillian Murphy is actually running the gang, right? And then his dumb meathead brother is the one that is the face of it, but he's an idiot and has he can't control his anger. So they have Cillian Murphy running the gang in the background, right? This was the same with in The Godfather. Sonny is supposed to run the gang, but he got too much of a temper. So Michael ends up running the organization from the background, and Sonny's the face of it. So Neil is actually running Orthodoxy as the brains, the operation, like Cillian Murphy, and then I'm the angry, unhinged, public idiot brother, as well as everyone else under the thumb of Neil, the Godfather. So there was one other thing I wanted to mention. I forgot what it was. I can't remember what it was. Anyway, okay, we will never get. We got to get through some more of this freaking Redeem Zoomer thing here.
Apostolic age began. So yeah, that was the debate about the canon. So now let's talk about normative authority in general.
You're not bound by confessions.
Yeah, we are. We have confessions.
Your confessions say that no post-apostolic creed, council, or confession.
Well, that's not what the confessions say. The confessions say we cannot be bound to anything that cannot be found in Scripture. But
that's the thing in question, dude. Come on. Obviously, every person is going to say their position is found in Scripture. So just saying, yeah, but it's by what's found in Scripture. That's the point about the right of private interpretation in the classical Reformation doctrines, right? The classical Reformation confessions have the idea, which was a Protestant distinctive, that no pope, council, or magisterium or cardinal can tell me what I derive from Scripture. I have the, quote, right, and here's this Enlightenment classical liberal idea of, quote, rights, right? You've heard Andrew critique countless leftists and lunatics out here because they all worship this idea of magical rights. Okay, what are those? Where are those? And how do we know what they are? And they always end up just go, well, this is what the state says. So basically just default to statism. The Protestants were having a similar tendency at the time of the Reformation to say, I have a right of private interpretation because no one can bind my conscience. Well, do you think that at the Council of Nicaea, they thought that everybody has the right of private interpretation and no one can bind their conscience when they excommunicate the Arians? No, you're bound by this interpretation. And if you don't accept it, well, then you're outside of the church. You've left. So he's, again, equivocating and deflecting from, he's got to know that this is a Protestant Reformation distinctive, right? I mean, I was in the Calvinist sphere for years. I was always talking about this. Yeah, we have a right of private interpretation. No, man. And it sounds powerful, right? Like, yeah, I agree with Luther, right? Nobody could you can't trample my conscience. I got the right of private interpretation. Okay, but does the Bible and do the church fathers and the councils teach that you have the right of private interpretation? That's the question here, right? And I'm asking him, why do you think you have that? And how are you going to have normative authority when you also have the doctrine of the right of private interpretation? That's the dilemma I'm putting him in. Surely he can get that, right?
The institutional church can and does bind the conscience to things.
Oh, so now the institutional church that can bind consciences. Okay, is this the same institutional Protestant sects that are Episcopal trans bishops and Methodist gay bishops and Baptist Anabaptists? I mean, what is the institutional church? I mean, I would argue perhaps we could look at the stats because I might be wrong, but my guess would be that the numbers of Protestants worldwide now is probably evangelicals that are more or less the radical Reformation descendants, right? I've been making this argument. If you didn't see the stream on Testament of Ann Lee, I recommend it. It's in the members section. But if the majority of mainline Protestants is basically the inheritance of the radical Reformation, charismatics, Pentecostals, that's all Anabaptist stuff, then it's not the classical magisterial Reformation, which he's trying to harken back to. Now, again, the Anabaptist radical Reformation people were put to death by the magisterial reformers. Okay? Do we understand this? Did you know that in England, the royalists and the cavaliers went to war over whether or not you should have a king or a republic? In fact, the Westminster Confession was forged partly out of the dispute between this question, Rex Lex or Lex Rex. And yes, I've read those old English Calvinist debates. I have some of those books still. So he's giving you this modern invention of an idea of all the Protestants as an institution communing together and having normative authority. This is so silly. Anybody taking this seriously is just completely stupid. There's no way to make that work or make sense. It's totally ahistorical when these groups literally killed each other, not just over baptism, but should we have a king or a constitutional republic?
That are in Scripture. For example, the Presbyterian Church can and has bound people to the doctrine of the Trinity because we believe it's in Scripture. However,
Yeah, but in the Protestant world, I can say my right of private interpretation, no one can trample my conscience. This is what Servetus argued. When Calvin had Servetus burned, yeah, he thought he had the power, and he did, I guess, actually have the power to have Servetus burned. Servetus said, I don't see the Trinity in Scripture. I have the right of private interpretation. Go ahead.
You know what the problem is? I've seen this argument before where Protestants will just say, and particularly Presbyterians, oh, we have normative authority. I'm like, well, you have authority, but you don't have a normative authority because, again, you accept the right of private judgment. But it's something more akin to if you worked at Home Depot and your name was Juan Valdez. You work at Home Depot. Anyways, and
they have an authority, right? They can kick you out and say and fire you and say you're not. But you can just go to Lowe's. I'm going to Lowe's. So there's nothing that actually binds you. But think about this. That's when we speak about normative authority, we make more of a legal analogy. If Lewis and Clark County, right, the judge declares me guilty on something.
Mm-hmm.
I can't just go pick up and go, well, I'm going to Jefferson County. You know, I'm actually going to go skip state,
Mm-hmm.
and your judgment doesn't bind me because now I'm over here. That's what you can do as a Protestant, is with the analogy of the businesses. It's like they can fire you and kick you out, but you can just go to work at Lowe's.
Yeah, and Protestant churches are business church,
But
so
in
great
the
analogy.
history of the church, it's more analogous to the legal. Now you can appeal, right? Like, so you could go up to the Montana Supreme Court after, let's say, like the county judge declares you guilty or something like that. But you can't say, well, that doesn't apply to me because I'm moving over to the next county or the next state. And so they play with this notion of authority. And what they really mean is something more kind of like a corporate authority.
Yeah, and by the way, my argument was not Protestants never claimed to have elders or authorities. That was not the argument. The argument was, if you have a doctrine of the right of private interpretation and the freedom of conscience, and you also have the idea of normative authority, then you're in a bind because one of those has to give. You can't have both of those. You can't have every layman having the right to interpret the scriptures for himself and a normative authority that can bind people's consciences. It's those are mutually exclusive ideas. And obviously the fruits of the Protestant Reformation show that this does not work. So he's just simply doing, this is what the Thomists do this all the time, right? If you call out a contradiction in Thomism, well, look over here, Aquinas says something correct. Look over here, we admit there's authorities. I wasn't arguing that you don't have authorities. My argument was that it's a contradiction to have the right of private interpretation, freedom of conscience, and freedom of worship, and the idea of normative authority. Because every group is going to say, well, my doctrine's taught in the scriptures, right? That's why it doesn't work to just say, appeal to the scriptures. And that he just admitted that. He said, well, yeah, but it has to do with what you can prove from the scriptures. Well, Servetus thought he could prove Arianism from the scriptures, right? That's why Calvin had to say, we don't care about your interpretation. You're going to the stake, bro. Get you some barbecue sauce. We're about to have a little Servetus meat.
Presbyterian church cannot bind someone to observing a certain holiday, which is not in scripture. So if a certain Presbyterian wants to stay home...
So you notice the false equivalence there that he just did? He said a Presbyterian can bind your conscience to the Trinity, but they can't bind your conscience to church feast days. Oh, really? But you understand that both the feast days and the doctrine of the Trinity are a logical deduction from the teaching of the scriptures, and that's the thing in question. Who decides which interpretation is authentic and correct? That's the point. Protestantism is built on the idea that there's no man that can bind your conscience to their interpretation. And it doesn't matter that they think, well, but I like the doctrine of the Trinity, and that one should be one of them. That's the argument. It's arbitrary. It's a contradiction between those two principles. You either have to give up the so-called right of private interpretation, which, by the way, where does that come from? Where do you get the idea that a Christian or an individual has the right to interpret the scriptures for himself? I don't see that anywhere in the history of the Old Testament believers. It's not in the New Testament. It doesn't exist amongst the church fathers. So that is the Reformation distinctive. That is a new doctrine. Do you think Athanasius or Irenaeus as bishops would tell their flock, guys, remember, I might be a bishop, I might have apostolic succession, but you all have the right to interpret the scriptures as you see fit? Of course not. It doesn't exist. That's the point.
On Christmas, doesn't want to go to church on Christmas. The Presbyterian church does not have the authority to bind their conscience and say you must go to church on Christmas. But if someone wants...
I have to say this one because it's another contradiction. Does he not know in the classical Reformation Westminster Confession documents, maybe he hasn't even read those, you're not even supposed to celebrate Christmas. The traditional Presbyterian Calvinist view is against holy days. I don't think he knows that. That would actually be an interesting point to bring up, that Actually, your church did previously think that it could bind people's consciences to not celebrating Christmas or having images or icons. Now, your Calvinist Presbyterian church tolerates people going to Christmas and having images and icons. So that's another evolution of inconsistency that, again, shows the fruits of your silly position.
To deny the Trinity, not only can the Presbyterian Church excommunicate someone for that,
yeah, why? What is the basis for saying the church, quote unquote church, can excommunicate you for denying the Trinity, but not denying Christmas as a feast day? He's going to say, the scriptures. That was the point, dude. I know you're going to appeal to the scriptures. Every heretic appeals to the scriptures. Servetus appealed to the scriptures against John Calvin. So you either have to give up the right of private interpretation, which doesn't exist and is made up, or normative authority. You can't have both. It doesn't make any sense.
The Presbyterian Church has excommunicated many people for that.
Yeah, but that's not what we're asking. I'm asking for the contradiction between these two principles to solve that mutually exclusive contradiction.
It depends on what you mean by bind. It's like, it's not infallible in the same way that the Bible is, but it's still authoritative. It's like a pastor. A pastor is not infallible. A pastor is still an authority. Yes, past Zoomer, but that's irrelevant. The question isn't fallible versus infallible. It's still...
Well, at least he's debating past Zoomer here. At least he's admitting that he's wrong.
Does the church have the authority to make binding decisions upon pain of excommunication, which luckily the Presbyterian Church does.
Okay, this is taking a long time. I'm going to see if we get to a new topic. Let's skip ahead a little bit because it's getting boring. Tedious here. Let's see where he goes next. Oh, come on now.
Sin, especially the whole old school, new school controversy. The Presbyterian Church kicked out 3 presbyteries that were not being orthodox enough. So, yeah.
So, he's moving on to original sin. Let's see where else he goes.
Anyway, so normative authority is important, and luckily, traditional Presbyterians believe the institutional church, as the institutional church, has binding normative authority.
Yeah, what is the institution? We could just move this problem back a step and say, okay, what's the actual authoritative Reformed Presbyterian institution? Now, I have to make this comment as well because I was in this world. And anybody who knows this world, let's be honest, and I want you to be honest too, Redeem Zoomer, if you're watching this. In the Presbyterian world, you know damn well, there's not an institution of the Presbyterian Church. You know that the RPCUS hates the RPCNA and they hate the PCA and they all disagree with the OPC. These are all the minuscule factions of the Calvinist Presbyterian sects. And for you to act like they're all on the same page because they claim to have the Westminster Confession when they disagree about fundamentals. For example, the RPCNA schismed and would not accept the PCA or the OPC over things like hymns. There's a huge debate in the history of Calvinism over musical instruments. Strict Presbyterians will not have instruments, and they will only sing psalmody. It's a controversy called the psalmody only controversy or no hymns controversy. They will schism over that. They schism over Reconstructionism. Bonson and Rushdoony. Are you pro-Reconstructionist or anti-Reconstructionist? Do you like Jim Jordan or do you reject Jim Jordan? Do you want paedo-communion like whatever was the controversy that started the Doug Wilson sect? Doug Wilson's whole sect comes out of the debates over paedo-communion. And then Doug Wilson, as the Pope of his own sect, says, we're going to allow you to commune as a Baptist and not give your children communion, but you can also commune with the Presbyterians who believe in paedo-communion. This is so insane. And anybody who knows that ridiculous world knows that they will split over the color of the carpet and create a new presbytery over the color of the carpet. I'm not joking. They'll split over that. Oh, I'm in the RPCNA CDXYZ, right? And there's 5 of us and we're the real presbytery. So this is all silly. It's so silly. And he's got to know this, right? About modern Presbyterianism. I was in that world. And that's what it's really like. It's as crazy as the Sedevacantist world, okay? So no, there is not an institutional Presbyterian church. There's 1,000 different presbyteries that all hate and disagree with each other and schism over the stupidest stuff.
Now let's just talk about Presbyterianism, Presbyterians and bishops and stuff. It's still debated. It's like the best scholarship, best neutral scholarship says that in some regions there was episcopacy, in some regions there was Presbyterian government. Eventually the episcopacy won out.
Oh, like scholars like who?
Okay, at this point I just had heard these things in a few places. I didn't
I didn't have any actual basis. I just said it. So I was repeating what I heard.
know which scholars, which church fathers, which scholars. John Henry Newman, who is Roman Catholic. He's a
Oh, so wait a minute. Your source is John Henry Newman, the Roman Catholic? To argue that the episcopacy developed? I mean, well, that would prove development of doctrine. That would prove Romanism, like John Henry Newman's version of Romanism. So that's a terrible source.
Doctor of the Roman Catholic Church. He admits the early church had a more Presbyterian structure. That the
So, why does any Orthodox person or Protestant person care what John Henry Newman said? That'd be like me going to a Muslim debate and citing, I don't know, who do Muslims hate? David Wood. It'd be like me citing David Wood in a Muslim debate. It'd be like, they don't care what David Wood says. Like, it's such a silly line of argument. He's all over the place, man. He's gotten into even worse position.
Bishops were developments, the episcopacy was a development, and the papacy was a development. And because he's Captain Development of Doctrine, he thinks that, even if the early church did resemble Protestantism in some ways, Catholicism has the most organic development, so that's why we should all be Catholic.
Okay, but again, irrelevant. Who cares what John Henry Newman says? Moving ahead.
If you have the equivalent belief, it doesn't really matter.
So this is the first time I've ever heard of this. I've always rejected monoenergism, monothelitism, while holding to a Calvinist view of conversion. I've never...
Monergism is monoenergism. It's equivalent. It's a logical deduction. I don't know what he's talking about here. We're talking about Christology, but my argument was that monergism in Christology is, for example, monoenergism in soteriology, and this has been argument's been made many times over.
Seen any contradiction? I don't think there is any contradiction.
An anthropological view that's monoenergism, right? Don't you believe that the divine grace has to overcome the human will?
Providentially, God changes the human heart, yes. Okay, so Jay is right that monergism is monoenergism. I spoke to my seminary professor about this.
Okay, I mean, it's great that you're speaking to your seminary professor, but it's like, are you not going to do the reading? I mean, go and do the Christological reading. Don't just take the words of some random dude. I mean, go and read the text.
And the answer he gave is, Calvinists are just not monergists. Monergism is one of those things like tulip or the five solas.
Yeah, that is Calvinism. You will find in most Calvinist systematic theologies and dogmatic texts the teaching of monergism. I don't know what he's talking about here. This is Calvinism 101. I was a Calvinist for a long time. I went to Bonson Seminary. Calvinists are monergists. They teach monergism.
Which is invented in like the 19th, 20th centuries to try and summarize the Calvinist or Protestant view of things. But no, the Reformed tradition is not historically monergist.
That is not true. That is a blatant error. And he needs to do the readings himself and not just rely on what his professor says. Let's see. I will guarantee you in Bavinck or Charles Hodge or any of the classical Calvinist systematic theologies, they will talk about monergism. So, Berkhoff, I forgot Berkhoff. Calvin emphasized that grace is entirely efficacious. That's monergism. Louis Berkhoff in his systematic theology says that Calvinism's doctrine of regeneration is monergist. Francis Turretin, the famous dogmatic scholastic Calvinist, regeneration is an act of God alone. That's monergism. So again, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't even know the classical Reformation teachings. And by the way, I have all of these systematic theologies on my shelf. I have all my Calvinist books still. I guarantee you, I mean, it's not hard to find this out. Calvinists call their websites monergism.com. What are you talking about? This website has been around since I was a Calvinist. Like, dude, they call the websites monergism.com, bro. They wouldn't do that if Calvinists didn't teach monergism. Let's see if Calvinists at monergism.com have... They don't even have a headline of monergism. But I mean, again, the doctrine of regeneration in Calvinism is literally the same thing as monergism. That's what it means. You don't participate in being regenerated. Duh. That's monergism, dude. What are you talking about?
We believe in what's called dual intent. So I would say a strict monergism says that it's 100% God and 0% you. God just overrides you. God's will overrides your will. And you can see how that would sort of be monoenergist, because it implies that there cannot be a cooperation between the divine will and the human will. And if that's the case, then Jesus, who is one person, couldn't have had...
Salvation right there, son.
Yeah, I mean, again, all Calvinists that I've ever heard of stress that God is the sole actor in regeneration. Now, they might get specific and say God efficaciously moves the human will, but the whole point of being dead in sin is that regeneration is just as much a one-sided miraculous action of God as a bodily resurrection. That's literally what Calvinistic monergism is supposed to be about. Now, maybe his professor is attuned to recent Calvinist disputes, and maybe there's a lot of disputes and things that happening in Calvinist Protestant worlds where they're actually trying to do in a lot of different things. For example, Southern Baptist Theological Seminary is literally trying to bring Thomism into their apologetics. I'm not joking. I went to Southern Seminary a few years ago and I was walking around on campus. I was debating some of the people that happened to be around. By the way, Father Damick called me out for doing that. No Orthodox person should go to a Protestant campus and debate. I don't know why we wouldn't, but and a lot of the guys I talked to who were getting their master's and their PhD in seminary or in a theology at Southern Seminary in Louisville said we've actually had a huge revolution here where we're bringing Thomism into SBTS theology. So it could be the case that amongst modern Calvinist scholastics that they're having some sort of debate about, no, we actually need to give some place for the human will. But who cares? That's not even the classical Calvinist teaching, right? So remember, like Father Deacon just pointed out, these guys can always just shift and move and create a new position because they're not actually bound by anything historical. Now, he says you're bound by the Trinity and all this. He doesn't believe the Cappadocian doctrine of the Trinity. He teaches the Augustinian heretical doctrine of the Trinity. So, no.
Two wills. Jesus couldn't have had a divine will and a human will, but the Sixth Ecumenical Council that Jay brings up, it did teach officially that Jesus has two wills. Jesus has a human will and a divine will, and that's the mainstream Chalcedonian position. But if you think they're incompatible, which you do think that if you think that salvation has to be 100% God, 0% us, then that is monoenergist. The synergist view would be that it's sort of like partly God, partly you. So God does his part, but you kind of have to do your part as well. Calvinists aren't exactly synergist either. The way my seminary professor puts it is dual intent. And his Bible verse for that is work out your salvation with fear and trembling, for it is he who works in you. So,
yeah, but that's not classical Calvinistic monergism. So again, you can see here at, Reformed websites that have been here for 30 years since I was a Calvinist, literally it will equate Calvinism with God is the sole actor and cause in regeneration. That is Calvinism. So the fact that he's got a professor who's trying to make this a little more amenable and palatable is, again, really irrelevant to what classical Calvinism is. Let's move ahead a little bit, and then we'll go to Alex. Alex, do you want to say something? Go ahead, Alex.
I just wanted to add real quick. I just did a video on unconditional election, so I have it fresh in my mind that the canons of Dort, the Westminster Confession, the Baptist Confession, no matter where you turn to, you will always see everywhere that election is the cause of faith. So
Sure.
even if his professor is saying that this like dual intent theory, the person, the human subject, cannot have any intent unless God already determined it.
Yeah, God
ahead of time.
causes
So
the
it's still
intent.
monergism.
Right. It's still monergism, exactly.
And to have that sort of position, they just run away from every single theological commitment that they have in the past. Like, this is the canons of Dort, the Westminster Confession. This is what they have to believe.
Yeah, no, you cannot have a role in regeneration, or else it would be a work. That's classic Calvinism 101.
It's just so crazy. This whole video strikes me as cope, but
It
that's
is.
all that that's all that I wanted to say.
But, you know, where was Lazarus's human will and energy when Jesus raised him from the dead? So yes, it is a monergistic or monoenergistic act of God that...
Well, thank you. That's exactly what we're saying. So you just admitted that it's monergistic right there.
frees our will from slavery to sin. But once that happens, then there is full cooperation between the divine and the human will.
Yeah, but the doctrine of regeneration is not a synthesis or a cooperation. So he just admitted that it's monergistic in regeneration. That was my argument, dude.
Jesus does not just make sick people well, Jesus makes dead people alive, just like he did with Lazarus. So that's what Calvinism teaches. All right, now here's another key.
That would be monergism. Making a dead person alive? If you're dead, you don't participate in it. Duh.
Another key debate. This idea that Calvinism teaches that Jesus was damned on the cross, and then either that's Nestorian or that splits the Trinity. So let's listen to that part.
Because the other big problem that I see with Reformed theology, and maybe you don't teach this, classical Reformation teaching, whether it's Calvin, Luther, Charles Hodge, John Murray, J.I. Packer, R.C. Sproul, they all teach that Christ on the cross was damned.
Okay, he says like the classical Reformation teaching, and he lists like one classical Reformation theologian, which is Calvin himself. And remember...
No, I said Luther, and I mentioned other Calvinists, and let's go to these actual comments here. Here is, for example, and this modern Calvinist that still maintain this teaching, and I know because as a Calvinist and as a fan of Luther back in my Protestant days, I would argue this all the time. So here is, for example, John Piper saying, when Jesus cried, my God, why have you forsaken me? It was the scream of the damned. Jesus was damned in our place. That's Desiring God blog here. You can find this right. I'll give you guys this link here. Lorraine Bettner, famous Calvinist systematic theologian here. Jesus was separated from God. He experienced the pangs of hell. That is everything that is good and desirable. Such suffering is beyond our comprehension. He suffered an eternity in hell. John MacArthur says the same thing. The punishment was the outpouring of God's wrath. The Father poured all of the wrath against sin on the Son on the cross. John MacArthur again, saying the same thing here. Here's John Calvin. Nothing had been done if Christ had only endured a physical, corporeal death. That's the Orthodox position, that he underwent separation of his human soul from his human body. That's the Orthodox position. He's not damned. But Christ endured in the sight of man what the Creed says, the incomprehensible judgment of God. This is John Calvin in the Institutes, book 3, chapter 16, section 10. By the way, this Catholic guy's blog is all my posts. He got all this from me. Right? The body of Christ was given as a price, but there was a greater price. He bore the tortures of the condemned. He bore the tortures in his soul of the condemned. There's John Calvin right there. Charles Hodge, famous Catholic or Calvinist systematic theologian. Christ suffered the penalty of the law. He suffered eternal death. He must have. That's the thing that was due to us. Right there. He was cast off from God. Martin Luther, Christ himself suffered the dread horror of eternal wrath on the cross. Martin Luther, cited by Calvinist J.I. Packer, right there. Wayne Grudem, Baptist Calvinist systematic theologian. Christ was damned, right there. R.C. Sproul, Christ was damned. You were accursed. He was under the anathema of the Father. I don't understand that, Sproul says, but it is true. John Piper again saying it. Calvinist C.J. Mahaney, Christ was damned in our place. John Piper again. These are just selections, right? This is a very well-known, common Calvinist teaching. And it's Luther and Calvin and most of the Calvinist tradition, as far as I'm aware, when they talk about it. Now, maybe not every Calvinist theologian even discusses this, but when they discuss it, they're very explicit and very clear. So him acting like this is some unheard of thing is false.
Calvin is a lawyer, not a scholastic, so sometimes he uses sloppy language to make a point.
Yeah, but it's not just Calvin. It's the rest of the Calvinist divines, dude. Come on.
But no, Calvinists do not teach that Jesus was literally damned on the cross.
Yes, you do. Here is your divines. John Piper, Lorraine Bettner, John MacArthur, Calvin himself, Charles Hodge, J.I. Packer, Wayne Grudem, R.C. Sproul. You absolutely teach it. Right here. He's full of it. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
And that damnation.
So what we believe is he suffered spiritually. He suffered the spiritual penalty equivalent to damnation.
There, he just admitted the thing he denied. He wasn't damned on the cross. He experienced the spiritual equivalence of damnation on the cross. Yeah, that splits the Trinity. So every argument I've ever made still holds. Alex, do you want to say something?
Yeah, just briefly, because I recently got into a tiff with Jordan Cooper on this. I did like a parody video on him recently, but I used a few of your quotes and I site checked them, and lo and behold, they do actually say what you say they say, even with all the context. And I've noticed they're making a move of running to Francis Turretin lately. So I looked up his work on the atonement as well. And he actually has some of the worst language that I've seen on this topic. He says that the Father withheld the beatific vision from the Son, as if this somehow helps them, and that the Father withheld the full fruition of felicity between the Father and the Son.
So it's still
like
anti-Trinitarian.
Damning language I've seen. It doesn't help them at all.
Good. Yeah, I didn't actually know that Turretin went to that depth. That's good.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. So again, massive fail here. Let's move on towards the end of this. See where he goes to the end of it.
Then it's Nestorian. No, it's not Nestorian to say the person of the Son died according to his human nature, not according to his divine nature. So you can also say the person of the Son was punished according to his human nature, not according to his divine nature.
Again, if you say the punishment is spiritual death and damnation, or the equivalence of it, that is equated to Arianism or Nestorianism. So he just still doesn't understand nature, person in the Trinity, and he doesn't understand that the Son is a divine subject. So yeah, the Son undergoes death in his human nature, meaning the severance of the human soul from the human body. That's how John Damascus defines what happens on the cross. There is no spiritual death or damnation because he's a divine person.
I don't see any issue with that. Okay.
Well, he doesn't see the issue because he doesn't understand. Calvinists are Nestorian. They don't even realize it. This is a Christological heresy.
Last section will be on the true church. What is the true church? And this is where you can see my ecclesiology then was very weak and fluffy. It is the true church.
Bro, it's even worse now because you said it's all of the Protestant churches in a magisterial communion. That doesn't exist. That's made up. Molech? Uh-oh. We got an ancient Semitic deity in the chat. What's up, Molech? Unmute.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Uh-oh.
Here.
Sounds like we got a funny man.
Any questions for your Lord and Savior, Moloch?
Have you always been a comedian? Because this is super funny.
Jay, you know, in your time of need, you pray. Better than Muhammad, the Buddha, or Jesus Christ. That's right, baby.
That was really high tier comedy. I wish that I could get you guys DM me afterwards because I want to try to get you guys to ride for Sam Hyde because it is super funny. Our Carrie, what's up, dude? Unmute.
Hello, Jay.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Great.
Yeah, I just want to say I've been listening to you for years, and I really appreciate all the things you do. I've been trying to speak with you actually for the last couple of months, though, on a specific topic. regarding Hebrews. I was wondering if you could just like I know it's a little off topic, but if you could answer it,
I don't care.
would
What?
really
What's?
love it. It's been bothering me lately.
Okay. What?
So I watched one of your videos a long time ago where you were discussing in Hebrews that it describes the like a comparison between our Eucharist and the Jews sacrifice of the temple.
Yeah, Hebrews 13
in chapter 13. And when you were saying you were saying that the root word, I think it's at the start of Hebrews 13, was Eucharista. And I've been trying for the heck of me to find anything on this because I thought that's a really good argument against.
Yeah, it's Hebrews 13, 10
well, the Protestants and the Jews. So
Hebrews 13, 10 through
yes.
Yeah. And what's the problem?
I remember you were saying in one of your videos you were saying how the root word for I guess
It's
the
where
offering is the Eucharista.
It's verse 15 where he talks about let us continually offer the sacrifice of praise. That's
the
talk
one.
right. That's the Greek word in the New Testament oftentimes is Eucharistia. It's where we get Eucharist.
The Greek word in the New Testament, you said.
Uh-huh.
Is it like a Septuagint? No, it like because I was like trying to find where that would be, or like, do you have like a specific reference to that? I'm not trying to put you on the spot or anything. I just really want to
I'm not a Greek scholar, but it's a common argument that's made that Eucharistia in the New Testament is Eucharisteo, and it should be the text it should be what's in Hebrews. At least I've heard this argued.
Gotcha. All right, well,
I'm looking. Hold on. So, are you saying that it's not there? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I talked to a bunch of people in regards to like people who knew the Greek and all that, and was trying to figure out if this was the case, and I just couldn't find any sources or anything that talked about it in the way that you talked about it in that video, and I just wanted to.
This is the way that
any sources or references to that because I couldn't find it.
So this is the way that Catholic and Orthodox have typically exegeted this passage. So they are reading theology into it when it talks about the benedictions and the greetings. Let's say I'm going to. By the way, Father Stephen DeYoung would be the one that you would want because he speaks Greek. He knows biblical Greek. He would be the guy to ask on this because I'm not a Greek scholar. But let me see. I'm looking.
Is he on YouTube too?
Yeah, he's. Alex, if you have any insights on this, feel free because I'm not. I don't know Greek, and
You means good. You means good, and grace is grace, in Greek. Father Stephen does Twitch streams with an open Q&A like either Friday night or Saturday night, and he puts the VODs on YouTube. But he'll probably be on my stream after Holy Week. You have to keep in mind that for clergy, this is like an extremely busy time. So.
Oh no, I understand. I completely understand.
It'll probably be a few weeks.
Okay.
But he's like a pretty frequent guest on my channel. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you? Hey, hush. I think I found it. So I'm not trying to be mean, but so if you look in the Greek in Hebrews 13, I think it's the sacrifice that is well pleasing. I think it is right here. It is the Strong's 2100. It is the acceptable offering here. Eucharisteo. So it's like it's not Eucharistia, it's a derivative of the word.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Well, I appreciate that.
So
thank you so much.
Do you see the word? It's Strong's 2100.
Yes, I do see it.
Okay, so and it's Hebrews 13, and it's verse 15 where it says the well-pleasing sacrifice, which is Theseus Eucharistelia, that's what it is.
And like the root word would mean like Eucharistia or something.
It's where Eucharistia comes from. It comes from the well-pleasing sacrifice. So it's even cited right here in, it's the sacrifice that's pleasing to God right here, Hebrews 13.
Gotcha. All right. Well, thank you. I really appreciate that. That kind of clears it up for me.
Sure. Great question. Remember when the Black Hebrew Israelite was like, "Do you know Greek? Do you know Hebrew?" And I'm like, "No, I never claimed to." And then he's read the Shema, and a butchered version of the Shema. So he's like, "See, I know Hebrew." It's like, dude, that doesn't mean you know the language. Everybody can memorize. I mean, I just said, if I say the Greek word Eucharistia, does that make me fluent in Greek? This is so dumb, but yeah. Get people in the chat be like, I speak Hebrew. Musa, what's up, dog? And then we'll go to you, Sam. I see you. I see you, baby. Shaking that emoji. Shaking that emoji. What's up? Musa, I'm mute.
Hello, sir. So I have a question about. So me and my friend are debating about about icons and iconoclasm, and he had a question about the Council of Herrera. Why is that considered illegitimate, and the Second Council of Nicaea is, and the issues between and why they consider it basically this illegitimate.
Right. So again, yeah, of course there have been false councils. So when you ask what makes a false council, there could be multiple things. There could be procedural illegalities that make it not valid. There could be leaving out of many patriarchates or bishoprics that make it invalid. There could also be, emperors calling it to subvert the church. There's a lot of reasons why something could be an invalid council. But first and foremost, every ecumenical council typically begins with saying that we intend to teach everything that the previous councils taught. So if a new council teaches something out of accord with all the ones that came before, then it would be inconsistent. And so one of the key lines of argumentation at Nicaea II had to do with whether or not they were teaching the principles of the theology that came before. And one of the first things that Nicaea II says is that we teach the traditions of the church fathers on the validity of images. And so they'll cite St. Basil, they'll cite tradition, but they also cite other principles like Christology and whether or not that Christology consistently leads to the conclusion of icons and imagery. And the whole argument of the Seventh Ecumenical Council ends up hinging on Christology and the energies. So if you read Theodore the Studite on the holy icons, if you read John Damascus, Defense of Holy Images, you'll see that both of those texts, one argues philosophically, one argues theologically. You can see that the teaching of the Seventh Ecumenical Council is the logical conclusion of the theology of Christology and the immanence of the divine energies. And that's why, by the way, the Roman Catholic Church doesn't actually really hold to the Seventh Ecumenical Council. They only hold to it in name, but then they turn around and deny the presence of the energies, which is the logical, that's the whole basis of the Seventh Council. They also don't hold to the canons of the Seventh Ecumenical Council because they violate it in most of their so-called artwork. Because icons are not religious art, they're part of the liturgy. And so the Roman Catholic Church deviated into teaching that it's just sacred art or holy art. That's not what icons are. That's not what the argumentation and principles for the liturgical worship should be according to the Seventh Council. Okay, so now separate from that though is here's a good video. Just let's see. This will also help with that question. And if you want a book on it, read my endorsed book, Byzantine Theology. Is a really great chapter on what actually motivated those who were at the False Council of Herrera, and it was Origenism. The central theological position of the iconoclasts was Origen, because Origenism's Neoplatonism is really what the basis for iconoclasm is. No, most people don't know this, but if you actually understand the ideology of Origenism and Neoplatonism, you have to get away from the idea of instantiated or immanent divine energies. And so Origen taught that any images like that would be a deviation because God as an absolutely simple essence can't be in time and space, right? That's Neoplatonism. Now, they had an inconsistent position because they said that doesn't apply to the hypostasis of the Son. But they argued that if you make an image, since the Son is the divine essence in time and space, this is the iconoclast argument, you would be trying to circumscribe the divine essence. And the patristic argumentation, St. Theodore's argument, is that we're not circumscribing the divine essence. We're circumscribing the Son's hypostasis, not the divine essence. And it is the Son's hypostasis that became circumscribable by becoming incarnate. Thus, if he's incarnate, it is legitimate to make a representation of the circumscribed hypostasis of the Son. Thus, the iconoclastic argument was based on collapsing person into nature and arguing that you cannot circumscribe the absolutely simple divine essence. So it was literally Neoplatonism. Also, I actually make what I think is a pretty strong argument that Roman Catholicism itself could actually be refuted by iconography. If the Seventh Ecumenical Council, its theology is based on the essence-energy distinction, which it is, and that's central to iconography, as St. Theodore's book argues, and St. Theodore was, along with John Damascus, one of the key figures of the Seventh Ecumenical Council, then you don't actually hold to the theology of the Seventh Council. Because energies are central to icons. And if you understand this, this would lead you out of Roman Catholicism. Sam, what's up?
Hello, thank you for having me on here. I have a couple of questions for you. My mother I've been talking to about Orthodoxy. We come from like a Calvary Chapel, non-denominational background. Thank you for having me convert to Orthodoxy, but she's a little bit still iffy on not that it's like wrong to pray, quote, to the saints. I know that's kind of wrong verbiage for it, but she doesn't feel like God is like calling her to do that. Is that like a thing that Orthodox have to do to be Orthodox, or is that more of a tertiary?
No, you have to believe in the communion of saints, and really when it's properly understood, it tends to not really be that big of an issue. I mean, I remember as a Protestant, when I was converting to Catholicism, relics and this kind of stuff initially kind of made me feel weird. But when you understand the theology of it, you're not praying to the saint like they're a deity. The saint is part of the communion of saints, and they're interceding for us to God because the prayer of a righteous man availeth much. Well, if that's the case, then the saints who are already in the presence of God, their prayers will avail much. If Amos's prayers availed to the saving of Israel from destruction, according to the book of Amos, well, how much more of those are in the presence of God right now worshiping? So it's actually just a logical deduction of the communion of saints, Hebrews 11. That heavenly city is on earth now. That's what the liturgy is, right? And so it only makes sense that we would ask them to pray for us. And in the book of Revelation, chapters 5 through 9, we see them actively engaging in worship and praying for us and for the saints on earth. So in that way, it's not pagan, it's just a logical deduction. And it's also, the Jews believe this, right? The ancient Hebraic tradition, even the 1st, 2nd century Jews still believe that righteous men in heaven prayed for those on earth. Let's see, Raven. And let me grab my book. People are asking, what book are you talking about by St. Theodore? Let me go grab it off the shelf. Go ahead.
Wait, me?
Yep.
Oh, hello. I just had a question. Your tag argument, I really like the tag argument. I'm just wondering how you bridge that logical argument to knowing that the one true God revealed himself to Moses. Okay, let me see if I can...
Because the tag argument is an argument for the Christian paradigm. It's not an argument just for an abstracted conception of a deity. It's an argument for the whole Christian paradigm.
Right. But, yeah, so, sorry, I'm just a little nervous. I've been watching your content for a while, and I really enjoy it. But let me try to put it like this. You have a tag argument. Perhaps it argues for the Trinitarian God that is revealed in the Bible. Okay. how do we know that the Trinitarian God in the tag argument actually revealed himself to Moses? Does my question make sense a little bit?
I mean, because the Old Testament consistently teaches the Trinity.
Okay.
Because the church, like Jay said, it's not like we start up from pieces and go, okay, well, this and this, and then eventually get to orthodoxy. It's an argument for the entire paradigm. So it's the kataholos, right? And possibly the contrary of that we know what the church has confirmed and always believed everywhere at all times is the only standard and justification for knowledge.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense. The impossibility of the contrary. Thank you. I've just been a little stuck on it for a little bit, how to jump from the logical argument to the epistemic foundation, if that kind of makes sense. Oh.
Yep. I got my Diva camera, but I can't get my Diva cam to do the thing that it's supposed to do. But anyway, thank you for your question. Here's the book on the Holy Icons, St. Theodore. And when you read that book, you'll realize that much of the argumentation is based around the introducing Christ. What's up, dog?
Guys, I'm up.
Hey.
Yo, what's going on, Jay?
What's up, dude?
Let's pick a place and go somewhere. What's going on? Quick question. All right, I'm here with everybody from my church. We just got out of Vespers. We're all saying hi. So
What's up, dog?
Fan, by the way.
I'm the guy that's
Massive giraffe fan, by the way.
Yeah, giraffes. Oh, why are we doing this?
Massive.
Sorry,
Who cares?
Yeah. All right, I'll let you go, but I thought I'd just stop and say hi.
All right, well, appreciate it, and shout out to all your parish bros. Appreciate that. American Nacho, what's up, dude? See, they understand that giraffes are fake and gay. They're not real. Who's actually seen one? What's up, American Nacho? I'm mute.
Hey, yo, what's going on? I just had a quick question. I was doing a debate panel the other day on TikTok, and they were doing it was like Unitarians and polytheists and stuff. And the guy had an interesting piece of information that I hadn't heard. I didn't know if you knew anything about it. But he went the route of saying, well, since there was an early church, he named the name, but I forget it off the top of my head. But he said, since there was this church that basically collected all the books that ended up becoming canon first, is that the true church? Well, I just went the route of basically granting him and being okay, so are you saying that the gates of hell prevailed against the church? There is no true church because that goes against scripture. And if you're using scripture, but I didn't know if you had a better answer for that or if you knew what he was talking about.
Well, how would this lead to the gates of hell prevailed? I don't understand.
Well, I said that because I was because he's basically implying that there is no true church and we're just supposed to use the Bible. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, again, this is just it's difficult to respond to those kind of really low tier assertions because it's so divorced from history. It's so divorced from, how the Bible came to be, what the Bible is. The Bible's a liturgical book, right? So a lot of these American, evangelical do-it-yourselfer type people, they just think that it's this book that I read and I liked it and it's my self-help manual and I can just craft my own little religion. It's why do you think that book is your own sort of personal devotional text? It's more than that. It's a communal liturgical text. It was always that way with the Jews. The Psalms, for example, those are meant to be sung in the temple liturgy. So it's not primarily a devotional book. It's the church's possession. The church is a community, and the church is who created the book. Paul says the church is a pillar and ground of truth. He doesn't say the book is the pillar and ground of truth. So, Juliana, what's up? Juliana, you want to unmute? Juliana, unmute if you want to talk. Theological, what's up? Y'all need to subscribe if you ain't subscribed to my channel, because I'm almost at 200. So, you know, let's help get me there now. Come on now. Come on now. Uncle Baby Billy is ready for you to subscribe.
Hello?
Come on now. What's up?
Oh, yes, I had a question.
So get your argument out now. Go ahead.
I had a question about FDA's first and second order knowledge argument.
Uh-oh. FDA, you're on the hook, dude. You about to get exposed.
Oh, you heard about my first and second order, but have you heard about my third and fourth order?
Oh,
wow. All right, go ahead.
So yeah, I actually talked with you about Aristotelianism and all that in the server before they executed me from there. But
there we go.
Yes, I wanted to ask you about like if the argument is made stronger by saying that our justification for knowledge comes from divine conceptualism and that God has some sort of, you know, conceptualization of truth, and that gives us our own sort of justification for everything else.
I don't think divine conceptualism. I wouldn't go that way. First of all, I've argued along with Russ Mannion that because God's transcendent, in him all things move and live and have their being. He sustains them. He's created them and their natures. He's obviously in a position to know. So I don't think you need to get into divine conceptualism, but the person who's in a position knows also in a position to reveal. And so I don't have to rely on epistemic bootstrapping, in which part of all of and there's several kind of dialectical kind of tension arguments that you can show the failure of autonomous epistemology. Obviously results because, as modern epistemologists have put it, there is no epistemic exile. There's nobody that's outside the system. But there is, and only that one who's outside in a position to know and a position to reveal could solve that problem, and it reveals. So it's a negation of the problems, the epistemic problems that result from the finitude and the kind of dialectical tensions that therefore we accept as the condition, the impossibility of our position, which is the other category, which is revelatory theism. But I don't think you need to go into divine conceptualism.
But I'm asking that because, for example, right, if we're going to say like that God is in the position to know, we would then have to ask the question, like, what's the sort of mode in which that he's knowing these things? Does he know these categories because it is just himself, or is he like somehow grounding them as abstract objects, right? Because that would become another problem about epistemic bootstrapping in terms of God having to have the property to create other abstract objects. So that's why I would say, like, maybe the second that we can prove God through this argument, but then we talk about the knowledge in terms of how God is grounding it, wouldn't we need to get more into how he knows all these other things?
I don't know. That's a good question. I can tell you how he does know. That the things that are known, so, you know, is if we're speaking in Aristotelian terms, right, the forms are grounded and exist, and he's created them that way from the divine logoi.
Yeah.
So he knows his divine logoi, and he knows the things by which he creates, the same way that you would if you created a table or something, and you had an eidos or an idea of a table. You obviously know the thing that you created because it was created from your idea. So there's something like that with God. But the question isn't, again, the bootstrapping problem isn't does somebody know something, it's how do we actually justify knowing.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like that. I'm just saying if we were to say, for example, if we're going to talk about like mobile knowledge and how do we justify mobile knowledge, right? That's like a pretty serious problem about how we know possibilities and stuff like that. We can point to God, right? But then I would be asking, like, does God and the abstract objects, right, that ground knowledge that is from God, are those things just him? Does he create it in one act, right? Or is it dependent on him, or are they just him? Because if they are dependent on him, then it seems like if he's creating them, he would need the property to create such abstract objects, right? So it would become a problem about how God himself has to pick himself up from his own bootstraps to create other properties. Because I can see how this argument's like really good, because it shows essentially that you have to have an external source. But when we get into the nitty gritty about how does God know things and how does that help us, right? How is he in the position to know something? I feel like we would need some kind of...
I don't think you have to, like, I can give an answer to that. I don't think you have to say that, well, he's omniscient and he's not bounded. So, again, it's just a principle of negation. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I can see how epistemic problems happen. It's because of the limited scope and finitude, and this is why we use apophatic theology, is that whatever that is, God is not. But what I can say in terms of a positive, and I don't think it's dependent on it, but like, and as far as revealed, the created things aren't him, but yes, in an analogous way, they possess the properties by which the divine ideas, or the logoi, he creates them from. But they're not identical. The divine logoi are much more than... Why? Because they're eternal and
so the universals
and a resemblance. The created things bear a resemblance to the ideas from which they're created, or the logoi.
So the universals, these kinds of things, are not themselves uncreated ideas. They're created according to St. Maximus, and they're based on the uncreated divine ideas. I appreciate that question, but we have to move on. Devin, what's up? Guys, remember to head over to chalk.com if you want to up your toxic masculinity. Get hold of that chalk pre-workout that you can get in the Chad mode stack, or you can get the male vitality stack here, either one. The male vitality stack has the Tonkat Elite, which I'm a huge fan of. You can get that for 60% off by using the promo code J60Life. That's JAY60LIFE. And up that toxic masculinity, become a dude's dude for sure. Get in the gym, get active. Devin, unmute.
Hey, fan of Calvin here. You mentioned earlier something about you mentioned earlier that sort of the perspective of atonement that Calvin has. You said that it led to a heresy in Christology, and I was wondering if you would expand on that a little bit.
Yeah, so if Jesus has to take damnation as the punishment in our place, then you need a divided Trinity. You become an anti-Trinitarian, or you need a human subject, Jesus, who takes the punishment, and that would be Nestorian. So you're either Arian or Nestorian, either route you take. Go ahead, unmute.
I was just wondering if you could break that down for me. Assume I don't know what some of those terms... I know some of those terms, not all of them.
Okay, so if he's a divine person and he's damned by the Father, then he no longer indwells the Father. The Father no longer indwells him. Same with the Holy Spirit. He's cut off from the Trinity. But the Trinity has one will, one nature, one energy. They all share those same powers. And to damn the Son would be anti-Trinitarian. If he's a human person, the other way to get around this, and he takes the damnation and he's cut off from the Son of God, then you have Nestorianism. Nestorius taught a dual subject Christology, that there was a human person or subject, Jesus of Nazareth, who was the other person going and doing all these actions, versus the Logos, or the Son of God, the second person of the Trinity. So either option puts you in a irresolvable dilemma if you believe in strict classical Reformation PSA.
Thank you.
Yep. We got a lot of long podcasts. If you want to go into more depth with that, feel free to check those out. Nectarios, what's up?
What up, Queen?
Yes.
Hey, 200K, almost there. I'm really happy for you. So, thank God for that. But my actual question, though, I was actually just listening in on the penal substitutionary atonement ontologically as sin. And so, we don't believe in the ontological existence of sin. However, Testament, and I'm just like asking for your clarification and insight on this. How is it that the Jews are able to put their sins on the scapegoat to allow it to escape if there's no ontological status of sin?
We just covered that. They just covered that with Father Stephen DeYoung.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch it. I just got here. Sorry.
Fine. No, I'm saying on YouTube, go watch Stephen DeYoung on PSA. They spent an extensive amount of time going into that. Caleb, what's up? Caleb, you want to unmute? Caleb Ayala, unmute. Bobby, what's up, dude?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
What's up, Jay? First time here. Thank you for all you do. I don't remember if it was this Redeem Zoomer video or another one, but he said that the reason he would choose Catholicism over Orthodoxy was because of the papacy, and also because a lot more better art and music and classical music has come out of the West than out of the East, and he almost implied that like nothing good came out of the East. And I was just wondering if you can, talk about.
I mean, those are all retarded reasons, and they have nothing to do with which position is theologically correct or not. So all just totally irrelevant. Nothing to do with whether the filioque is true or false, papal infallibility true or false. So just terrible arguments. Jason, what's up? More better art. Who got some more better art? That's where I'm going to pick my church and my religion and who got some more better art. Jason, I'm you.
Hey, Jay, I just want to say thanks for everything you do, first of all. I wanted to bring a little attention to just the fact that the Seventh-day Adventist Church is equivalent in being a completely, basically just a fake and gay cult.
Yes, it's a Judaizing, charismatic.
To the rest of...
It's a quasi-charismatic Judaizing cult.
Right. I feel like it gets less slack. Like, people don't hate it as much as a cult because it's accepted as a denomination, but it's literally the same as Islam or, any of the rest of them.
Well, probably because they don't explicitly teach anti-Trinitarianism, but I mean, they teach everything else that's ridiculous. So, I mean, it's Judaizing. I mean, it's everything. It's really dumb.
It's just another one with a fake modern prophet. But
and she claimed to speak in tongues and have charismatic gifts. It's really dumb.
Yeah, if you did a video specifically on that, or maybe even tie in Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons too, because I know you've addressed some of them that'd be appreciated. Because I feel like the masses just don't realize that the Seventh-day Adventist Church also has a modern day prophet and is a cult.
It's a good idea, and I think I even mentioned SDA in my charismatic refutation videos because I said people overlook the fact that this is actually a charismatic cult. Because Ellen White claimed to have visions and charismatic gifts, and so she's in the same boat as all those other cults. Julian, $10. Jay, I'm a slow learner. Let me know when you're taking applications. I appreciate you connecting the dots on so many issues. Thank you. Slow boy, $5. Review the Nick Cage Spider-Man noir movie that's coming out, or show. Cage tradition must prevail. I do want to see that. We did a studio tour when we were in LA. It was the last studio tour that we hadn't done. So we did MGM, Warner Brothers, Paramount, Universal, and then we had Sony MGM was the last one. So we did that. And we saw the studio where they had just filmed some of the Nick Cage noir Spider-Man. So it'll be fun. We might tie that in also with the alien disclosure theme that's out here now. Tyler, what's up, Tyler? Unmute, Tyler. MDD, $5. What is for a newbie the best Orthodox for Dummy book? What Orthodox are you? I mean, all Orthodox that are canonical are Orthodox. So, but I attend a Russian Orthodox church. Tyler, what's up? Unmute. Tyler, do you want to talk? You have to unmute, man. I don't know what the point is sitting there waiting forever to not talk is. MDD, the best orthodoxy for dummies. I mean, it really depends on kind of what your background is, but I would say maybe you could read something like Orthodox Dogmatics by Pomazonsky is a good place to start. Teuton, $10. Cope Respecter crashes out every day with coal posting. Yeah, I think that's really his whole profile, is just to kind of gain a following by just constantly posting low-tier nonsense. So that's really all he's ever done. And that's why he won't debate. I mean, he says, oh, I can't debate publicly because I'd lose my job. Like, what? Emmy, $6. Would you debate Corey Mahler? No, he's a waste of time and a psycho. Please say the Scam Shamu line. What's the Scam Shamu line? I'll play the Scam Shamu song, but I don't know what the line is. Allahu Akbar. Where he's screaming. Whipless, $5. What is up with alchemy? Everywhere there's schizos, gay feminists, occultists. What if alt theists talked about it and it got me wondering? I mean, alchemy is an ancient Greek idea that you can master the essences and spiritual principles behind various compounds and in some way, create what they call the Philosopher's Stone. And that's interpreted in a lot of different ways as technology or eternal life or individual spiritual transformation. I mean, alchemists have had all kinds of different interpretations of what alchemy is. And Western Hermeticism has always sort of rebranded it and used it, whether it's Rosicrucians or whether it's the Freemasons. All of these esoteric groups try to lay claim to some form of alchemy, but really modern chemistry, it comes out of medieval alchemy. So they just dispense with all the esoteric stuff, and now it's just chemistry. So, but I think probably because people watch, YouTubers and all this stuff, and, they see what they perceive to be esoteric things, and it's deep and mystical, and it's just a bunch of gibberish usually. So, but I'm not familiar with a resurgence of alchemy, but maybe it's getting popular online. I don't know. Vanessa is $10. The soccer World Cup will be in the U.S. I bet they've got some kind of fake flag event. What do you think? Very possible. I'm surprised we haven't had more fake flag events, but then again, doesn't seem like they need false flag events. Like, it seems like they just do whatever they want. Like, I was on several podcasts where we talked about Iran and all this, and it was like, well, wow, Trump didn't care about having some fake flag event. They just did a war without anyone else's concern. Underwater Umbrella, what's up? Hello? Uh-huh.
Yeah, we follow the Eastern Orthodox liturgical calendar, correct?
Yeah, I guess. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. That's all I wanted to ask. Thank you.
Okay. It's open forum. I've still got some energy. We've been going for a good while now. We've got good, strong audience over here. Reginald says for $10, is it possible to do a Captain Crack Rock impression? The Bible, I mean, I don't really remember how he talks. So it's something like, the Bible says, Lucretia. I mean, I kind of did that in the song. I think it's Captain Crack Rock that's in my song, isn't it? The song that was the Cringecore song. Adler, what's up, dude? We got villains from Resident Evil in the chat. What's up?
What's up?
Got some way, strike job.
Yeah, it's actually a God character, but yeah, I was just curious what your thoughts were on Nick telling people to like vote Democrat. I just think it's kind of short-sighted. I was kind of curious what you thought.
Well, I mean, you can't morally, as an Orthodox Christian, you can't morally vote and support people who are actively wicked. So I would say no. Jacob? Is Nick Cage's the knowing alien adjacent? Yes, it is. But we've done it on my channel many times. So, I mean, we might revisit Nick and the aliens. We'll see. Jacob, unmute. The Bible. The Bible.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Uh-huh.
So I just had a couple questions about orthodoxy in general. Like, I'm pretty new to Christianity overall, and I just kind of had some questions.
Okay.
So, like, about this one second. I'm kind of a little bit nervous. I haven't been up all these four, but so like, unless my brain's at one, give me a second, please. Bear with me.
Just spit out one question, bro. It's all good.
So, like, can you scripturally find, like, give me, like, some examples of, like, where, like, one true church doctrines, like, he comes from?
That there's, I mean, Paul says in Ephesians, there's one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one body. So there can't be two bodies, two faiths, two baptisms.
I see. I'll look into that one. One more. How I know the not too familiar with church history overall, but like if there is a one true church, how or can we be 100% sure orthodoxy is that, and if not, the other people who claim it, like Catholics?
Yeah, well, you have to read. I would say the easiest way to go about that would be look at the councils and the canons of the councils of the first 7 centuries. So it might take you a little while to read some of that. I'm not telling you to read every single canon, but if you start reading, the canons of Nicaea, statement and canons of Constantinople 1, Ephesus, Chalcedon, Constantinople 2 and 3, Nicaea 2, you're going to notice, hey, they teach. Go ahead, Alex. They teach what Orthodoxy teaches. Rome doesn't teach it, and Protestant don't teach it, so it's that simple. What's up?
I was going to say for the one true church doctrine, I think those verses in the New Testament are probably like the best primary proof text, but like secondarily are all the prophecies about the church in the Old Testament, right? So like in Daniel 2, it says that at the time of these kings, referring to Rome, Greece, Persia, at the time of these kings, the stone uncut by human hands will come. That's God's kingdom, and it will last forever. It will never be replaced by another. And there's like the Christmas passages where it says the government will be upon his shoulders, upon Christ's shoulders. That's one government. That's not many governments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a great point. And I have an old video where I go through the Old Testament prophecies about the church actually also proving Christianity and proving, because they're prophecies, and proving that it's not Protestantism or Rome, right? So that's an old video. I think it's called Is the New Testament Reliable? It's like an 8-year-old video. And we go through some of the same argumentation that our good friend Alex was saying right there. Daniel, who is a pastor. Uh-oh. Daniel the pastor. What's up, dog? I don't know. It's not letting you join, so I don't know what's going on. Like when I add you, Daniel, it just immediately... Okay, he left. So he's not blocked. I don't know why it won't let him join. But hey, I would have loved to have a pastor up in here. Come back, pastor. Vesper, what's up? Maybe it was maybe Twitter sometimes thinks profiles are bots or something. I don't know. Sometimes it happens where it's like it won't let a person join the Twitter space. I don't know why. Vesper, unmute.
Hello.
Yep.
What's going on? I'm wondering if you have some sort of defeater for naturalism.
I would say the defeater would be like it could lead to the determinist fallacy, or no way to distinguish between good and the good and the true and the false and the evil, and no basis for knowledge. All naturalism would lead to all those things.
Oh, wow. No basis for knowledge?
Justifying knowledge, yes.
So how do you justify knowledge?
Well, I would say in a theist paradigm, we would not have the problems for justification that a naturalist paradigm would have. So my justification would be the Christian paradigm.
And how did you come to that determination?
Well, I came to it through a lot of different means. It would be reading, it would be living, it would be people that I learned from. All those things would contribute to how I came to it.
Okay. It's like, we both agree that the natural world exists, at least, right?
I mean, maybe, but I would say that if you're a naturalist, you couldn't give an account for what that even means. You couldn't explain to me or give an account for how words even have meaning, but I believe there's an external world that I could call a natural world.
Oh, so you're denying intelligibility on naturalism, that it's possible?
Correct.
Based upon what?
Well, I said earlier, the naturalist
ability for things to be understood, right?
That naturalism tends to lead to the determinist fallacy, and that it can't give an account for the preconditions of knowledge to have knowledge at all. Why is that funny?
What? I'm just wondering what is necessary for knowledge.
The preconditions of knowledge.
Which is what?
Logical categories, universals, meaning, concepts.
Forms. So when you said we believe in nature, that term is ambiguous. Because when we believe in nature, we believe there are immaterial essences and forms. We believe in universals. I doubt that's what.
Yeah, I mean, the naturalist paradigm is the naturalist paradigm is against metaphysics, and so when you say I believe in the natural world, you don't even realize you're making a metaphysical claim in that very phrase.
Well, yeah, naturalism is the metaphysic.
Yeah, but most modern naturalists have given up the project of justifying metaphysical claims. So I'm just going to ask you how in your naturalist paradigm you can justify doing and knowing anything metaphysical.
I mean, you're saying it's unjustified. Does empirical evidence not count for anything?
Well, how does empirical...
It doesn't, because that has to be subsumed. There's no such thing as empirical evidence. It's not theory-laden.
Yeah.
Anybody that knows anything knows
theory-laden.
What?
It needs to have a theory behind it to back it up.
Yes, every observation is theory-laden.
Every thing that's considered evidence is already contaminated with theory. So you can't just say empirical evidence. Yeah.
So evidence doesn't just speak for itself.
Correct.
It has to have a theory to apply to.
Yeah, there's no brute facts. Correct.
You've never read anything about this? Everybody knew.
Why are you laughing about this? Like all of modern philosophy, and you're giggling like you're some sort of condescending expert. Like this is basic philosophy.
So evidence needs to be interpreted. It doesn't just speak for itself.
You don't know that this dominates modern philosophical discourse, and you're giggling like you're some expert. You're Reddit level, dude. Come on.
Can I just quickly add also that as a practicing attorney and litigator, evidence does not speak for itself. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life.
Really?
Yes, of course evidence does not speak for itself. It needs an explanation. It needs to fit, like Father Deacon was saying, it needs to fit within a theory.
So like a photograph of a murderer stabbing somebody is not proof of that action. It has to be interpreted.
Absolutely.
Actually, yes, a photograph has to be interpreted.
People just show photographs, and there'd be no lawyers or prosecutors. Well, Your Honor, here's the photographs. They speak for themselves, right?
All right. This is too low tier.
Ridiculous.
This is dumb.
And
let's see. Who's next? White Mountains. What's up? Yeah, I can tell that's not going anywhere. We're not going to give a whole course in linguistic philosophy and meaning and epistemology to a Reddit man tonight. What's up, man?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Okay, so I have a question. I'm still new, so if I like mispronounce anything or just sound retarded, I'm sorry. So we've been inquiring into the Orthodox Church, and we're going to a Greek Orthodox Archdiocese church. So I didn't know like there was like a difference. I thought, you know, it was all the same thing. But then I was watching some of your videos and you were talking about how it's like a Rothschilds like funded, like, yeah, blah, blah, blah.
I never said that the Greek Orthodox Church is funded by the Rothschilds.
No.
I never said that.
The Archdiocese of America, like, go Arch.
I never said that it's funded by the Rothschilds.
There was like a video or something.
No, I have never said that they're funded by the Rothschilds. Where did I say that?
I don't know. It was like a short. But anyways.
No, I didn't say that, though. Like I didn't say that.
Like funded, I guess, by like the Democrat Party, and they have a lot of liberal views and stuff like that.
That's not. I didn't say the Rothschilds funded the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese. Although I wouldn't be surprised, but I never said that.
Well, maybe I misunderstood. But so I guess my question is like, should I not go there? Because like I know in one of your videos you said like they're not all bad, and I do really like the parish that we're going to. But, like, they are, like, pretty liberal. Yeah. And I thought that it was just because, like, we're in Massachusetts and, like, everybody here is pretty liberal. But, like, then I watched your video and I was like, oh, damn, like...
Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to be insensitive to it. I mean, but, I mean, they do have a lot of influence from the Democratic Party. The Greeks have been, for many years, you know, prominent members of the Democratic Party. There's a close alliance there. So I can't say where you should and shouldn't go to church because it really should be based on the local church. So, you know, you have to make that decision like when there's, you know, a red line in the sand to go to a different parish. Usually I would say if that's something where you're, you know, where they're outright saying something heretical, which maybe they are. We got a trans MAGA person. That's probably a joke. Listy?
Yeah. What's it called? I started inquiring at Greek Orthodox, like probably like a year and a half ago, and I got baptized, chrismated, and I received communion today. And I just want to say thank you because your videos really helped me. You know, because I was probably gonna become Lutheran or RC or something. You know what I'm saying? But good. I just want to thank you.
Thank you, Listy. Appreciate that, man. Many years to you. Appreciate that. Blaze, what's up, dude? Dude, blazing. Dude getting blazed. What's up, dog?
What's up, family? So I just want to come in here real quick. I got some questions for Father Deacon. I just want to preface here that I am not a Latinizer by any means, but I was going through Athanasius's letter to Marcellinus, the monk, on the Psalms, and Augustine's one of Augustine's tractates on John, on the Gospel of John, and they both say that Jesus took on the wrath of God. I want to know, Father Deacon, how would you interpret their views? Exactly.
Can I answer the question before he does?
No, you cannot.
I can.
I didn't give you permission. No, go ahead.
So John of Damascus answers this question On the Orthodox Faith, and he says the sense in which he took on punishment is what's called by appropriation. So if you look at On the Orthodox Faith right here, and you go to book 3, and you read the last 3 chapters down all the way down at the bottom of On the Orthodox Faith, he explains what happens when Christ prays, what happens in the garden, what happens when he says, let this cup pass from me, what it means to be this by appropriation. So he says there are attributes or things that you can say which are natural and essential or that are relative. And so he goes on to say that if he's punished or if he becomes a curse, see this? To become accursed, it means that it's by appropriation, meaning that he became as if he were one cursed from human vantage point. It does not mean that the Father literally cursed him. How could he be cursed when he is the divine, perfect, holy Son of God, right? And also doesn't mean that his human nature is, quote, cursed, except that he took on our weakness in assuming bodily death. So the punishment is the death, meaning the severance of the soul from the body. It is not eternal damnation or spiritual death, because the next couple paragraphs say the word could never be separated from his human body. Even when the soul is separated from the body when he dies, he is still the divine person of the word to both the soul and the body when the soul descends into Hades, to harrow Hades. So if we read this, we understand the Holy Spirit never severs Jesus from the Godhead. The Father never damns Jesus. The punishment and the cursing is his willful assuming of the death that he went through in his human nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like the via appropriation. I think even like Cyril of Alexandria says that Christ was like a damned man on the cross.
Yes, that's appropriation. It's not saying that God the Father damned him.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's like via appropriation. Yeah. It's because I just been talking.
Let me read this. Let's read this.
To find some common ground with them and whatnot. And
well, you don't have to find common ground with them, because no Orthodox theologians or bishops teach what they're saying. It's just like 20-year-old dudes on the internet. So it doesn't matter what they say.
And this shows, and Alex was on with Stephen the Young, and Cleve and myself. This shows it exactly why there has to be a living ecclesial body, episcopal body. And that's not to say that bishops can't get stuff wrong, but we can't actually solve these problems by just looking at the text alone. I can't ask St. Augustine or whoever we're looking up, well, what did you mean by that? Or St. Philaret. And that's why, in terms of the whole context, it's not only all of the fathers, but also the ecclesial and episcopal body that is the church. You can have a conversation with your priest and your bishop. Apart from that, it doesn't make sense to even say that those are authoritative. That's like saying that the Constitution of the United States is the supreme authority, but there's no legal body to interpret or bind. And so that's why it's so important to have this, is because of exactly of these kind of confusions.
Let's read John Damascus. He says, there's two ways to speak of appropriation, one that's natural and essential, and one that is personal and relative. The natural and essential is that by which our Lord, in his love for man, took on himself our nature and our natural attributes, becoming in nature man and making trial of that which is natural. But the personal and relative appropriation is one where one assumes the person of another relatively, for example, out of pity or for love, and thus in his place utters words concerning himself that have no connection with himself. It was in this way that Jesus appropriated our curse and our desertion and such other things as are not natural. Not that he himself became accursed, but that he took it upon himself and was ranked as one. That's what appropriation means. This is the meaning by he became a curse for our sakes, Galatians 3:15. Not that he became such in reality, but was seen as such. That's what is the point here. That's why John Damascus says he did not actually become accursed. Alex?
I think I've been trying to pin this topic as well myself, because I've been trying to put together something against the apostate, Joshua Shuping, lately, and this is one of the things that he's hung up on. But I think it's really important that everybody understand that we cannot really separate this from kenosis and like what it means when Christ is like taking upon himself the blameless passions. Like, I think all of these things are connected.
Yeah, St. Maximus is very clear on that.
Add to the Orthodox understand God's wrath is a divine energy. Mm-hmm. It's love. And God's wrath is against sin and death, not the person.
Yeah, Christ, by the way, this is why the fathers explicitly constantly stress that Jesus willingly took on death, meaning the severance of his soul from his body, not spiritual death and damnation. And that's why you will never find in this that Christ undertook a spiritual death. The body of our Lord did not experience corruption. For as David says, you will not leave my soul in Hades, neither will you allow your Holy One to see corruption. So he willingly underwent death, which is the severing of the human soul from the human body. He does not undergo a spiritual death or damnation or rejection by the Trinity. That's what the appropriation is. And that's why he will say in chapter 26, summing up perfectly the Orthodox view and the church fathers, when we say that Christ suffered in the flesh, we do not say that his divinity suffered. That would mean that he's not damned. You guys don't see that? Tyler, what's up? What's up, man? Tyler. Tyler, what's up?
Oh, hey, am I on?
Yep.
Hey, I don't want to debate. I find the debates to be kind of like talk reasons.
To be what? You're cutting out.
You can hear me okay?
To be what?
Am I good? Am I good now?
Yes. You found them to be what?
Hello. Okay. I just find them to be like tedious and nobody gets anywhere. So I really want to engage in good faith on.
Well, why does all of the ancient world?
Well, I know.
Why does all the ancient world and all of
I think also
academia?
often people are coming at these things from totally such disparate starting points that nobody gets anywhere often. So I was just hoping to have.
Okay, so you're smarter than all of the history of academia in the West.
Well, right, but I'm hoping.
Right,
I
so
understand that, but you and I don't have to like adhere to those patterns. We can say, I'm just asking if you'd be willing to just have a good faith dialogue more than a debate with an atheist who has like some questions, some concerns about the tag argument that I hear sometimes from you, because it's not fully tracking to me what you're claiming about it and what supposedly how it functions for you. And
go ahead.
I guess what I'm wondering, what's up?
Okay, go ahead.
Well, are you saying that the tag argument reasonably justifies the believer in having their faith, or is your contention that tag compels even the non-believer to necessarily adopt to the Christian faith, or I guess specifically the Orthodox faith? I
think it has. I think it logically goes in that direction. I don't think it compels a person. If you mean like, I mean, tag could be the means by which somebody converts, but it doesn't have to be.
But I guess what I'm saying is, if somebody hears tag and they accept, the basic premises, I guess what you're saying, are you saying that then they are being irrational in not assenting to the conclusion?
Ultimately, yeah.
Okay. So this is my issue with that because, the problem of the criterion, I guess, is really what tag is designed to address in epistemology. And that is I guess from my understanding, that's a pretty live, open debate across the field. And there are a ton of people in sort of the...
It's not really there. It's not really there to address that. It's more so that it's saying that philosophy is pretty much dead because it's led to that. And so there's no way out from philosophy. That's the point of it.
Right. But the thing is that when you say philosophy is dead, well, there are still people who are researching this. People are saying that, there are maybe neuroscientific grounding.
How is neuroscience going to ground?
That's because we didn't want to lose our jobs. I told my students this the other day. I'm like, philosophy's dead. We ignore these issues because we still want to get paid for teaching you.
Right. How is neuroscience going to solve an epistemic problem? How is neuroscience going to solve an epistemic problem? It's a totally different domain.
Right. Well, and again, I'm not here to take one position. I'm not here to be a coherent physicalist or anything. I'm just trying to say that it seems to me like what you're what you're saying about tag is that, and what I hear is actually incredibly reasonable, that if you have faith in God, there is this big hole potentially at the heart of epistemology and at the heart of knowledge itself that God very neatly fits into. And that is I think that's a beautiful sentiment. I don't. What's that?
That's not what the argument is. The argument is...
Your argument is... Okay.
I can show you different failures of autonomous epistemology and attempting to justify knowledge. But the argument really is, look, there's two categories. Either there's a personal omniscient being behind the world that created everything, and there's an intention behind law, meaning, and knowledge. Or the opposite category is there's not. And the opposite category of doing something on intention or intention being behind something is accident. So the argument's deeper than just showing system failures. And the argument is, from the atheistic point, it is the acceptance of accidentalism. So now you have to explain everything in terms of even the very meaning of the term, not the history of how it arose or something like that, but you have to explain knowledge in terms of accident, the very thing that knowledge precludes. So you have the laws of physics by accident. Laws preclude accident, meaning, etc. So it's a self-defeating system. In atheism, i.e. accidentalism, there is no, if that were true, there is no knowledge, there is no meaning, but there is meaning, therefore accidentalism and atheism is false.
Yes.
Right. The issue is that in atheism there is no meaning. I don't know.
I didn't say that. I said you have to explain meaning in terms of accident, and meaning precludes accident. Knowledge precludes, there's no accidental knowledge. So the opposite category
right.
behind the universe is accidents. So you have to explain knowledge in terms of the thing that it precludes. So you're contradicting yourself. So that's what I'm saying, is that atheism is a defeater for any statement. So you can't even support that, give any possibility. Maybe atheism might be true.
Well, hold on.
Accidentalism.
Hold on. But that is not, and nobody is saying that knowledge is impossible in this argument. The coherentists, the foundationalists, none of these people just seem to be...
That's not the point.
That's not what he's arguing.
What I'm saying is that nobody's saying that knowledge is impossible.
You're not addressing what he's saying.
It's almost like the quantum theory of gravity.
None of this is what he's arguing. You're not addressing what he's arguing.
We're just saying
the problem of what people believe or whether knowledge is impossible or not. It's the principle of explaining it, i.e. atheism, makes knowledge impossible. Not that you don't believe that knowledge is possible. You have two contradictory positions that if were true, would make knowledge impossible. That's the argument.
No, because there are other possible explanations for how knowledge is possible.
You're missing. That's not the argument.
People are saying that they can absolutely prove that those positions.
All right, you're done.
And that
you're done.
Is forced, and that everybody else is forced to assent to those positions.
Oh my gosh, it's too low tier.
You're missing the point. There's only two positions it rolls back into. So whatever the coherent, what all the theories. Ultimately, that's subsumed either under, well, those are possible because there's intention behind the universe, i.e. there's a God, or there is no God and it's accident. So I don't care what theory or whatever possibilities, it's still going to be accidentalism, which is a defeater for even making statements.
He doesn't get that. It's a waste of time. Grok, what's up?
Simple argument.
I know they don't.
People don't get it.
Yeah, but there's people who have theories of knowledge. Yeah, so what? That's not what you're not addressing what was being argued.
Knowledge exists.
Go ahead, Grok.
Hey, Jay, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Awesome. Do you mind if I go back to earlier in the stream when you were talking a little bit about the Freemasonry stuff?
Nope.
Okay.
Have you ever heard about the transcendental argument for the existence of Freemasons?
I have not. Why don't you hit me with it?
No, it's the impossibility that they don't exist, because every town that I've been in, there's always a Freemason temple or something.
So they're omnipresent.
In Blanco, Texas,
they're
which
omnipresent.
is just like a town of like 10 people. There's a Mason lodge there.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you recognize me, but I'm this is Matt Scroggins. I'm a truck driver, and I have a bike I carry with me. Every time I go to get groceries and take a ride through a town, there's a freaking lodge. Yep. It doesn't matter how small the town is, they're everywhere.
Well, you can thank Tristana for that.
Thank you, Tristana.
Well, I mean, even in Latin America, like I live in Ecuador. I'm an American, but I live in Ecuador, and there's, you feel right at home when you get into the big cities because you see all these Masonic statues and stuff. And as a Roman Catholic country, Ecuadorians have no idea the history of all the Latin American revolutions are intimately tied in with Freemasonry.
Absolutely.
With Simón Bolívar and a lot of elite being involved in Masonry down here for centuries. So it's everywhere.
Okay, so what's your question, Matt?
I know Father Deacon Ananias is a huge fan of the Chabad Lubavitch, but they have headquarters all over South America, especially Argentina, but they're in Ecuador as well.
Dude, when I lived in Argentina, huge in Argentina. It's crazy.
Grok, what's your question? Oh my gosh, dude, ripping farts on my stream. I'm about to block your ass, dude. Ripping big old farts. Give me a break, dude. Brap.
That was my truck.
Yeah, your truck, aka your butt, dude. Come on.
No, I picked up the Paul Williams Gladio book on the audio book, and I've been going through it.
Good.
And I got to the section where they were talking about like how hardcore they were with the P2 Lodge.
Yep.
I mean, and I understand why, because it's like, hey, you guys are like doing highly illegal shit, basically, and like offing people. So you have to be hardcore. But I was curious. I know that Masonry in the United States is like it's a different kind of approach, more because I guess they were just here from the beginning, so they already started with the kind of...
Well, so, yeah, go ahead. I don't want to cut you off.
No, it's okay. Just they had the kind of democratic, equalitarian fraternity kind of stuff at the beginning of the United States, so I was wondering how hardcore and violent, like, the American Masonry lodges were.
I mean, again, I brought this up with Gerald. I mean, there have been, classic famous cases like Captain William Morgan, where you had a Masonic murder, which led to America creating at one point a anti-Masonic political party. So there used to be an anti-Masonic party, and this had to do with the Masonic murder of Captain William Morgan. There's also a very famous case that I will not go into depth with, related to the founding of B'nai B'rith, which is also a Masonic associated organization. And that's another famous case that dealt with organized crime. And we just saw, for example, in France a couple of days ago, the case of the 20 plus Masons that are on trial for running an organized crime hit squad in France, that they thought they were supposedly freeing the country of Mossad. Which could either be they were working for just organized crime, or they were working for the French intelligence. It's unclear, because one of the people involved was a French intelligence operative. But those are examples of Masonic associated crimes and murders that have always plagued Masonry, I would argue, and that's because I think the Freemasons were used by the British Empire as a kind of an intelligence network. But you do have a difference in some degree between what's called Grand Orient European Masonry and kind of Western Scottish Rite Masonry. I don't ultimately think this is a lot of Masons will try, we're very different. We're very different. They try to make these big distinctions, and one's good and one's bad. It's all bad. But the European Grand Orient Lodges have a long history of being pretty radically Jacobin, communist, socialist, Marxist. And that's what's odd about the P2 lodges, is that they were largely tended towards the far right, which is kind of out of the norm. and that's why they were the breeding ground for recruitment. Because there was a lot of people that supported, for whatever reason, Mussolini, even though Mussolini like pretty much kicked out the Masons. For some reason, certain Masons were they didn't want communism, so they'd rather have Mussolini than the Bolsheviks or the Soviets, and so it became a recruiting ground for the CIA to train the stay behind units for Gladio. But exactly why the P2 Masons, the Propaganda Due lodges, were in some way pro Mussolini, I don't know. That's an odd question. I've never exactly figured that out, but because he booted out most of the Freemasons because they thought they were Jewish, and same reason why Tiny Mustache Man, right, had similar positions against Freemasonry because it was Jewish. So exactly how the P2 history comes about, I don't actually know. But they are different, I would say, from American Masonry in certain respects.
I think Masonry in general it's a breeding ground it's a good recruiting ground for different political movements and kind of any subversive movement.
Yes.
To hijack. So I think the model that Weishaupt used in the 18th century kind of just that's the vehicle. Masonry is a vehicle. It's a secret society. It's organized in this way where it's very easy to co-opt it, and there are a lot of power-hungry people within it and highly ambitious people within it. So the passions are really stirred easily, and so revolutions in either direction, whether it's to the, whether it's communist or. I think it's a breeding ground for that.
Yeah, somehow probably under Licio Gelli, and Licio Gelli was closely connected to organized crime through Mikel Sindona, as you'll see in the Gladio text that you're reading. But they were very anti-communist, very anti-Soviet, anti-Marxist, and so that became a very fertile breeding ground for the CIA to recruit and train people for the state within a state, which was basically, according to Williams, he argues that Kissinger was running all of Gladio. So basically they had control the entire Italian government through Gladio. Matt, are you there? Oh, we lost Matt. Let's see. Did you have more to your question, Matt?
Hey, sorry about that. I dropped out. I'm going through some part of Utah to Wyoming, so it's bad coverage. The other question I had, I'm just trying to figure this out. So I found out a few years ago that my grandfather was
You're cutting out. Your granddad was a Shriner. What's the question? You're cutting out. All right, we can't hear you, dog. You just call back in when you get a good signal or something. Roscoe, what's up? So let's see a little bit of the history of the P2. It says it was founded under, I guess, Victor Emmanuel, Kingdom of Italy, Grand Orient of Italy, 1877. Just the famous Mason communist Giuseppe Mazzini drew up a list called Propaganda Massonica. In 1877 in Turin, it was the Propaganda Massonica Lodge, frequented by politicians and government officials, a lot of the Piedmont nobility. Let's see. Talking about various, maybe because there was a lot of nobility amongst this lodge, they were not inclined to leftism, perhaps. Let's see.
Hello?
Now, here's my question. Hold on a second. This is where I get to things being a little fuzzy. P2 was banned in 1925, as well as all other Masonic lodges by Mussolini and the fascist regime. However, Italian Freemasonry was reconstituted in exile in 1930. Following the end of the war, Freemasonry was legal again, and the name was changed to Propaganda Due. By 1960s, the lodge was all but inactive. The original lodge was restored by Licio Gelli in 1966, after 2 years after him becoming a Freemason. On the contrary, Giuliano di Bernardo, the Grand Orient of Italy, affirms that the cards, the P2 affiliates, blah, blah, blah. It was reconstituted under the name Propaganda Due for reasons of numbering Italian lodges opposed to organizational necessity. The lodges resumed their activities under Licio Gelli. During the Cold War, Italian Freemasonry and the traditions of free thinking under the Risorgimento transformed into anti-communism. This is the area I don't understand why and how that came about. The increasing influence of political left in the 1960s became a concern even for the Masons of Italy. Licio Gelli was appointed by Lino Salvini of the Grand Orient, one of Italy's largest lodges, to represent him in all functions in 1970. He reorganized P2. Okay, so this is all in concert. By the way, he was very close to Kissinger and all these U.S. CIA people, so this is probably where this is beginning to come to fruition. According to other sources, the secret head of the P2 Lodge was actually Christian Democrat Giulio Andreotti. So this is how the CIA is using this angle against the communists getting elected, and hence the alliance with the papacy. What's up, Roscoe?
Oh, hey, Jay. I've been watching your content for a while, and I just wanted to ask a question about a potential argument for the intercession of saints.
Okay.
Yeah, I was watching a debate you had with a Protestant who said, or it was just somebody who said, not even in the Apocrypha or our Deuterocanon are there examples of saintly intercessions, and I'm wondering why Tobit chapter 12 is never brought up.
No, I remember arguing that there are saintly intercessions. I mean, maybe I forgot to bring it up in that discussion. Are you talking about with JP?
It's where the angel that was...
No. Is it me arguing with JP? Is that the one that you're talking about?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, with Raphael. What's the verse? I've got it pulled up.
It's Tobit chapter 12. I think it's around 12, verse 12.
When you, Tobit, and Sarah prayed, it was I, Raphael, presented the record of the prayer to the Lord. Yep.
So would you say that's a useful argument, or
absolutely.
Do you think it's used so sparingly because
no? Well, it's used sparingly because a Protestant's going to say, I don't care what the Deuterocanon says.
But couldn't you say that it provides an account for like a some sort of historical continuity for us?
Of course it does. That's why I said even tonight, I said it was early Jewish belief that the saints and angels interceded. And this is an example of that.
Really? Okay. I guess I just never heard that argument being made on this stream.
No, and it was just earlier tonight. But the reason that the Protestant will just say, I don't care what Tobit says. It's not the Bible. So, but no, you're absolutely right. No, it does say that. And this is, again, another reason why the Protestant reformers didn't want these texts considered to be part of the canon. Let's see. Zeno. What's up, dude? By the way, I have a lot of talks on Gladio. We covered it many, many times. You can start here with Vatican and intelligence agencies 3 years ago. This is another one here. Gladio, modern papal geopolitics. Another one here. We just covered Gladio with Gerald, Crowder's co-host, the other day. So what's up, Zeno?
Hey, Jay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for having me up, man. I really appreciate it. I just had one question, and specifically it was about meta-ethics and a particular meta-ethic. How do you believe you would approach a debate against an atheist non-cognitivist? So one who kind of claims morals have no truth aptness.
FDA, you are the expert on philosophy, sorcery, and word salad, as Jamie Kennedy said. Sorcery.
These are they're called moral nihilists, so they believe that there's no how should I put this? So propositions are sentences. Not all sentences are propositions. Propositions are sentences that have a possible truth value. Okay, so a moral nihilist, cognist, what you're saying, they're also known as expressivists. So they think they can get around this by saying that moral claims have no truth value. So you can't actually say something is morally wrong or morally right because that implies a truth value. And so they say what it really is a kind of a linguistic error. You're simply expressing emotively or cognitively a distaste. So take, for example, torture is wrong. They're saying there is no fact out there such that could be true or false, because what torture is wrong means is simply, I don't like torture. Would you please stop torturing this person?
You're going to get my stream taken down.
So the great thing about that is they just forfeited debate. So if they do that, they think that so what they're trying to do is they're trying to escape the contradictoriness of subjectivism and relativism. And so they switched it into, well, those statements are really just cognitive or emotive expressions. But if that's the case, then there's nothing to actually debate, because debate implies that you're making propositions that your position's true. So who cares what they think? So they kind of undermine themselves. So in other words, there's no force to their arguments because they forfeited a whole position that actually entails their propositions have truth value. And also, you can put them in camps.
Mr. Mustache Ninja, what's up?
Just for the record, Father Deacon Ananias just said you can put people in camps. So I want to get that out there.
Yes.
Father Deacon Ananias wants
clip that and exposed.
Yeah, it's an ambiguous term. What?
Maybe he means fun camps, like Hillary talked about fun camps. Maybe that's what he means.
Yeah, like summer camps.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Mustache, what's up, man? Mustache Pete, what's up?
Yes, good evening, Jay. Father bless. I pretty much just wanted to throw out one thing for, I just wanted to do this laugh tonight. Alex was on the stream earlier. He had a pretty good interaction on his debate, what is debate stream. I think it was like an hour 26. Some guy called in and decided to do the "you're mean at Jay Dyer" type of argument. So I figured you'd get a kick out of reviewing
So wait,
that.
you're saying that a guy called into Alex arguing that you're mean or that Jay's mean?
Yeah, he did that to Alex. He didn't like the way that Alex didn't give the other Paul the complete advantage in their debate. He's like, you use cross like the way cross should be done, and I didn't like how you asked him questions.
Oh, well, actually, I saw a lot of comments underneath that debate saying that, another mean ortho bro. I mean, and I've only seen some clips, but I highly doubt Alex was mean. I've never actually seen Alex be mean to somebody.
I'm glad you brought this up, actually, because there's this, misconception out there that somehow lawyers or academics, that they have this, unreasonable level of scrutiny that they apply in debates. Look, I have done in the hundreds, if not at least 1,000 cross-examinations in my career so far. What I've done on YouTube is mild. There are people that have been litigating longer than I have, 50, 60 years, that are much more masterful across it. This is Jay's cross-exams, my cross-exams, they are mild. And there's even a higher level of scrutiny when you get into academia at the PhD level, like Father Deacon, you would know very well, that when you're presenting a PhD paper, every single punctuation, every single space, every single word you have to account for. It's the highest level of scrutiny out there. And if you're going to go and have a debate on a complicated, important topic on YouTube, you should be prepared for some heat.
Great point.
This is not time to be friends. Everybody's trying to prove a point.
In the analytic area, so the UK, Anglo-UK philosophy, I mean, you go to conference and Q&A, they rip each other apart. And when I was an undergraduate, and I went to the Great Books program at Thomas Aquinas College, we had to have these things called Don Rags, where the professors of the Dons, named after the Oxford Dons, and your report card was basically called in by all your professors, and they ragged on you like you didn't exist, like you weren't in the room. If you had a stupid position, I mean, you were ripped apart, and nobody ever in those said, "Oh, that's so mean. Oh, that's so uncharitable." It's like, man up and deal with the argument. Like, it's a hard argument, and they're going to aggressively go after you. So it's, as we talked before, it's just an effeminate reaction to be like, it's not even effeminate. It's the other word that I'm not supposed to say on YouTube.
We're on YouTube, man. You're trying to take away all my ad money, dog.
That's what I said. It's the other word.
But my conclusion here is that either they are just losing, so they need some excuse to make up for all the losing, or they're just really bad at cross-exam and they complain after. They just don't know what it is. They don't understand.
Well, I think a lot of people don't know. Like, I had multiple experiences. Yeah, I'm having multiple experiences where people think that, you know, you're not supposed to interrupt in a cross-examination. Now I can do that if I'm cross-examining you.
Yeah, that's so crazy because it's also like you have a set amount of time to make your points, right? 15, 20, 30 minutes. Why on earth are you going to let this person take up your time when it's your turn to make your points? It doesn't make any sense. People, so I did a stream on this, but maybe, Jay, if you went into it too a little bit, that'd probably reach a few more people so that people understand what are the rules of debate. Like, what are we trying to do here?
Exactly. None of these people know what actual... Because, you know, Jay and I grew up, and if, you know, you went through law school, you learned the rules of kind of like debate. I was brought up in debate, so none of this stuff is strange to me. But like, I don't know what these people are thinking.
Okay, Guts, what's up, man? And then we'll go to Brian. Guts, and then Brian.
What's going on, Jay? So I basically have like a paradox that pretty much proves that the Abrahamic conceptions of God are contradictions.
I
just want to see how you would respond to that.
How would a paradox prove
I don't even need to know. I believe you.
How would a paradox prove a contradiction? First of all, it's not able to do that.
Okay, well, I can demonstrate to you. Do you want it formulated?
Well, then it's not. If it's a contradiction, it's not a paradox. So there's two different things.
So do you want it formulated? Yes or no?
Well, do you not agree? First of all, that what you said.
Do you guys believe that omnipotence and omniscience are properties of the deistic God?
Sure.
Okay, so we'll just start with the first step. Do you guys believe that God can create a stone too heavy for him to lift?
Okay, this is too stupid to even. This is not a serious person.
Wait, so you're dodging the question?
No,
you thought that a contradiction was a paradox.
It's a category error. So we don't answer questions. Remember when our grade school teachers said there's no such thing as a stupid question?
No, there are.
That's a stupid question because it's a category error. So there's nothing to actually answer in terms of the question.
Well, it's been a while since we've had two Redditors tonight.
Can God create himself to have never been God?
Oh, Reddit, mind blown, bro. Brian, what's up, dog?
No.
I just have a question.
No. I gotta put 1 point in. True or false? Does 2 smell faster running on Tuesday?
Yes.
See? Answer the question, Jay. Are you dodging the question?
I am defeated. I dodge officially. I acquiesce. Brian, what's on your mind, dog?
Yeah, I just have a question, like how to respond with like this. It's almost like a script that the Protestants use, where they kind of put you in a corner to make a judgment on their salvation, and they kind of like try to trick the audience to like make you condemn them to hell, so like they can like win over the audience. Like, how do you guys like? I know you're not supposed to make judgments, obviously, if you're Orthodox.
Well, it's an emotional appeal, right? That would be a fallacy, first of all. So
you would just tell them that's an emotional appeal. That
I would.
Like, okay, yeah, because I see that's a lot of like script. Like, even Need the God Down Man will like try to be like almost like piety signal. Like, oh, you got to be careful. Like, I think when even Cleve was Protestant, he would kind of be like, you have to be careful becoming Orthodox because then you're condemning your Protestant grandmother. Like.
Yeah.
Try to win the.
I agree. Yeah, it's a kind of a cheap debate move, actually, because it's like when Sam Harris was debating Jordan Peterson. We covered that debate, and Sam Harris was like, right now there's a Muslim torturing a girl and stoning her to death, and how could God allow such a thing? It's like, well, that's an emotional appeal to the audience to get them to feel bad for somebody being stoned or whatever supposedly is happening. But it really has nothing to do with the argument.
If God doesn't come down and answer me right now, why this poor girl with cancer doesn't, then I'm not going to believe.
And then what do we say? Dawkins, if you don't build me a quantum time machine, science machine, to go back and kill my grandfather, I don't believe in science.
Well, you laughed about the quantum time machine, but did you see that there's this Trump Department of Homeland Security guy who's claiming that he was teleported to a Waffle House? Did you see this? So apparently, FDA has been trolling us all this time with his joke of a quantum time machine. They actually built this, but it just takes you to like Greasy Spoon restaurants. Apparently, it doesn't take you anywhere cool. So I'm being serious. There's a DHS guy who is doubling down. I saw the story today that he was teleported to a Waffle House. John, do you want to say something? JR, what's up? I'm mute. White House official says, FEMA official says, I don't recall who teleported me, but I was teleported to a Waffle House. I'm not joking. It's all in the, it's right here in all these major stories. John Adams, you want to say something? John, can y'all hear me?
Could God create like a universe where God didn't exist, man?
Exactly, dude. Mind blown.
Could God create a universe where my question about God doesn't make any sense?
Oh, it's getting meta, dude. But I want to know who.
Don't get me interested and started down the rabbit hole of whether God could create a universe where the questions are God didn't exist, man.
So, but was Greg Phillips teleported to the Waffle House? I don't understand why you guys are not more interested in this story.
Can you prove that he wasn't? I haven't heard a good argument.
Exactly. I like that line of argument too. Well, can you prove?
Jay's avoiding the Waffle House question.
The WHQ.
Big Waffle House.
The Chicoquay Waffle House.
I got a boomer joke. You ready? Huh, Waffle House. Is that another word for Trump's White House? Get it? Because he waffles? That's a boomer joke right there. So John's the only person that laughs at my boomer joke.
By the way, you should do, you know how you did those joke reels about church?
Mm-hmm. Pastor Randy Balls?
Ones about like protests, like boomer protests. Look at this protest right here.
Well, the problem is that you can't accurately mock the boomer no kings people because they're actually way crazier than what you would mock. Like the real thing is way crazier than any kind of comedy sketch.
Did you see the one where it was like this disabled fat lady with?
Yeah, they were calling her.
Straight out of.
There was a bunch of good jokes. Like, who's the guy in Mad Max?
Mad Max, humongous.
Mad Max.
No. The new one. What's his name? Not Lord Humongous.
Bane.
No. It was a really good joke. There was two good one-liners. It was Immortan Joe, and they called her Immortan Slow because she was in a wheelchair. And then somebody called her. Let me finish my jokes. Somebody called her Immortan Joe, Slow, and Immortan Joan because of Immortan Joe. I thought that was a good one. Okay, you may go now.
It's just the world's so crazy. I actually thought it was AI.
No,
I didn't realize it was a real.
I thought at first it was a dude, and it turns out it was a girl. But technically, she did look more like the new Mad Max villain than Lord Humongous. But there is Immortan Joe, if you remember him from the newer one. Let's see. Where's that pastor? Oh, that pastor dude came back and then he left again. Dang it. I want the pastors, dog. We had a Randy Balls in here, and he left. Come back, dude.
Can God make a pastor so fat God can't lift him?
Can God make an Israel so Israel that he can't destroy it? Because it's Israel.
Can God make an Israel whose borders are so large there are no more borders to consume?
Exactly. And then there wouldn't be war.
Yes, and he will.
Let's see. What's that pastor do? Come back, pastor. I want to talk about Israel. Let's see. Let's go to Into the Furnace.
Can God make a blood moon so big?
Can God make a moon pie that's so big that it's a blood moon pie? Go ahead, man. Into the Furnace. What's up, dude?
What's going on, Jay? How you doing, brother?
Good. What's on your mind?
Got a couple things, man. You should make a new Cringecore video of Trent Horn and bad words, something to that effect. That would be hilarious.
Somebody said they're making a Trent Horn Cringecore video, but I don't know if it's from somebody else's streams or where they're making it. I don't know if it's, I think it was Dr. Evo, but I don't know what they're making.
Either that or something about the alien disclosure. You should make a Cringecore about that.
That'd be fun. Touching butts, dude.
That would be.
Is that all? Is that it?
Got a quick thing for you. I was looking at that post you made about the, I think it's Edge to the, or I think it's like, it's the one about the alien and the incarnation from the, I think it was.
Yeah, Brenda Densler's book. Yeah.
Yes. I thought it was really interesting how it was, they're like attacking or looking to attack the incarnation. I thought it was really interesting, and it made me think about how a lot of Protestants have like a really underdeveloped theology around the incarnation. I mean,
or just outright heretical.
Do, but I think in general, like when I talk to people about the incarnation, it's really, really dumbed down.
Yeah.
And I feel like if this alien stuff that they're trying to put out or whatever, it's going to be pretty effective in kind of uprooting a lot of like, you know, like
Oh, I'm sorry, I lost you there. I apologize. I did not mean to. I hit the wrong button because I was trying to bring the pastor up. Pastor Daniel, what's on your mind?
What's up, buddy? How are you tonight?
I'm here ready to talk about Israel. Are you a friend of Israel or are you enemy of God's chosen people?
Dude, I'm all here for the blood moons, man.
Okay, I knew it. We got a John Hagee in
build that third temple, man, so I can support Israel and usher in the Antichrist at the same time, because that's not contradictory at all.
Fran, I love the way you think. I love the way you think, Fran.
Amen.
You mean hey, man.
Oh yeah, sorry. Hey, man. I forgot Alex is in the
hey, man.
Hey, man. Anathema, eh? Anyway, Jay, are you still good to talk about the atonement for a second?
Sure.
PSA.
Uh-huh.
So, I'm a Reformed pastor that's in the process of reforming back to Byzantium, and I wanted to give you a really good quote. I know a lot of Calvinists, from a theologian, I know a lot of Calvinists use. It's Gerhardus Voss, and I've got his...
I've got one large Gerhardus Voss book. I think it's his Eschatology book, but you cut out. What were you saying?
Okay, sorry. So, Redeemed Zoomer, I heard you playing a clip from him earlier, essentially doing the same thing Dr. Gavin Ortland's been doing, almost redefining PSA, like, oh, we don't believe in damnation.
Yeah, right.
He doesn't do any of these things. So, Gerhardus Voss, and it's volume 4 of his systematic theology. Let me just read this quote to you. I'll send it to you after, but this would be good.
Yeah, this is perfect. By the way, I'm going to go get all of my systematic theologies of Calvinists that I have. There's a bunch of them. And I'm just going to collect a bunch of damnation quotes out of it to put this to rest. But go ahead.
Well, so listen to this one, though. This is sneaky, though, right? He doesn't use the word damnation, right? And that's where we might have a goalpost shift. Like, well, we don't believe he believes that he was damned. Mm-hmm. But here's the interesting thing. So this is just a quick quote I'll read for you.
Sure.
So Voss is describing 3 types of death. He's being super verbose. And the last one, he says, death is separation for the consciousness from any favor and a full awareness of the infinitely severe wrath of God. So there is your wrath paradigm, right? But then here's the final quote. This is eternal death.
Mm-hmm.
And we believe that this too befell Christ.
Yes.
That's a super paradigmatic one to hold, like someone like Redeemed Zoomer to. Because if that's the case at all, that's what the whole paradigm, and this is my understanding as a Reformed pastor, right? Of course that's the case.
Yeah.
Because the punishment for my
it's an equal transference, right? It's an equal transference, right? He has to take the punishment that was due to you, right?
Exactly right. And then you ask the question of, well, what punishment am I actually owed? And then that's where things fall apart. They have to conclude usually eternal death because of the total depravity of man.
Correct.
And then there's another fork in the road. Did he take on a totally depraved nature because total depravity is true? What does that do to the Trinity? Do we want to be an Nestorian?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it something euphoric, like a pre-fallen perfect nature where maybe he didn't experience our temptations and stuff, so he can't empathize with our weaknesses? But I just wanted to share that with you.
That, by the way, would be the heresy of Julian of Halicarnassus, and that was the Julianists were a very minor, unknown sort of sect for a while. But if you saw in that John Damascus piece that we had up, and there's a reason why I'm bringing this up. It's actually important. So in on the Orthodox Faith Book 3, when you come down to the bottom of it, when he's talking about what happened at the death of Christ, he notes the Julianists, and he says that, wherefore to say with the foolish Julianus and Gaianus that our Lord's body was incorruptible, in the first sense of the word, before his resurrection, it is impious. For if it were incorruptible, it was not really, but only apparently, the same nature that we have, right? And this is why Maximus talks about in the little blue book the blameless and the blameful passions. So
I was just about to say that.
Yes, Christ. Yeah, go ahead.
Part of Christ, another loaded term we can use is suffering, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the suffering of Christ is not just limited to the cross, or the quote unquote passion of Christ. There is just the fact of his condescension being into humanity.
Yeah. Great point.
Think about all the suffering we experience daily, right? Like I did a karate belt test today. I had a lot of suffering in that, back pain because I'm getting to be an old man and I'm tall, right? And I'm hungry. I mean,
well, Christ fasting for 40 days, Christ, weeping over Jerusalem. Those are all sufferings.
Exactly right. It's such a broad, that there's a beauty to that too, obviously, that I don't want to look past, right? And it's a more beautiful contrast with Adam, who ate but he was not, again, before the fall, Adam was not tempted to overeat when he ate, right? St. Maximus makes this point as well.
Correct.
But again, I think there's a cruciality to that too, where it's no wonder that the modern neo-Calvinists, they're picking that Nestorian route.
Correct.
Most of the time. Because in that recent Ortland video, that's what he did, redefining PSA. We don't believe he was damned. But now how do we, just for a second, separate the natures, right? How do we dissolve them just briefly? What can't be dissolved? We need to do it just briefly for this to function together.
Yep. Now, let me pause you right there, because this is a really important chapter that I want. Let's just read this. Because John Damascus summarized this very well about what happened with the sufferings and the death that he underwent. Observe that we say that God suffered in the flesh, but never that the divinity suffered, or that God suffered through the flesh. For example, if when the sun is shining on a tree, the axe would cleave the tree, and nevertheless the sun remains uncleft and void of passion, much more would the passionless divinity of the Word, united in subsistence, that's just the Latin term for the person or the hypostasis of the flesh, united in subsistence or hypostasis to the flesh, remain void of passion when the body undergoes passion. And should anyone pour water over flaming steel, it is that which naturally suffers by the water, the fire that is quenched, but the steel remains untouched. For it is not the nature of steel to be destroyed by water. Much more than when the flesh suffered, did his passionless divinity escape all passion, although abiding inseparably from the flesh. For one must not take the examples to be absolutely and strictly. In these examples, one should consider that what is water and what is like, what is unlike. And then he says, since our Lord was without sin, he committed no sin, and he took away the sin of the world, nor was there any deceit found in his mouth. He was not subject to death, since death came in the world through sins. sin. Romans 5:12, he dies, therefore, because he took on himself death on our behalf, and thus he makes himself an offering to the Father for our sakes. For if we had sinned against him, and it was meet that he should ransom us, and that we should thus be delivered from condemnation, God forbid that the blood of the Lord should have been offered to the tyrant. So it's not offered to the devil. Wherefore, death approaches, and swallowing up the body as bait, it is transfixed on the hook of divinity. So he's doing the ransom theory right here. And he's saying that after death tasted of the sinless life-giving body, it perishes, and it brings again all those who were swallowed up by it. For just as darkness disappears upon the introduction of light, so death is repulsed by the assault of life, bringing all to life, and death to the destroyer. Therefore, although he died as man and his Holy Spirit was severed from his body, this is, by the way, is not the Holy Spirit. It's supposed to be, I think, his soul. It's just the Latin translation of John Damascus's work. His divinity remained inseparable, right? Obviously, he wouldn't be saying that the Holy Spirit is severed from the divinity.
Right.
By both, I mean his soul and his body. So here he's saying what was severed, right? His divinity remained inseparable from the body and the soul. And so thus the one hypostasis of the Word is not divided into two hypostases. That means that when the soul was severed from the body in his death, he still remained, as the divine person of the Word, the person to both of those components of his human nature, body and soul. For the body and the soul received simultaneously in the beginning of their being in the subsistence of the Word. So it's the Word that created the human body and the human soul that he assumed, although they were severed from one another by the death. See that right there? So this is a key point for us in terms of what happened on the cross. The body and the soul were severed from one another, yet they continued, both of them, to have as the one subsistence, or one to be the to have the one subsistence of the Word. In other words, the divine person of the Word is the person or the hypostasis to the body and the soul. So that the one subsistence of the Word is alike the subsistence of the Word of the soul and of the body. In other words, even in the death, there's no severing to have another hypostasis of a human person, or is the human body severed from the Word. So this is exactly refuting what he's saying Gavin Ortlund is arguing. For at no time had either soul or body a separate subsistence of their own other than the Word, the person of the Word. And thus, the person of the Word is forever one, and at no time two. So Christ is always one. Although the soul was separated from the body topically, yet hypostatically they were united through the Word, who is the person to the body and the soul, even when he descends into Hades.
Can I cut in real quick,
Sure.
Jay, with a question?
Please.
When you're talking about the separation that St. John is highlighting, is this where we can appropriately apply the term tropos? And like where separation occurred, it was in the tropos, or am I wrong there in the terminology?
Well, it's tropos is just mode, but he's saying that where did he put it? He said it was separated topically. So in other words, there's this quote separation is a real death, and thus the divine person of the Word descends into Hades in the soul that is severed from the body. But because he's omniscient,
I wouldn't there.
Huh?
I'm sorry, Jay, go ahead.
No, because I think John Damascus is arguing that because he's omniscient, he never ceases to be the divine person or agent to both the soul and the body, even when, in order for him to go into Hades, there has to be a real death. And so the real death is the severing of the human soul. He descends into Hades as the person to the soul, even though he's still the person to the body in the tomb. And in Hades, he baits the devil and destroys the power of death in Hades by harrowing Hades and thus resurrecting all men.
That makes me think of that quote, death defeated by death.
That's why he said, John Damascus actually said that. He says right here, he brought death to the destroyer.
Right. Well, and I just finished reading the Gospel of Mark, and at the end of it, it highlights two things. Pilate says that he is surprised Christ died so quickly, which is something I haven't noticed before. But what's also crucial to the crucifixion at the very end, he says, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. And then he breathes out and he is dead. And I'm thinking of that in the PSA terminology, right? The emphasis is always what actions is the Father doing to the Son, right? As like the primary cause of, I don't know, death, crushing, harm, insert some synonyms, right? But there's clearly a Christus Victor model there, right? Where the death that he experiences is by his literal, in the most literal sense, laying it down when he is ready. If you're following me.
Yeah. So in the garden, when you have the prayer in Gethsemane, the whole book, the Maximus has in his dispute with Pyrrhus is about that text. Basically, the whole book ends up being a debate about let this cup pass from me. And Maximus argues that the blameless passions of our nature have a natural tendency to not want to die, and that there's nothing inherently wrong with that. So Christ was not sinning when he didn't want to die, because he says, let this cup pass from me, but thy will be done. And so Christ is submitting his human will to the divine will that he shares with the Father. So there's a submitting that occurs there. It's never an overcoming, because he was arguing with a person who was a monothelite. So he's arguing that there's never an overcoming, but the desire to not die is a blameless passion, not a blameful passion. And this is why we have to say, as John Damascus argues, that Christ has our nature, but it is the pre-Adamic, not fallen nature, but it's still our nature, because we share the same nature as Adam, and Christ, even though we're fallen. The only difference is that we have blameful passions, and Christ willingly took on the blameless passions. But because he's born of a virgin, it is the original Edenic nature, and that's what he's restoring to us. That's why he doesn't assume a fallen or depraved, quote-unquote, nature.
Final question for you, Jay, about the atonement, if you don't mind. This is more pinpointed. So in Colossians, and forgive me, I don't have the exact address, but I believe it's Colossians chapter 2. You get some favored language in the PSA model. And my question is going to regard, what does this mean in the Orthodox paradigm?
Yes.
So it talks about our sin being nailed to the cross with its legal demand and our debt being paid. And so the two-parter here is that language used at all in Orthodoxy with just a different paradigmatic understanding? Or is it a question of, well, Daniel, you're probably reading an ESV or an NIV, something that has the presupposition of PSA already?
No, actually, Maximus is really good on Colossians 2 here, because he argues that if you look over here at John Damascus, if you go up a couple chapters to chapter 25, and we actually just covered this a minute ago, he says that when we read Galatians 3:15, for example, that he was made a curse, it's what we call appropriation, meaning that he was not actually cursed by the Father, but to human vantage point, it appeared as if he was one cursed, right? Because Deuteronomy says, cursed is he who hangs on a tree. So to all the people witnessing it, it looks as if he is the one who is cursed. And in a sense, because death is the curse, he willingly takes on the curse of death. And so in that sense, by appropriation, yes, he is hanging on a tree and he is made a curse for our sakes. However, as John Damascus says, because he is the true, holy, pure Son of God, he could never be a curse. And you can never actually ontologically become a curse anyway, because sin doesn't have any ontological status. So the answer is right here. The answer is right here that he becomes a curse by appropriation.
And I guess that's one way we should talk about Isaiah 53, which is part of the quotation you're laying out. It also quotes Deuteronomy as well, that when Isaiah says he became a curse, or it pleased the Father to crush him, there's a premise in Isaiah 53 that the point of view is the point of view of man, or Isaiah.
Correct.
It's not just divine ontological statements being leveled out.
Yeah,
I think that's missed a lot.
Yeah, chapter 24 addresses this, is that he does these things for our sake.
Right.
It's not because he actually, what does he say to Pilate? He says, you would have no power over me were it not permitted. And as the divine person of the Son, he is the one willfully permitting it. So his life is not taken from him. He willingly undertook these things. He's never severed from the Father. He is a, quote, curse by appropriation, not actually cursed in God's eyes. And he's not actually forsaken, but he is, as John Damascus says here, when he says, my God, why have you forsaken me? He says this making our personality his own. In other words, from the human vantage point, as you said.
Well, and even in Psalm 22, most people would just listen to Christ's quote and they're like, well, look, he was forsaken. But, you know, it's a call sign to read this psalm, right? If I'm dying in my bed, right, and I look at my wife and I quote the lyrics to a song, she'll probably go listen to the whole darn song. So we should read the whole psalm. At the end of it, there's not this perspective of true forsakenness, like ontological forsakenness, like God has divided or left somebody. It's victory. Again, thinking back to Jesus saying, I and the Father are one. Again, it just does away with that paradigm of any type of triadic abandonment.
Correct. And that's what John Damascus says right above that. He says he's doing this for our sakes. And he says, for example, when Jesus asked the Father, let this cup pass from me, or if it be possible, let this cup pass from me. Well, as the divine person of the Son, he would know what is and isn't possible because he's God. But John Damascus says he says these things for us and for our sake. So it's just the same as like when he prays to the Father. Well, does he have to pray to the Father? Isn't he God? Well, he's giving us an example of how we ought to pray. It's not that he can't do these things or he has to, you know, it's not like he's a creature. He's also setting us an example. But yes, the whole context of the prayer of the psalm is also being fulfilled in the crucifixion. But at no point in any of this would we say, oh, well, I guess he is losing his divinity or there's some separate subject. And this is something that you would also find interesting. If you've not looked into the 11th century Byzantine disputes over what's happening in the offering of the Son to the Father. If you get the Pomazansky book, there's a whole section on this, which is really good. There's the Meyendorff and the Meyendorff book also has a longer section on this. The one, the history book on the Middle Ages. I forget the name of the title at the moment, but the Papadakis Meyendorff book has a longer section on this. But there's an 11th century Byzantine dispute over what happens at the crucifixion and the offering. Is it the Father is receiving the offering of the Son himself? Is it the human nature that's offered to the Father? Or is the Son offering the human nature to the whole triad through the Son in the Spirit? And the problem is that even though they weren't dealing with a Reformation doctrine, this in a roundabout way actually refutes PSA, because the Byzantine Synod condemns the deacon who has this heretical view and says, there is no offering of a creature that could pay God. Also, there's no offering of one person to the other that excludes the Holy Spirit. So you can't say, for example, like an Anselmian doctrine, that the Father is being paid off by the Son, because Anselm's version leaves out the Holy Spirit. There's nothing that happens in the triad that's not all three.
Well, it's ironic too. Anselm, just his whole introduction of PSA into the world happened so quickly after the date you're talking about.
Correct. Yeah, it's after the schism.
I haven't checked out the Pomazansky book, but I did. I think I heard someone earlier ask, like, what's a good intro book? And one I really liked, it's The Mystery of Faith by Metropolitan Hilarion, and then a very Russian last name.
Alfiev.
I won't even try to pronounce it.
Alfiev.
But Alfiev, thank you. The North Carolina dialect doesn't really do well for Russian.
That's okay.
But it dips a little bit into, you know, quote unquote, the atonement, that starts opening your mind. But just, you notice the paradigm in which he's writing in, you're not going to be led anywhere near PSA. Like, you wouldn't even have the flirtation with it.
Yeah.
Which I think is the point, because that's the historical perspective.
So
reading the fathers, you have to redefine your presuppositions if you have PSA, because they don't talk like that. You know, even the words we use, like atonement, right? How English it is. I just didn't realize how loaded with presuppositions the quote-unquote Reformed terminology even is in and of itself, right? It's not even historical. the terms we favor, like justification, right? In a way we mean it so legally.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I appreciate your questions. My mind is getting a little mush, but this is the controversy that I was mentioning around Soterikos. And this is a Byzantine cleric who is briefly Patriarch of Antioch, but he was condemned for the idea that the Son is offering the Eucharist to the Father alone. And what's condemned is the idea that you could pay God, or that God receives a created thing as some sort of payment. That's part of what was condemned. And the solution is that the Son is offering the human nature to the Father in the Holy Spirit. So it's a triadic action, and it's an action that uplifts. It's not a payment model. So it is a deification model. And the text that solved this was the liturgical text, thine own of thine own we offer unto thee. So it's a triadic offering, and it's an offering of the human nature, and by extension, obviously, the Eucharist as well. So the liturgical text actually solved this dispute, which in a roundabout way also refutes PSA. And Pomazanski covers that in a few pages, and then the Papadakis Meyendorff book has a longer, more significant section covering this. I also did a video on this on my Clips channel. TJ Vision, what's up, man? All right, we're going to wind it up here with the last few questions because I'm getting really tired. But Andrew says about the Protestant debates on Twitter, many people seem so arrogant that they're unable to handle information. Yeah, I agree with that. I would just, if somebody immediately seems to be not worth talking to, move on. And I'm a big fan of the block button. I think that it's my own little personal excommunication, and I revel in that power and authority. So a lot of people bitch at me about blocking too many people. I like it. I'm a big fan of blocking. Redward, $5. Thank you for your work. I'm Lutheran, but I find it unfortunate there's a trend of Lutherans trying to debunk EO, but they won't actually debate anybody. Exactly. I think Alex has had a recent sort of back and forth with Cooper, but none of these people will debate. Have you read the Book of Concord? I had a Lutheran phase back when I was like 22, and I read like 5 Luther books, and I read Book of Concord. I've not read Johann Gerhard. We are not merely blanket Protestants. I recognize that Lutherans have some elements that are more amenable to Catholics and Orthodox, but again, from our perspective, it really doesn't matter if you're also going to have, your own church that follows a man, and you're going to have Reformation solas that are, we would say, heterodox. So I recognize and I appreciate the things that you share with us, but also that's not enough. TJ, what's up?
Hey, Jay. I actually just got my hands on a copy of the John Courtney Murray, The American Proposition book.
Awesome.
And something I found interesting was I had to order it through my school, and they ordered it from Harvard. And when the copy that I got from Harvard, it looks untouched. So that kind of tells me that nobody at America's most quote-unquote prestigious university is interested in this type of subject. It seems pretty significant.
You would think. And, when I checked out Tragedy and Hope from my university library, it had been checked out once in the 1980s.
That's crazy.
Decades, yep. No one reads. No one cares except us nerds. So, exactly. Stallion, what's up? And by the way, no Roman Catholic has read that book, except for the guy who wrote it. I'm convinced 0 Roman Catholics have actually read Wim Hof's book, even though frickin' Flanders interviewed him. I guarantee you Flanders didn't read it. And I don't think any Roman Catholics have actually read the book. I would love to actually interview or talk to a Roman Catholic who has actually read it. Maybe Tim Kelly. Tim Kelly is the one Roman Catholic that I believe probably did read it. What's up, man? Stallion?
Hey, what's up, guys? I just got a quick question.
Yeah.
When speaking about objective morality with an atheist, why is there, if they take the position of like selectively choosing what's for the good of the cause or so on and so forth? I mean, I'm sure you've answered this like 1 million times, but like, why is that like incoherent?
Well, I mean, just on its face, it would be arbitrary. What was your statement again? Say it again.
Right. I'm saying, why is it incoherent for an atheist to just take the position that what is morally good or objective morality is just subjective or selective to the greater good, quote unquote?
Well, why ought we choose just saying that it's quote the greater good doesn't tell us what the greater good is or why we ought to choose that. So it would just be an assertion.
And it's begging the question.
Right.
It's begging the question too, yeah.
Right, and then so when it comes to orthodoxy, how does the objective morality work? As in, like are there core tenets? Like, of course, there's the Ten Commandments. So apart from that, are there core tenets that are never subject to change, or can things change over time, like such as slavery, so on and so forth? You know.
Well, there might be situations where the expression of law has to change because times and places and people change.
It's called ethical pluralism. So they're based on objective principles. So the status isn't subjective, but how a rule is applied at what degree and where will vary.
Yeah. But that's not moral relativism, right? Because somebody will hear that. Well, then you think morals.
Oh, yeah. People get confused. So in ethics, there's ethical monism that basically says the rule or law has to be applied at the nth degree. So it has more to do with stringency and how it's applied. Ethical pluralism that acknowledges the objective ontological status of it, so it's not dependent on us, will take into account that a moral rule might look, for example, I think Schaeffer had said, honor thy mother and father. Now, if you're in a, I make a joke, but if you're if you're an Arab in the desert, that might be, giving your mother and father goats or something like that. And like in the U.S., it might look different. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like
how the principle is exercised can change. Yeah. And it's the same way with canon law, right? There has to be some flexibility. I mean, you get these spurgs who are like 20 and they think that like you're violating canon law if you go to see a movie because it says to not go to the theaters. And it's like, dude, come on. You cannot keep all of the canons because, I mean, there's rules about cities and places and things like clergy can't ride horses. Well, that was because clergy were supposed to be distinguished from the civil state and nobility. So if you don't understand the context and you're some sort of spurg who's 20 years old, you're going to go crazy trying to, quote, make all the canons apply. And it's not your job to do that anyway. Daniel, what's up?
Hey, Jay, nothing to debate about or nothing. I just wanted to say thank you for assisting me through the journey. My wife was chrismated today. Myself, my two sons, and my daughter were both baptized and chrismated into the church today. So big day for us, and thank you for the help.
Hey, many years to you, Daniel. That's great to hear. Now we got more and more people piling in right when I'm about to. I think the atheists try to figure out, okay, he's getting tired now, so now we can go get him. Let me read a few super chats, and we'll try to get through the rest of these calls. Paul says, Jay, I don't have Twitter. How can someone like me call in? My kids love your Plump Booty song, by the way. Thank you. Hopefully you mean the Voice of Reason song, because I do have a plump booty, and I'm sure that many of you would probably find it attractive. I don't want to tempt you guys to lust, but I am thick. I do have birthing hips. Can't help it if I'm a queen, a diva. Just how I'm made. But, haters going to hate. People going to be jealous. But right now, the only way I have to call in is Twitter. So Mad Burns says, Brian Shapiro was cloned because of James White and Galileans. Queen Kwan just told me. That is a good theory. I don't know why. I can't disprove it. Sean Patterson gives out 5 memberships. Appreciate that. Rui says for $20, finally, high quality content. Congratulations, Jay. Thank you. We're right at 200K. Guys, if you would hit like and share, I need y'all to subscribe to me because I'm about to hit it. This is the pre-party party. This is not the 200K party. This is the 200K pre-party. Blink says, in my private interpretation, is the notion of private interpretation in any way derived from Talmudic or Kabbalistic influence? Yeah, there probably is some indirect or so linkage there, because there were Kabbalistic influences on Hermeticism. There were Kabbalistic influences on the Enlightenment. So it's very possible that, Enlightenment thinkers and classical liberal thinkers thought if we could divorce one's textual interpretation from any sort of authoritative interpreter, then we could sort of subvert society. That's possible. I wouldn't be surprised. I have read mystical Kabbalistic texts that do think that you can individually, that God speaks to the individual in some mystical way. That was in the Cambridge Companion to Esoterica that we read, and there was a whole chapter on that from the Kabbalists. So maybe. Ultra Void, $10. I'm confused from what you said about Redeemed Zoomer. Would the Bible have to come from the church that Jesus established? Seems like it. If not, then could Webster's Dictionary or anything else actually be the true Bible? Yeah, I don't know how he would answer this question, because he's, of course, going to go back to history, but then he's going to not have a lot of friends when it comes to history. Only, you want to unmute? Only, are you there? Only, last chance. Okay, Wombat, what's up? Wombat, unmute. Can you guys not hear me? Wombat, are you there? Requiem? Unmute.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, Jay?
What's up?
I guess my question was kind of answered before when you guys were talking with the pastor about what it really, like how that section where Jesus says, my God, why have you forsaken me? Like, how does that apply? I guess, how does it necessarily apply in the Orthodox way? So, like, what does that, like, really entail? So, like, obviously I don't think he was damned, but...
Bro, I just literally covered that twice tonight for like 30 minutes to an hour each time. So just refer back. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's 6 hours in. I'm not going to do this for the third time. Just scroll back and listen to when we covered it with the previous guy. Scab, what's up? Guys, please spare me PSA questions, man. I've done a kenosis to do it with you guys again for we did 3 hours tonight on PSA. Please don't bring me PSA questions, man. What's up, man? Scab? It's like a slow boy said, as soon as PSA comes up, 200 people immediately leave. Scab, unmute. What's up? Are you there? I heard you for a second. You have to unmute, not mute. Dude, I see people doing Twitter spaces all the time. I just don't understand why this is so hard for people. Luke, what's up? Contemporary, congratulations, Jay, on 500K. I'm super chatting you from the future. Maybe. I mean, the way that we, don't really progress in the algorithm, that's probably 10 years away, dude. Sincere Hypocrite, $5. It's ironic that Redeemed Zoomer is trying to argue normative authority, but he's making up his own version of Calvinism and churchianity. Exactly. He's even more incoherent now than he was then. Exactly. Paul says for $5. Ignorant? Do you think only Orthodox will be saved? I mean, only a person united to the mystical body of Christ in some way will be saved. I don't know who will not be saved, though. Dre God on an individual basis. $5. Jay, Martin Luther does not have the same PSA doctrine as Calvin. Okay, but so what? Do his 5 solas fall apart without their doctrine of PSA? I think you could argue that the Reformation distinctives of Luther are all kind of bound up together, yeah. Luke, unmute. What's up?
Hey, Jake. I just have one question. How does the Trinity have one will at the same time Christ has 2 wills?
Because will is a property of nature, and so the human nature that Christ has a created will, and the divine nature that the Trinity has a divine will. So if Christ is in a hypostatic union, there must be two wills because there's two natures.
Okay.
Good question. Appreciate that. By the way, I just noticed the other day reading Romans that in the first few verses, Paul refers to the divine nature of the Son and the human nature of the assumes. I'd never even noticed a Diophysite argument within the first few verses of the book of Romans. Mean Dean. Now, I'm supposedly the meanest man on the internet, although some people are now saying that Andrew is the most mean man on the internet, which allows me to then say I'm not the meanest person anymore. But this is Mean Dean. Mean Dean, what's on your mind?
Hey, Jay, I just had a quick question about church community. Specifically, I come from a Lutheran background, and I'm deciphering between Roman Catholicism and Orthodoxy. But part of the problem with going to both liturgies, at least that I found, I've been trying to go to groups, young adults and the like, trying to gauge a sense of community. But oftentimes I get kind of brushed aside simply because either A, I don't really understand the theology, so it's really hard to have discussions with people, or just like chit chat about just general everyday life. What would you recommend for someone who's kind of discerning between any type of Christian denomination, or just really just trying to find your group? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I would say that the most important thing is to put what's true first, not, who has the coolest friends. I mean, it's great to have cool friends, but cool friends do not the true church make. I don't know what I mean, again, I think you just have to put what's true first, and then in time, God will bring you quality ortho bros. Kievan Roos, what's up? You want to unmute?
Yeah. Hey, Jay. Just wanted to say thank you for everything. And, if I don't get to that 200K stream, wanted to say thank you. You've done a lot for me. And, just really appreciate you. I also wanted to ask you if you saw the bald tattoo guy that was yelling at you on stage got arrested again.
You mean, well, he was yelling at, you're talking about Wes Watson, who was screaming at Andrew. But I didn't have any interactions with Wes Watson, but he was screaming at Andrew and Jim Bob. But yeah, I saw that he beat a woman really bad, and I think he's going back to jail. And I mean, most of these so-called red pill dudes are just a bunch of insane psycho grifter crypto lunatics. And my guess would be that dude's a roid head. He's always at the gym. I noticed there was 10 videos the last year where people were confronting Wes Watson at the gym, and he would just lose his mind, try to beat people up. So I was like, it's just a matter of time before that dude's back in jail.
Yeah, that's prime masculinity right there. So,
and he would charge you $10,000 to scream at you. It's that's an interesting grift. Yes, I will scream at you. It is $10,000. So please, you can send me Bitcoin, and I will scream and cuss at you, and you will be a man afterwards. So interesting. Tristan, any thoughts on Wes Watson's prison screaming toxic masculinity boot camp? Tristana, are you there? Okay, we have lost Tristana. Devin, what's up, dude? Perhaps Tristana is mourning Wes Watson. Maybe they're BFF. I don't know. And Tristan is in mourning. He doesn't want to discuss tough issues like Wes Watson going back to jail. I don't know. It could be a touchy subject. Devin, what's up, man?
Hey, Jay, I'm reformed, and as I understand it, you were reformed, and it's I come out of 23 years of Catholicism. It's been a bit of a journey for me, and I'm really interested in your transition from being
from man to woman, my transition.
And I was wondering if you could answer a question for me.
Sure.
So much of the Orthodox theological framework rests on the linchpin of church authority. And the same is true about Catholic theology as well. And I'm just curious how somebody who was sort of steeped in a Reformed hermeneutic, who would have not necessarily had the Orthodox assumption, how did you become... How did you reframe your view of Scripture from sola scriptura to being, informed by orthodoxy without first having different assumptions?
We got remixed babies on here, dude.
Where's that coming from?
Somebody else called in and they weren't muted, so. I mean, my presuppositions were challenged and they were changed. So that's the easiest answer to your question. I went and read a bunch of Protestant. Let me finish. I went and read a bunch of Protestant scholars on how the canon of Scripture came to be, and they all admitted the importance of liturgy and lectionaries in forming the canon. They admitted the importance of tradition in terms of knowing apostolic authorship, and the internal textual evidence for also tradition was another strong piece of evidence. The fact that the New Testament references to the Word of God do not only locate that in the written texts, also the preaching of the apostles is called the Word of God. So all of these things over time contributed to the question of the canon of Scripture coming to be, and so that meant for me that I couldn't hold to sola scriptura anymore.
Would it be fair to say that you make your case for the Orthodox authority from Scripture?
You can make an internal and an external argument for the authority of the church.
And that's how you arrived at your Orthodox assumptions, was by sort of burrowing through Scripture to get there?
Again, there were multiple lines of argumentation and questioning. It was not just the authority of the Scriptures or their canonicity. It was also the question of church history. It's also the question of typology, prophecies in the Old Testament. I mean, there's tons of contributing arguments and evidences that I think you're looking for some sort of line of argument that it was the Scriptures that convinced me of orthodoxy, so that's still somehow sola scriptura or something. That's a fallacious line of argument.
Actually, it was me. Jay met me.
He brainwashed me as my handler. So what's your argument here? You're asking all these, dancing around. What's the argument?
No, I don't have an argument. Because I'm Reformed and I know what a Reformed hermeneutic looks like. I was just curious how you. I assume that in order to make come to Orthodox conclusions, you have to make Orthodox assumptions with regard to church authority.
Again, it's not the whole argument was not. It's not the whole. It's not all a question of authority. So it's not like the only thing that was an issue that convinced me was authority. That's part of it, but that's not like the only. There's a whole bunch of things. I mean, getting into biblical theology, getting into the history of iconography, getting into the study of liturgy. How did the first century church worship? Were they liturgical? I mean, all of those questions over years contributed to what led me, down the path I went. I mean, I was Catholic for 10 years too.
Orthodox assumptions because, Jay and I and a lot of people were not Orthodox. So, to see the truth of orthodoxy, we didn't assume orthodoxy. We were on the outside and began to see the truth of it. So, no, you don't have to assume orthodoxy to prove orthodoxy.
I mean, how about this? I want to be a Trinitarian in a biblical and a patristic sense, and classical Reformation PSA doctrine forced me to not be Trinitarian, to not be Protestant. How's that? Hello, Devin.
I mean, you'd have to explain that, but I take it for granted that's that you're being serious when you say that.
Why would I not be being serious? I mean, I'm being serious that there's how about there's 10 arguments that would make me be Orthodox and not Reformed?
Okay. Sounds like you don't particularly want to engage on this.
No, I'm engaging you by telling you that I could go to the formation of the canon. I could go to the apostolic churches and having liturgy. I could go to multiple, the Trinity not working. And how about this? The Orthodox Church is the only church that teaches that the filioque is wrong, and that is one easy proof that it's the true church. How's that?
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your
You
question.
answered my question. Like I said, I wasn't arguing. I was just asking you how you made that move.
That's fine. Well, again, you can go listen to the podcast. I'm not being mean. I'm saying we've done a lot of longer form podcasts addressing that as well. If you want deeper answers, Robert, what's up? Let's talk God. $10. If God laughs at the wicked and the PSA believe that Jesus became wicked, then the Father must laugh at the death of his Son. God bless my BIPOC brother, Jay Dyer. Interesting line of argument. Yeah. Robert, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Jay? Good to be on here, man. So I got a couple questions. So what do you think about this trip to the moon we plan on doing soon? I've been telling my wife they're going to bring out the aliens soon from this.
Probably. I mean, again, I think what we began this stream tonight with talking about the so-called disclosure, that's all a bunch of fake and gay nonsense. If they're saying that there's going to be some new moon trip, I just want to meet Ryan Gosling. That's all I'm saying. If I'm going to the moon, it's going to be to meet Ryan Gosling. I don't even know if he went to the moon. I'm just talking about whatever the stupid movie is. Everybody said, you got to watch Project Hail Mary. I'm like, if this is the person that made The Martian, which is basically the same gay-ass movie with Matt Damon on Mars, I don't see how this could be good. Oh, it's so good, dude. You got to watch it. How could this be good? Because Matt Damon eating poop potatoes on Mars was just so stupid. I hated that movie. It was so dumb. But apparently, Ryan Gosling in space is awesome. But how many A-listers can we shoot into space and make a movie? I mean, this is like, first of all, Sandra Bullock did it. Chris Pratt and J-Law did it. Matt Damon did it. But now, and all those suck. But no, Ryan Gosling is awesome. And he's so awesome in space, dude. Marcos, $20. Thank you so much. Kirill, $5. I appreciate the thread about feminism being a top-down conspiracy. What do you think about Nick Rockefeller fraud? It's described in the Aaron Russo interview. Why would it be a fraud when the Rockefellers in their biography brag about supporting feminism. So even if the Nick Rockefeller interview was some sort of fake thing, which, Alex was there doing the interview. I don't see, even if he were a fraud, well, they brag in the biography that they funded feminism. So Ryan Ellis, $5. Isn't it wild? There's a lot of overlap in debates with the early church fathers. Yes, because heresies always repeat. It's the same demons behind all the heresies. So you're going to have Montanus and his charismatic lunatic prophets and prophetesses and Paula White today, dude. It's the same spirit. You got Arius and Michael Servetus, 1,300 years later. I just finished reading Justin Martyr and Trifo because you recommended it. Yeah, what's funny about that is that think about how Justin Martyr argues the Trinity in the Old Testament. Compare that to the way that Roman Catholics and Trent Horn deny the Trinity in the Old Testament, and you'll see how divorced from patristics they are. Okay, I'm trying to get through the last ones here. American, what's up? I'm starting to get a headache because we're 6 hours in, you guys. I'm starting to get, that means it's winding down. Go ahead. Bro, come on, dude. What if your life depended on a Twitter space? You guys would not make it. You wouldn't make it. Russian name. I can't read Russian. I'm a KGB agent, by the way. The trad cats say I'm a FSB operative, even though I can't read Russian. What's up, man? Russian dude, come on.
Thank you for having me. I'm trying to make my mind about the last Redeem Zoomer video. And I'm thinking, even if we grant him his theory that the mainline Protestantism was the one true church all along.
I can't believe he went full tard, dude. Never go full tard.
What?
Go ahead. I can't explain my Ben Stiller jokes to a Russian person.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, well, so the point is that I'm thinking, and I might be wrong here, that even if we grant the canon thing, it doesn't make the decisions of the mainline Protestant church in any way infallible, and so they basically cannot bind you to sola scriptura, as I understand it, even if like they are the one to church, but they have no such authority. And so how do we know if it is a fallible binding?
Yeah, I think you could still ask the original question that I asked him and just apply it to his made-up communion of the Protestant churches. I think that's a fair way to... You could just, restate the argument. And by the way, I'm not making fun of Russians. I go to a Russian church. I love Russian people. I'm just making a dumb joke that he didn't get the full tard joke, which is from Tropic Thunder. But yeah, I think you could ask that question. 900-foot Brigham Young. Okay, I'm gonna have to stop because I'm actually getting a straight up headache. Last question. Great, Scott. Thank you for leaving Orthodoxy. Appreciate you, dude. 21 Pat stack St. Pax $2. What do you think about the papal states? Fake and gay. Clarity $10. What's the best book on the Bolsheviks? I don't know, man. That's a tough question. I mean, I've read like my publisher has a book on the Bolsheviks. Dr. Richard Spence has a book on that. My mind is turning to mush, dude. I can't do it. Kirk, $5. There's a debate channel called Christian King. If you give these people attention, it's not worth it. It's 2,000 channel weirdos that are obsessively clipping you and they just want the attention. So no, I'm not going to give them. They're all about once saved, always saved. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not going to debate that guy. Clarity, no. Steve, $5. Sorry if this is off topic. What's your understanding of application of Shepherd of Hermas? Again, it has some tradition, but also has a couple heterodox statements. It's not part of the canon. So, Book of Enoch, you can have Proto-Evangelium of James. You can have tradition that's true and relevant, and those things are still not canonical. So I think Shepherd of Hermas is an interesting early attestation, but I would not try to make doctrinal arguments from it or consider it canonical. Sergius, $5. Redeem Zoomer, if you are listening, quit goofing off. Just become Orthodox. Quit fighting it. Go to liturgy. I agree. Sergius says $10. Welcome back, dude. Good to see the crew doing live streams again. My wife and I are becoming catechumens. Thank you. Marilyn, $5. Thank you. Henry, I left Protestantism for Rome, but I'm interested in Orthodoxy. I've been doing research. What's a good place to start? Read Michael Welton's book, Two Paths. Alvin, $10. Thank you for the content. I'm a catechumen now. Happy Pascha. Thank you. CC Evan became a member. What's up? Patrick Hayes, $20. What kind of church is the St. Peter United Church of Christ? It's like a gay Protestant denomination, I think. And I mean like literally gay, I think. But it's been a long time since we have a United Church of Christ in my hometown, and they're like just a gay church. Well, Emmanuel sends 50 Mexican pesos. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. So I can go buy one order of chips and salsa with your Mexican peso pittance that you threw me. Thank you. Guys, hit like and share it. We're almost at 200K. Thank you so much. Looking forward to the party stream. Thank you to FDA and everybody who came. I cannot do any more. My mind is mush. Thank you. Shout out to Tristan. Shout out to Alex. Shout out to Cleve. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I love you guys. 200K party probably coming up next. Ben says, how do you deal with intellectual doubt? Dude, I can't even think. And you ask me like life questions. And you send me $1, dude. Send me a Bitcoin. I'll answer your question. By the way, if you do want to support us via Bitcoin, that's what this little this thing here is my Bitcoin wallet, dog. Send the Bitcoins here, and then we can up the quality of everything. We did get the Diva Cam working. Shout out to Diva Cam. Y'all like these other angles? I apologize for looking so ugly on the Ubi stream. We were exhausted after days of driving. But look, I'm back to being pretty on this stream. That was called looks maxing, what I just did. Mog maxing.